This is the Watsonville City Council meeting on the afternoon at 4:30. Well, it's actually 4:34 right now. August 28th. Madam Clerk, could you give us roll call, please?
Yelisish,
Present.
Kaufman Gomez,
Present.
Dutra. Here. Garcia,
Here.
Gonzalez,
Present.
Hernandez, Hurst.
Here. Thank you very much. For those missing an agenda, there are some in the back if you wish to follow along with us. We have information items, report of disbursements, miscellaneous document report, and then we will have reports to the council where no action will be taken, but a great report will be provided. Item 3A, presentation by the Summer in the City program interns regarding their experience. We have 10 minutes allocated for this. Councilmember Garcia, would you like to lead us off?
Thank you so much, Mayor. In 2016, I had an idea that the city could develop a program so that our youth would have the ability to become more engaged in the city. And also, our youth would be able to learn about all the possible careers that they could return to after going off to college. And so, with the leadership of our staff and in partnership with the Baja Valley Unified School District superintendent, we made that idea into a reality. And so this summer, I had the opportunity to visit the classroom and to actually converse with several of the students. And I thought, this is going to be a success. And so today, we're here to celebrate that success. And we're going to start by seeing a video. And after the video, I'll be introducing 3 of the students who will say a few things about their experience. And then we'll conclude with a presentation from their teachers. So we'll start with the video.
I would recommend the Summer in the City internship for every junior and senior. It gives you more experience and knowledge about any department that you want to join. Like for me, the fire department gave me more knowledge and experience with them, like going on the calls with them, watching them deal with the patient, keeping them calm and transferring, like getting them in the ambulance and everything. It's just something that I never thought I would see. And Summer in the City internship gave me the experience to do it.
One thing that impressed me about the airport is that there's always so much going on. For example, I didn't know that there was a new tech company right here that makes drones, and the airport is always very busy, and I didn't know that. I thought it was just a small place, but as it turns out, it's over 100 acres big, and there's always so much going on.
All right, my name is Darren Gertler, the coordinator of the Watsonville Environmental Science Workshop, and we really enjoyed having interns during the Intern in the City summer program. It was great to be able to teach them what we do and watch them as they learn the skills that were needed so that they could help the youth that come into our workshop.
My name is Fatima Salazar. I am working at the science workshop, and yes, I enjoyed it. It was very fun helping out kids and being actually active with the community. I feel like this would actually help me improve my social skills with kids and other adults and other kids my age.
My name is Isaiah Sanchez, and I enjoyed the Summer in the City internship program. It was beneficial to me by teaching me good work ethics.
I'm Carol Heitzig, Watsonville Library Director, and we had such a good time with the summer interns this year. We had 2 wonderful young ladies who really brought a lot to the library. It was so rewarding to see 2 young people who were engaged and alert and anxious to be here and to help us and to find out about the library. And I think the city is in great hands if these are the examples of the kind of young people we have who are getting ready to take over leadership roles in the city. It was a really great experience.
Some highlights were learning new experiences, learning what really happens behind the counter of the library, because it's not only oh yeah, we check in the books, shelf them. There's so many steps.
I thought it was good to be working with others, meeting new people, because they taught us things that we might not have known before, and help us learn what it means to work in the city.
Summer in the City was a great experience. Great experience for us to be able to work with such smart young people that contribute to our daily work, but also a great experience for them. I really enjoyed working with Sophia, working on the homeless project. She was able to do significant research that is going to help Watsonville now and in the future.
So now, if the three young ladies would come forward, I have Sophia, Natalie, and Alondra.
Okay, good evening, council members. So my experience at Summer in the City was definitely one that I would recommend to all of my peers. I had a great time working in the city manager's office with Tamara on researching funding for homelessness projects in Watsonville. And I know that the skills that I acquired through this summer program, I will use in my life to come and in my senior CAP project that I'm working on right now. So thank you so much for this experience.
I was in the Pell department and also in the community development department. Both of them were good experiences. I got to learn different parts of the community and how those change the community and change the youth and the adults. The classes really provided an outlook on the community and on life that will help me in the future, and they prepared me more with skills.
I was at the library. It was a great experience. I learned so much. Like I said in the video, there's so much that people don't see, so much work done in the background. And I got to learn not only from the library, but also from government. Overall, it was a great experience. I would recommend it.
Would any of the council members, don't go away yet. Would any of the council members like to ask a question or make a comment to these young people and young women?
I'm excited that you guys had this opportunity. You got to see exactly how it works and that the city, what goes on behind the scenes and a lot of things. Sometimes it's not all that glamorous, but you know, you see how the bolts, the nuts and bolts to the city. I wish you all good luck, and I know some of you are seniors, right? You know, good luck in your future, and you're definitely the leaders that we're hopeful to see come back to our community and continue moving it forward. So good luck with your endeavors.
Yeah, I was here for the presentation. I was very impressed with all your presentations and all your hard work you put into it. Keep up the good work and good endeavor, and hope to see you coming back to the city and help us out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ladies. I was present for several of your presentations and met with some of you individually as well, and it was a wonderful opportunity for our staff too to see vibrant and young teenagers and pick their brain and to get a better feel as to what's going on in education these days. And so congratulations. I think everyone throughout the city benefited greatly, and what a great idea. Thank you very much for your participation, all of the interns. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And so now we'll have one of their teachers come up, Ryan Jones.
Hi, guys. So I was one of the teachers, not the teacher, for the summer program. A couple of things that I want to make sure that you guys realize as you are moving forward and looking at budgets going forward for next year and the year after that. First of all, so many people had to come together to make this program successful, and it was very successful. If you were here the afternoon that the kids presented, I've been a part of like first year pilot programs like this before, and by far this was the best run. It didn't seem like it was something that was our first year. It seemed like something that had already been happening for 5 or more years. When you think about all the different adults, busy adults and departments and agencies all over the city that had to come together on top of their full-time work to make this successful for 3 weeks of all these kids, it's really inspiring, and it kind of makes you it makes you feel good about just who we are as leaders in the city, and giving these opportunities for our young people to step up and see what being a leader really looks like. It would not have been possible had it not been for Elizabeth Padilla, who organized all of the people and the internships and the insane amount of scheduling going forward. And so you, as council members, owe her a whatever you can. Raise? No. A big thank you. And then the last thing, I would just really encourage you to make sure that going forward, this has to be a budget priority, and it has to continue to be a relationship between PVUSD and the city. This is a program that we can't drop the ball on and let this only be a first-year program and then that's it. This has to continue to grow because the opportunity is just too great for those kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. And I want to say that in terms of what Ryan said is we looked at the perspective we had is this was a pilot to see if it would work or would not work. And we found out it worked. It took a lot of hard work. It took a lot of discussions, ideas, brainstormings. It took a lot of work with a lot of people. And we have not had a meeting of those that came together, but we intend to have a meeting soon. And in that meeting, we'll also get evaluations from the students themselves. So each one has completed an evaluation, and we'll be looking at that to see how not only can we make it work, but how can we even improve it to make it work even better. So I am very thankful, as Ryan mentioned, to Elizabeth Padilla. Elizabeth, would you please stand? She was the impetus of making this happen. And one of the things that she's already reached out to some of our students, asking them if they'll come back next year to help with our next program next year. So they can be sort of like mentors, but more than that they can give more input in terms of doing the outreach to our students. We started with 20 students, and we expect for it to grow. And in terms of the issue of money, right now it was fully funded between the school district and the city. However, if we don't have enough money, I am confident that we have many generous people in the Pajaro Valley that would contribute to making sure this happens. So with that, that concludes our presentation.
Well, thank you very much, and a big thank you to Ryan Jones for knocking it out of the park. And Elizabeth, we hope we'll get an evaluation from you too, telling us how to do it better and interface with all the folks that you interfaced with as well. So congratulations all around. Good work. Let's move on to our consent agenda. This is the opportunity for the public to comment on and give input on our consent agenda. We have a lengthy consent agenda as well as a long agenda this evening as well. So those items in our afternoon session are items A through K. Let's see if the public has anything that they wish to share with us before the council does its deliberation. Anyone from the public wishing to address the council on consent items? Seeing none, let's turn this over to the council. You have the agenda before you. Items that you wish to discuss. Councilmember Kaufman-Gomez.
Thank you,
followed
Mayor.
by Dr. Bilicich.
For item C and item D, we're spending over $100,000, which has been my policy to make sure that the public is aware of where the funding is coming from, what the project is, perhaps a timeline on these projects as well, so that we can inform the public on them. Please, if we can have staff help.
Thank you very much. This is
Thank you.
item C. This is the Green Valley Road pavement restoration project, and item D, the Airport Boulevard reconstruction project. We all hear about traffic all the time. We all sit in traffic all the time. Let's hear what we're going to do about it.
Thank you.
Good. Good afternoon, Mayor Hurst and Council. So item C is a road reconstruction project going out to bid for Green Valley Road, basically from Home Depot over to Freedom Boulevard, and that is to reconstruct the road. It's estimated to be about a $1.3 million project funded through grants and gas tax. It will include some new sidewalks and some other pedestrian safety improvements along that area where there are none, so that's huge improvement for the community there. Item D is a $2.2 million grant award to Granite Construction for the reconstruction of Airport Boulevard from Larkin Valley Road over to Holm Road. And that also includes, in addition to reconstructing the streets, safety improvements, pedestrian safety improvements, some additional new sidewalks, new street lights, other improvements like that. So that one is funded also a combination of grants, gas tax, and specifically funding from SB1, which is really important right now to note. So that's in a nutshell, that's what that project is.
Thank you very much. Questions?
So
let's go ahead.
For him to finish on this, the timeline, and then the impact of the Proposition 6.
Right.
Can
right.
we
Okay.
tie those in, please?
The timeline. So the Green Valley Road project, it would be going out to bid now, awarding September 19th, and then going into construction in mid to late October, early November. The Airport Boulevard project would be awarding the bid now, and that would soon going into construction probably in the next month. So, and then another item on your agenda packet, the last item.
Can I ask him a question on the?
We'll get to him. You want to finish up, Steve? Did you have more to say?
Well, Councilmember Kaufman-Gomez had a question about I believe a question about the last agenda item having to do with
which is
SB1 funding.
The support for opposition of Proposition 6.
Right.
Now, Aurelio, we're ready for your question, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I had a question on it. The awarding is $2,217,000, but it only shows that we're budgeting $20,000 and $520,000 from two different. Where's the rest of the money coming from? Is my question.
Okay, so that's referring to is that this project, a certain amount, the majority of the project funding was previously allocated in the budget, and the bids came in a little higher than anticipated, so we had to allocate an additional $520,000 from SB1 and $20,000 from gas tax. So we're just putting in some additional funding to pay for the higher bids that came in than expected, but they did actually come in fairly close to the engineer's estimate this time, which is nice. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, just because of reading this, it doesn't indicate that, and somebody from the public would want to know where's the rest of this funding coming from.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. This has been in the works for a long time, and so there's been previous budget allocations and previous planning on it as well. Councilmember Bilsich?
I wanted to ask you about item C. You said it's going from Home Depot to Freedom Boulevard, the reconstruction?
Correct.
When are they going to finish the rest of of Green Valley Road? And what about all this stuff PG&E's digging up right now?
I know we have some additional Green Valley Road projects in the works. I'd have to go look at our capital improvement plan and get back to you on that. So
perhaps Dr. Billis is talking about the PG&E gas line.
Are they going to pay to redo the roads?
Yes, everything that they're tearing up is going to be repaved and put back into good working condition. And we have our construction inspectors watching them and working with them to make sure that they leave everything in good condition as it was before they came in and did their work. So I know there's a lot of it going on around town, and yeah, it's a lot. It's a handful, but we have a lot of people watching and working with them. So,
well, I'm glad they're going to fix Green Valley Road, because what I see from PG&E right now is they're digging up and leaving, and digging up
Right.
and leaving. And they've got metal plates, and then they have some asphalt thrown in someplace. And when are they coming back?
Right.
It's the same thing with that stop sign. That's been 2 months now.
Mm-hmm.
When are they coming back? And what is this deal about adding 2 poles? Do we know anymore?
I have not heard anything more on that, but we do know PG&E, we are holding them accountable for anything they disturb in the city, and they will be coming back to fix it. A lot of times they have to do all the dirty work first and plate it and continue doing the pipeline, putting in the new pipeline, and then they come back and do the paving all at the end because it's just simply most cost effective to do it that way.
Well, I know that there's a new dig on McKenzie by Joyce, and then I noticed they're also in Joyce Court.
Mm-hmm.
So but it's just asphalt, and it's been a few days, and I mean, there were 6 trucks out there. They did their digging, and now they're gone. And it's the same thing with the stop sign. It just seems like there's not consistency with PG&E. They don't
I
seem
would
to
agree.
come back. And this thing with 2 poles, I don't understand that. I mean, they have a bad pole, and so instead of taking that pole down, they just add another one. So now they have 2 poles on the corners. That's crazy.
We have made multiple requests to PG&E about that, so we will continue to push on them to get an answer.
So what do we need to do as a body to do something publicly here? I mean, I'm a PG&E supporter. I'm not anti PG&E, but I think what they're doing in the city right now is awful. Not the replacement of the pipes. I know people are inconvenienced about that, and that's okay as long as they come back and finish it. But all these other little things that keep happening.
Yes, well, we'll keep working on it. You know, PG&E is a big agency, and they're very hard to move.
Like I
It's
said, there were
moving a
6
glacier.
trucks for that little place where they dug. 6.
Right. So, and we want to support the work they're doing because it is very important.
It
and
is.
we want them to clean up their mess, and we will work to make sure they do that. So,
It's not you. I'm not upset with you at all. But I do know that when I spoke to the guys at PG&E, they were those 6 trucks. I said, when are you going to fix that stop sign? And they said, oh, we don't do stop signs. Well, they're the ones that took it down. So it's like an ongoing problem, and I don't want to see it being that it's South County and we can just leave here. You know?
I agree.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Anything else on these 2 items that are being discussed, C and D? Councilmember Dutra.
So, just to clarify, it's also going to get new striping too, right? Because on Green Valley Road.
Oh, absolutely.
This is the
Yeah.
number one thing people like, especially the elderly,
Yes.
have contacted me that they can't see. They're afraid to drive between Freedom Boulevard and Home Depot, or between Pennsylvania. What would be it would be Pennsylvania, right?
Right.
Because they can't see and they're afraid of at nighttime that they'll collide with other cars coming
Yes.
on. So, but you're saying this project will start at the end of October, beginning of November.
Right, yeah.
So, and how long will it last for?
Probably about
2
2
years?
months.
What?
2 months.
Oh.
No, 2 months.
I don't think the public wanted to hear that. Just kidding. And then I wanted to comment too. I feel like Nancy asked a lot of my questions, which, the Green Valley Road, that they didn't just do a little part of Green Valley Road, PG&E. They've really tore up the whole road. So I'm expecting that entire road to be repaved. I mean, it wasn't like they stayed in one lane. I mean, if you drive out there, they're across many lanes.
Oh, yeah.
So
No, it's significant.
I'm over the whole let's patch things up. I want to let's fix it, kind of mentality. So when we move forward, I really want to see those roads completely redone. Just putting patchwork over it is not going to be okay with me. So
yeah, right.
And then that was that project. Oh, and then my question for you is, with the Airport Boulevard project we just finished, and even with the one on Green Valley Road we're about to do, is there any coordination with the county or our county supervisor to fix the kind of, people are like, oh, why are we in kind of crappy roads? And then all of a sudden it gets really nice. And I'm like, well, that's where the city line begins. So, on the Airport Boulevard project, why didn't we start at Houlihan and Green Valley and go up? I mean, it's not that very far. Why didn't we coordinate with the county? Is it just ineffective leadership? I mean, why was that not done? It drives me crazy. So,
That's a great question. We you know, we basically are able to apply for grants for projects within our jurisdiction, and we have tried to coordinate with the county, and they're just on such a different timetable that it's very challenging to try and do coordinated projects with the county.
Well, this is something that we really need to, and so I'm assuming that you reached out to them saying, listen, they knew we awarded this grant. I sat on the RTC when we got it, so it's not like it was a surprise.
But
so you would think
grant
that we would
applications,
coordinate.
They start years ahead, and so it is challenging to keep them all in sync and coordinated, but we have been in conversation with County Public Works to push for more projects on the edges of Watsonville to connect with the road projects that we are doing, and they have a new public works director, so we're going to be meeting with him and specifically trying to get more of our projects prioritized in South County.
That's great. To me, I see there's no funding coming down here. I can't name one road that's been redone, resurfaced, or anything. I see potholes being filled in, and then the winter comes and they get unfilled. So, but I think that if you guys continue to work with the county on these projects that are outlying the city that run into county, so that people aren't asking, well, why is the road all full of potholes, and then all of a sudden it's, nice new roads. People don't understand that that's this county and city line, and hopefully they see the neglect we have down here for the lack of funding to fix our.
We have been working hard to point out the neglect in South County and trying to get more funding allocated in our direction.
Well,
I know the storms of last winter wiped out so many mountain roads that the county really has had to focus a lot of their money towards just getting those roads workable again, but we're trying to get their attention to bring back the energy back down to South County again.
Well, hopefully there will be a big voice there soon. Thank you.
Yes, I hope so.
Let's see if there's any more questions on the consent agenda. Consent agenda, please.
Is there someone who can speak about item F?
Oh, before I leave, I never was able. I wanted to finish answering Councilmember Kaufman Gomez's question regarding SB1. The last item in your packet on the consent agenda is a resolution opposing Proposition 6, which is also opposing the repeal of SB1 in order to maintain critical road maintenance funding. So without SB1, the city would lose half of its state transportation funding. And so I think on this discussion of roads and transportation, it's very important to just highlight that this is a significant issue coming to the state. And we wanted to bring this up for council to discuss or to consider tonight in order to have an official position coming from the city council on this particular issue. And with this, then staff can go ahead and do some educational outreach with the community, educating the community about the importance of SB1 and what projects it funds, including some of the projects we have already discussed tonight. So this is a really important project. If SB1 goes away, we lose $8.4 million in funding over the next 10 years just for Watsonville projects. So that's significant. And then if the county loses theirs, which they would as well, that would be another probably $30 million of funding lost. So those county road projects outside of Watsonville also would go away or be delayed significantly. So another way that we utilize SB1 funds is to leverage grants, because a lot of our federal grants require a match, and we often don't have that match. And so the funding provided by SB1 has allowed us to apply for and secure many, many more grants than otherwise we could have done. So not only is it a direct benefit, but it's a leveraging of federal and other state grant funds. So it's a very significant issue before us, and wanted to just make sure we brought that to everybody's attention. We are planning to bring a more comprehensive educational presentation about SB1 in about a month. We wanted to kind of let it give a little time and see what other agencies are doing and how they're talking about it. So in about a month, we expect to come back and give a more detailed discussion and report on this topic. So.
Very good. Councilmember Bilcich, continue.
Do you have meetings with the county as to what projects in Watsonville should be, on the front burner here? Like Holohan Road. I mean,
right.
We've talked about that for years. Beach Road is another one. Those big ditches. I mean, and now they want bicycle lanes, and there's ruts all the time. I mean, I don't know. Do we have input into any of the county things?
We do. We do
Okay.
try and meet with them and discuss priorities with them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Dutra.
I just want to say, vote no on Measure 6, right? So we need to, is Measure 6, right? Prop 6.
Prop 6.
Geez, props. So I just want to reiterate that as well to the people at home. Make sure they vote no on that because that is a big loss. And 2, I just want to say I see that Philip is becoming Aurelio's planning commissioner. He's going to do a great job, I'm sure. But thanks for stealing my commissioner. Gauntlet is laid. But I'm sure he'll do a good job. So I guess I'm looking for a park commissioner now.
Councilmember Garcia.
Mayor, if I remember correctly, did you not write a letter regarding this issue?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you say what you said in the letter?
Well, I don't remember exactly what I said, except that it was opposing the proposition and not losing that gas tax money. I mean, it's a pretty popular idea to, reduce gas taxes. That sounds pretty good on the surface, but it's not good on the surface of the roads. It's very harmful to us budgetarily wise, as well as hamstringing us in construction projects and all kinds of transportation items. So
yeah, I just
I'm glad to make that letter available to you, and I think it did go to the council.
And I just wanted to point out, we've already started taking the first steps in terms of opposing this already. So.
Yes, the League of Cities is also opposed to it, as I recall. Councilmember Aurelio Gonzalez.
Yeah, I have a question on item J and item K.
J.
Yes,
J
the
is
resolution approving the revised job description of the battalion fire chief.
And what would be your question?
Well, I mean, I just want to make sure that, the general fund isn't fat. So this is also, does this fall under Measure G coverage? Because, we are increasing from just a minimum of $29.05 to $47.82. That's $18 per hour. And that's probably not even including the health and welfare and pension and so on and so on. And looking at Measure G, that's going to be, hopefully we can have that passed and revised in 2 years. It's a really important measure also that we need to support for our city that supports these kind of agencies.
Yes, I believe we have a Measure G meeting coming up very shortly.
Good evening, Natalie Manning, Deputy City Manager. On the question about the battalion chief, is that your question? I'm not sure that those are Measure G positions, but these are positions that the fire chief is looking at converting fire captains into battalion chiefs, so they're not an addition of new positions. And then as far as the salary increasing from what's currently on the books to what we have now, it's because we haven't had battalion chiefs on the books for at least 6 years, so we had to reevaluate the salary now that other salaries have moved up over time. So does that make sense?
So how many battalion chiefs how many captains are we going to be converting into battalion chiefs? You just said there's
the chief here.
Few.
And I can weigh in on that as well. So as part of the plan for updating the battalion chief job description, there's not an immediate plan to convert those captains into battalion chiefs. What will happen is it'll give the fire chief more flexibility going forward as positions turn over and we look at the needs of the department as a whole of how we want to fill the leadership positions within the department. There are ongoing labor negotiations with IAFF and the fire department as well. And as we work through those and we look at resources that are available, the fire chief can evaluate those opportunities down the road, but there's not an immediate plan to convert those positions at this point in time.
I'm kind of thinking like Aurelio, if it's not an immediate need and we're still in negotiations, why are we approving it tonight?
So this provides an update to the job description as well as the salary range so that when we reach a point in time where we have the resources available and it makes sense for the department based on their needs that the fire chief could do so. This lays the foundation for that down the road at the appropriate time.
It's not Measure G?
It's not Measure G. And it does not predetermine when and how the fire chief will fill it. It just allows that flexibility so that we can get the job description updated now.
How many people are we talking about?
Sorry, I had an important phone call. Basically, what we're doing is a lot of the state fire marshals' requirements and training requirements have changed, including the Department of Motor Vehicles. So what we're doing is basically updating a current job description, and we're going to be doing this with all of the job descriptions. So the classes that were required in the past have all changed. There are new requirements with new certification. So in order to be in these positions, the previous job description was outdated. Basically, the personnel taking the classes now would not meet those qualifications. They can't, because those classes and certifications don't exist anymore.
So when they're taking these new classes, who's paying for those?
They can either use tuition reimbursement, they can pay for it themselves, so there's two different ways that they can actually do that.
But usually the city pays for it?
Sometimes if we send them mandatory training, then we do pay for it, yes. In the past, I'll use myself as an example. We have a $1,000 tuition reimbursement. I would submit that for the classes, and the rest it would come out of pocket.
And how many people are we talking about that may be elevated to these battalion fire chiefs?
If all works out, we would have 3 positions. Basically, we're just converting a captain, a fire captain, to a battalion chief. So we're not adding any additional people. We're just converting, and then those people would just promote up.
Go ahead.
And I don't know if you're the right person to answer, but maybe it's you. Is this going to cause any problems with the unions and the job comparisons that they want? Are they going to be now? Is this going to cause any sort of conflict that we're doing it? Is this management? I would imagine.
If I could just add real quick, our personnel have been working for this position since I've been here, because this has been something that we've been working on since we lost the positions years ago. Our personnel have taken their own time and taken the classes, and we've paid for some of them. So they're excited about this opportunity. Whether we actually fill it or not is a different matter, but it's important for us to every job description that we have a test, so that if we need to promote, we have that ability. And so, for example, we're doing a captain's test at the same time as we're doing a battalion chief's test, so that way we have succession planning, and if a position opens, we can promote as quick as possible. So in the past, we wouldn't have a test until we had an opening. Now we're being very proactive on it.
You have an outdated description. Is that what
Exactly,
I'm
yes.
like? I think when you were outside the room, I think someone said 6 years or something, maybe longer. I don't know.
I believe it was 2008.
2008, so 10 years. Okay, so I just want to make sure it's not going to cause any conflict, right?
No, I think Chief Barreto stated it better than I could, but there's been a long history to trying to get this structure in place and this job description updated to reflect current standards. That being said, there are other considerations, including department resources, that we need to consider, and no changes will be made until we reach a point where we think that the department and the general fund could absorb whatever additional costs might be associated with it.
Is this also maybe considered an act of good faith from the city to the fire department? Because I know we're in negotiations.
If I can interrupt, it's basically updating a job description that we currently have for current times. And if we're going to promote and fill those positions in the future, so for example, if in the future we decide we're not going to fill a division chief position, then we can fill it with a battalion chief, which is a little bit less, it's a step up program. And so really it's been there for years, and it's important that we update it. We're going to do the same thing for the firefighter position, same thing for the fire captain. We're not going to touch the fire chief position, I'll tell you that. Well, that's my recommendation.
The concern is, though, the fiscal accountability. I mean, giving a raise to the position, and then you said you're going to redo everybody else. Where's the money going to come from?
Currently, the budget, we have the ability to kind of absorb it. Is it a 7% difference? And basically what would happen is that position would actually, in the past we had problems with overtime in that position. With having division chiefs and myself there, then we can help cover those days that they're off or gone on an assignment. So there's more flexibility now because of our department complexity in the positions than we had in the past.
So overtime would be reduced even more?
Even more, yes. I'm willing to work 24/7, 364 days a year.
It's good.
364.
Christmas
What
day
happened?
off. Christmas day
On
off.
the record.
Thanks for volunteering. Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you for that educational process. I appreciate that. I want to continue on with number K on the resolution approving new and revised job descriptions in the Information Service Division. In reviewing it, it's a substantial amount of money that we're looking at on, again, revising these positions. And I just wanted to make sure that the general fund's going to be able to absorb these in the future and kind of, I guess, educate ourselves sometimes, because we need IT people, and there's going to be a position that's going to be divided into 3, and I just wanted some clarification on it.
It's an elevation of 9 positions.
So I'm happy to speak to that, Councilmember Gonzalez. I appreciate the question. As part of the last budget, one of the few departments where we saw a need for increasing our investment in services was the IT department. We completed a employee engagement survey earlier this year, and the results of the survey were very clear that one of the number 1 complaints was feeling that our IT department was under-resourced to meet our current needs. Part of that was being driven by the fact that we struggle with recruiting and retaining our IT positions because the classifications are outdated. We have some descriptions like microcomputer technician, which doesn't really exist in modern IT organizations. So we took a focus of creating more investment into our IT department with a growing demand on IT services across the organization. Over the last 10 years, that department has actually shrunk in size as demands have increased. Wanted to make sure that the job descriptions are in keeping with current standard, and as part of that, making sure that we are compensating those positions in a competitive way, so that when we do recruit, we're getting more than a few applications, which has been the case over the past few years. That's been the focus of this. So as part of the building the budget this year, we anticipated that there would be some increases as part of this work. That was built into the budget. So we can, as part of these adjustments, absorb it within the general fund. We did it very carefully because you're right, we do have growing pension costs and we need to be careful about salary growth. This is one area that we couldn't afford to not increase some investment based on our organizational needs.
Here again, we need to remain competitive, and I appreciate everybody watching the budget very closely, because we'll have many budget discussions that won't be as satisfactory as this one. But when staff has already made these plans, and some of this stuff's been hashed out more than once for over a long period of time, it's hopefully time to move on with that. Councilmember Kaufman Gomez.
I'll make a quick comment, and then I'll motion to pass the consent. One of the comments I can share with you is doing the police ride-alongs frequently and knowing how they're investing a lot of their Measure G funds. And a lot of it had to do with their IT support that they needed, and we're buying a lot of capital equipment through Measure G, and that would be for police and for fire. And the equipment would be sitting there in boxes because we didn't have the staff and the resources necessary to go ahead and update all of the equipment that Measure G was purchasing for us. So this will help remediate that issue with getting this in alignment, getting the technicians in there that we need so that we can actually be more efficient with our police and fire resources. So it'll ripple effect through all of the departments to bring them up to speed on what we need for the technology, for the equipment that we've purchased, the money we voted up here to invest in our IT for our software upgrades, and what the city needs as a whole. So I fully support what we need to do here to get the right manpower to do the IT support for all of the hardware and purchases that we've made here.
Councilmember Garcia.
Just one more question. In terms of upgrading these positions, how does cybersecurity fall into that?
Overall, the goal is to increase the resources of the department. Network security is one of the top priorities of the department, and it's a part of their everyday work. And it will continue to be a top priority as we go forward. If anything, this will give us more capacity to put more of a focus into that area going forward.
Councilmember Hernandez.
No questions. I'll just second Trina Kaufman, Councilmember Trina Kaufman Gomez's motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Kaufman Gomez, second by Hernandez. Discussion on the motion. Dr. Bilicich?
Item F, can you give us a little bit of an update of F? I know Tamara was going to, but I don't think she's back yet.
Yes, Councilmember Bilicich, I'm happy to speak to that. So while the title looks a little alarming, the resolution declaring a homeless shelter crisis pursuant to government code, what that really means is that the state budget included a emergency homeless aid program, which allocated about $500 million statewide. As part of that, about $9.7 million will be allocated to Santa Cruz County, specifically for expanding resources around sheltering homeless in our communities. The only way to access those funds is by jurisdictions that have declared and met this requirement of declaring a homeless shelter crisis. City of Santa Cruz has done so. I understand that the County of Santa Cruz will be doing so soon as well. And we have a need in Watsonville. As we all know, we had a homeless shelter grand opening yesterday, but there's a need for more and enhanced services as we continue to meet that need in Watsonville, and we didn't want to miss the opportunity, and that's the reason for that request.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to M, I just want to congratulate Philip Travares. Philip was one of my students, you know, and I think that's where he got all this. No, I'm just kidding. He was one of my students, but he came well prepared. And on item L, Melanie Flores. Is Melanie here this evening? Melanie, is her husband here this evening? Melanie is new Parks and Rec Commissioner, and I want to congratulate her. I think she had a back-to-school night, and it was my understanding her husband might be here in her place. But congratulations to Melanie. Seeing no further comments on the consent agenda, we have a motion by Kaufman Gomez, second by Hernandez. Roll call, please.
Bilicich?
Yes.
Kaufman Gomez?
Yes.
Dutra?
Yes.
Garcia?
Yes.
Gonzalez?
Yes.
Hernandez?
Yes.
First.
Yes, and thank you very much. We're now going to adjourn or take our recess for until the 6:30 meeting, and we'll return shortly thereafter. Anyone wishing to address the council on closed session items at this time, this is the time to speak up about closed session. Seeing no members of the public wishing to comment, we will recess until 6:30. Thank you very much. Before we get started this evening, I want to let you know that when we reach capacity in this room, there is an overflow room available next door, and so there will be a seat over there for you as well. But this is a good opportunity for you to get a seat and fill out your blue card, please, if you wish to speak. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Watsonville City Council meeting, 6:30 p.m. on today, August 28th, 2018. First, there are agendas in the back. If you don't have one, you may wish to have one to follow along with us. There are blue cards for folks that wish to speak to us as well. We'll start out with roll call, then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yelitsich. Hoffman Gomez.
Present.
Dutra.
Here.
Garcia.
Here.
Gonzalez.
Present.
Hernandez.
Present.
Hurst.
Here. Thank you very much. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much for showing up this evening. Sorry we're starting just a few minutes late, but we'll try and move things along as rapidly as we can. If you're in need of translation services, the apparatus are in the box over there, and our staff will be glad to assist you as well. We're going to start out with a proclamation this evening because there was a miscommunication. The recipients thought they were going to get it this afternoon, and we weren't able to follow up. So I'm going to immediately jump to the Mayor's Proclamation, Item C, declaring September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Watsonville and honoring Jacob's Heart Children's Cancer Support Services for 20 years of outstanding support to our community. So if we could have the representatives for Jacob's Heart up front, please. Come through. Sorry to have made you wait this afternoon. Just a slight communication misread on our part. This is the Jacob's Heart celebrating, well, it's not a celebration, is it? It's a recognition of Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. The character of the community is revealed by how we treat the most vulnerable. Each year, 1 in 285 children in the community are diagnosed with cancer. Cancer remains the leading cause of death by disease among children, more than asthma, diabetes, cystic fibrosis, congenital abnormalities, AIDS, and AIDS combined. Families of children with cancer in Watsonville receive essential services from Jacob's Heart Children's Cancer Support Services, a local organization that has gained national awards and recognition for improving the quality of life of hundreds of local children with cancer and thousands of family members. Jacob's Heart holds the memories and honors the legacies of hundreds of children from our local community who have been lost to cancer, ensuring that their precious memories will never be forgotten. The oncology department at Lucille Packard Children's Hospital at Stanford has worked closely with Jacob's Heart for the last 20 years as a trusted community partner in providing family-centered care that addresses the emotional, practical, and financial struggles of families of children with cancer in Watsonville. And it is important for all Watsonville residents to recognize the impact of pediatric cancer on families within our community and honor the lives of children in our community whose lives have been cut short by cancer. Now, therefore, I, Lowell Hurst, Mayor of Watsonville and the State of California, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby declare September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Watsonville, and do hereby honor Jacob's Heart's Children's Cancer Support Services for 20 years of outstanding support to our community, and to acknowledge the organization's contributions to Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, honoring children with cancer in our community. Thank you very much for being here. We apologize again for being
Thank you so much, Mayor Hurst and the Watsonville City Council members. My name is Tara Crowell. I'm a family support specialist at Jacob's Heart, and we're really honored to have this recognition for Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. On that note, I would like to happily invite all of you to the Watsonville Kid Rages Carnival, which I'm sure you've seen posters and flyers up. It's going to be Sunday, September 23rd, so you're all cordially invited to attend. And we had a couple families here earlier with me today to say a couple words. And today with me I have Eli Lopez, who's just going to say some brief words about his experiences with Jacob's Heart. So thank you.
I want to say thank you to Jacob's Heart for everything they have done for me and my family. The last couple of months have been very rough for me and my family. And, you know, as humans, we all want to, like, stick together and, you know, have, you know, a group so we can all have faith and, you know, conquer whatever it is that needs to be conquered. And they gave us that support, and they made sure that we were okay, and you know, made sure we had rides when my brother needed chemotherapy, and when food was scarce in the household, they made sure that we were okay and that we were healthy and we were, you know, stable enough to keep on fighting with my brother. And I just want to say that it means a lot to me to have them here, and you know, it's an honor to speak on this subject and to be here and to talk about it. And so, yeah, they are amazing. They make sure my whole family's okay. And without them, I don't know what we would be doing right now. Probably just lost. I don't know, but I'm just very thankful and grateful for them being here to support me and my family. And I can't thank them enough. So to be here to speak about them and to talk about them and to make sure that their efforts go, you know, seen is the best I can do to repay, you know, whatever I have to do for their help and support. So thank you for everything you have done for me and my family.
Again, let's say thanks to Jacob's Heart. Everyone in this community, everyone in his family have been touched by cancer in one way or another. And so I'm glad we have a full house here to acknowledge the good work of Jacob's Heart. We're going to move on to oral communications from the public and the City Council. First, we'll ask the public to speak, but let me say this. We have a full house this evening. We have a lot on our plate. Let's try and make our comments as brief as possible, and we're speaking on items that are not on our agenda. So if there's something that you want to say about the agenda, let's wait until that item comes up. And so, first of all, these are items that are not on our agenda. First speaker, please.
Well, Mr. Mayor, you'll be happy to hear this is very quick. I almost got killed coming here tonight in my wheelchair. Literally, I'm not exaggerating. It was broad daylight. A guy ran a red light to make a right turn. I was right in front of his car, and he literally stopped just inches from my wheelchair. In fact, that's what I was coming here tonight to speak to you about. I would very much appreciate it if the town of Watsonville could put up a few reminder signs to remind motorists what the violation of the crosswalk will cost them in a fine. Also, what it will cost if they run down a pedestrian. I think maybe if we attach some monetary cost to doing this type of behavior, people might think twice. And certainly it should not be taking your life in your hands to cross the street in Watsonville. The only other quick thing I want to say is please consider making compliance with the ADA in terms of the sidewalks and access around this city more of a priority, particularly repairing some of the sidewalks that are in such really bad repair. One last thing also happened on my way here. I heard the vocal cue to cross the street. It told me it was safe to cross Main Street. Actually, it was safe to cross Beach Street. How does this happen? I mean, really, how in the world does this happen? That the vocal cue is exactly wrong. I happen to be a little bit sight impaired. I have scarring on my corneas. I'm not as badly off as people who are actually completely blind. And those folks could be in some trouble following that cue. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and your comments are well taken here. And there is a way to report sidewalks and other customer service items that need to be reported in the city. Could we have the next speaker, please?
We'll do that.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask for a
Thank you
quick
for being here.
consideration of the sign.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good to see Aurelio up there. Anyway, my name is Dan Hernandez. I reside at 319 2nd Street. I'm here tonight simply because last month we heard down on 2nd Street that the Chief Honda was reinstating the post-incident team. Well, once I heard that, I just decided he needed to see what initiated the post-incident team and what the citizens went through the academies. I'm just here to pass this on to Chief Honda because he's going to be one of our best police chiefs. I just know that. So I also got some good old memorabilia, pictures, but most of all, please join up for the post-incident team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Next speaker, please. And anyone else who wishes to address us, you are free to line up.
Hello, Council. My name is Alan Flores. I wanted to speak on an earlier item from tonight. I'm Melanie Flores' husband. She very much wanted to be here tonight. However, being the great mom that she is, she's at our son's back-to-school night, which left me the wonderful task to come and speak on her behalf. She's very proud of her appointment to the Parks and Recs Commission and plans to bring her passion and involvement to our community and its children. First, Melanie thanks all of you, especially you, Mr. Hurst, for the opportunity to serve on the Parks and Recs Commission. And second, I can personally tell you that when she brings her special talent into a project, there's usually great results. Again, thank you on Melanie's behalf. The Flores family is a great fan of our home, the city of Watsonville.
Thank you, Mr. Flores, and it's a pleasure to appoint Melanie. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Gina Cole. I just wanted to alert you to a Safe Streets workshop that's happening on September 9th. It's a Sunday. It is in collaboration with California Walks, which is a collaborative out of Oakland. They're coming down to do a Safe Streets training, focusing on the area between Green Valley Road and basically where Monument takes off, and on Freedom Boulevard, that section of Freedom Boulevard, looking at pedestrian safety, looking at bicycle safety for that particular stretch of roadway. We're working with the South County Pedestrian and Bike work group as well. It will be hosted at PAL on 37 Davis. And again, it's Sunday afternoon, the 9th of September from 2:30, sorry, I just want to get it right, 2 to 5:30 p.m. So there will be a piece of it that's presentation, and then there will be we'll go ahead and walk that stretch and look at the condition of the roadway, the condition of the sidewalks or lack thereof. So we definitely invite you to join us. There's information, there's an event on Facebook that Teresa Robertson set out through the pedestrian work group, or the South County Pedestrian and Bike Work Group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Be aware that portions of that roadway are in the county. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Dale Zevin, and I'm a member of the Aging in Place work group that was formed as part of the Senior Council's Summit held last September. For those of you that weren't able to attend, the Solutions Summit was a meeting of about 100 senior service agencies, advocates, and policymakers that came together to develop real solutions to some of the emerging needs in our community for seniors. I'm here today to provide you with information about some of these challenges around the issue of aging in place. While our focus will always be on finding solutions and delivering services, we're aware that the first step in solving a problem is to recognize that the problem exists. With the 60-plus population having already increased in our county by 49% since 2011, during a time when the under 60 population has decreased, we know that these issues are of critical importance to everyone. I've distributed a full-color infograph about aging in place for your information. We will be back, the work group, in the coming months to suggest ways we might work together to find real solutions to these daunting challenges. Contact information, a website, is printed at the bottom of the handout for those that would like to work on solutions to these challenges that we face. For now, we merely share this information and ask that you support and prioritize services for older adults in your planning, funding, and policy decisions. Thank you.
Ms. Evans, thank you very much, and I'll just show the flyer here for everyone to see. I am a chairperson of the Area Agency on Aging, and we're always looking for an alternate as well. And so if you're interested in senior issues, please contact me. Thank you very much.
Good evening, city leaders. Steve Trujillo, Personnel Commissioner and candidate for City Council District 7. Unfortunately, this evening, I represent the homeowners who live on Bronte Avenue on the even side, 7800 blocks in Pajaro Village. We are unfortunate enough to experience very bad corporate behavior known as Premier Barry. They spray, they do not give any notification to us, and it's happened again. Two of my neighbors came to me a few nights ago and said, Steve, would you please represent us and talk to the city council? Not only that, they leave the gates open at either side of their private road, which adjoins Bronte Avenue. And one of my neighbors not only lost her entire apple tree crop, it was stripped bare while she was gone. They also took a few other things as well, and I hope she notified the police department. So my proposal is for a City of Watsonville good corporate neighbor contract policy, and of course I'd like to run this by our city attorney. Thank you, Mr. Smith. And I have a copy for each one of you. I'm not going to read it because we're short on time, but I would like it if someone would carry these up to the council to observe and get back to me. The truth of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, Fred Rogers was right. To be a good neighbor, to have good neighbors, you have to be a good neighbor. Won't you be my neighbor? We say to Premier Barry, but apparently arrogance is the watchword of the day, and I am hereby putting you on notice that if it occurs further, we've contacted the Ag Department, the Department of Agriculture in town, and all we get is the mantra, we have the right to farm. Well, guess what? We have the right to breathe clean air and not take in possibly carcinogenic chemicals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Maria Esther Rodriguez, Assistant Director of Public Works. I'm here to remind you all and the community to participate in our Downtown Complete Streets Survey. As you know, we've been working on this grant-funded project over the last few months. We've come up with some alternatives based on input to date, and we'd like to now get more input on the alternatives that we have come up with for the downtown area, including Main Street, Rodriguez Street, and Union Street. So again, I'd like to remind everybody to go online. There's a survey. There's a visual reality. You can see what things might look like in the future with some of these improvements, and take some time to let us hear about your input and vote on these. Second, I'd like to just quickly introduce our newest face in Public Works, our newest engineer. We have with us this evening, come on up, this is David Kinnear. He's our latest hire, principal engineer. He comes to us from private industry, but has a lot of experience in a number of different engineering areas and is an avid cyclist. But I just wanted to take a moment to introduce you to David Kinnear.
Thanks.
Welcome, David, and we always need good engineering here. And the public heard it first here. Fill out your Safe Streets survey on the city website. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Barry Dubin, talking about safe streets. I'd like to request that you stripe the area from Holligan to Home Depot. At night, it's the street curves. There's no center lane, and there's not even a stripe all the way on the right side where the sidewalk is. And whenever driving late at night, there's no way to stay in the right lane, and it's ready for an accident.
Could you tell us again what street that is?
It's Green Valley between Freedom. It's the project's going to start in the end of October, so it'll be done probably before December at some point. So we're just going to start that project.
I wish somebody just puts a little bit of white paint so somebody could see where the center lane is.
Yeah. But then maybe we can talk to Public Works about that.
Complained about this 3 years ago and constantly, so nothing's been done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our Public Works folks have heard you. Next speaker, please. Seeing no one else to rise to the microphone at this time, let me remind you there is overflow in the next room if you feeling claustrophobic or cramped here. And I've received a note that the overflow is also full, so welcome over there. Let's go to, well, this is the biggest room we've got, unfortunately. Let's go to our next item on the agenda. This is comments and communication from members of the public, or members of the City Council. Let's start with Mr. Dutra and go right down the line.
Thank you. We've been gone for about 6-7 weeks, so we were all on vacation, or not really. Some of us were actually out doing a lot of business with the community. So I first want to say welcome back, and everybody at home who watches us. I know it's a lot of people, so we're back on, and thank you for watching and paying attention to what's going on in our community. Over the summer, I attended a lot of events. There were so many that I can't even really say them all, but there were a lot of ribbon cuttings. One of the big ones that I went to was Nordic Naturals, which they just doubled the size in their business. So we're going to have a lot more business opportunities for people here in Watsonville because their corporate office is located here and they just doubled in size. So we want to say thank you for Nordic Naturals for calling Watsonville home. I also attended Martinelli's 150th anniversary. I attended Annie Glass's 35th anniversary. And so happy anniversary to these two companies who have been here in Watsonville for many years. And we're very proud to have you guys here as well. National Night Out was a success. I tried to get to as many locations as possible. And it's always great to see the neighbors come together with the police and, kind of create that relationship between everybody. So that was a wonderful evening. The library, they started this wonderful event called Culture and Cuisine. Each month they do a different type of cuisine based off of, a culture. I went to Greek a couple months ago. I think they had Filipino this last Thursday. And so if you wanted more information about attending that event, it's on your website, on our website or the library's website. So I highly recommend you take advantage of that. I went to the Kawakami dinner where we are sister cities. So Watsonville is a sister city with Kawakami in Japan, and it was great to see. This has been going on for decades, so it was really nice to see this the group come here again this year. I went to the Hearts and Hands. They actually had their anniversary as well. I went to the Testicle Festival put on by the Young Farmers. I also went to Aldina's Chili Cook-Off, where she donates a huge portion of those proceeds to nonprofits locally, so that was a huge success. We just had our day center open across the street here for the homeless So now the homeless have a place to go during the day to shower, wash their clothes, or get on the internet if they want to, look for jobs. And they also have lockers to put their things in. So this is a big step for Watsonville. We never had something like this. And we just had Paro Valley Pride. This was a nice event a couple Sundays ago. as well as our commissioners' barbecue. So I want to say thank you to all the commissioners who help us, the 7 of us, kind of figure out how the direction we're moving with the city. So a lot of times before things come to us to be approved, they go to our commissioners, and we want to say thank you for moving our ideas forward. As you can see, it was a really busy summer, and I look forward to a very busy fall. So thank you all for being here and participating with all of our civic duty. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bilicich.
Boy, I can say many of the same things. I attended lots of different events. The Martinelli's 150th anniversary was a highlight, I think, for us. And Annie Glass was great to see that she's here in our community for 35 years. I also attended the RTC meetings and talked about the SMART train, a train between Watsonville and Santa Cruz, and will it happen? And people are talking about, well, should we have a big locomotive or what? If you look at the Napa, they have a SMART train. It seems to be pretty feasible, and I think it could happen in our community. We have to just envision positive things about transportation. I also had an opportunity to listen to John Laird and talk to him about the levee. What can we do? What can he do to help us with the levee, the clearing of the river? And he said when we get to the point where we are really going to build the 100-year walls and the whole thing, he would be right on board with us. So working with Congressman Panetta on the levee and John Laird and getting all these people together with the Army Corps of Engineers. If you watched, you've seen some improvements, lots of rock being moved on the levee, which is really great. I think it was $4.1 million worth of rock, so it's a great thing. The chili cook-off was great. Measure D, highway money. I've also addressed the group to talk to them about Let's Go. We've talked about this now. Voters have approved it a couple of years ago, and we're still looking at looking at studies. We need to move it. People that sit in traffic every day, it's ridiculous. And so I was advocating for that. And there's going to be a meeting on September 29th at Ann Soldo School to talk about the Bridge Street medians and what we're going to do about that. It's currently grass, a lot of weeds, and there are some plans that the city has, so if you can attend that meeting, it will be really beneficial. Other things, I don't know, the commissioner's barbecue, the chili cook-off, all these wonderful things happened, and we had a busy summer. But I think that's it for me. Sons of Italy, the Sacco barbecue, just lots of events. And I think we're all very busy and appreciate the community's support. Thank you.
Councilmember Kaufman Gomez.
Thank you. I'm going to give you some announcement of some of the future events. You don't need to know where I've been, but where you would like to perhaps go and support some of our community events. We have the fair that's about 2 weeks from now, and that will be on the 12th of September. The Empty Bowls is a fundraiser for Loaves and Fishes that's going to be held on the 15th of September. And Music in the Plaza down here will be on the 20th of September. So there are a few events that are coming up here in the next couple of weeks for people to enjoy and to get out. I also want to talk about hearing that train that's coming through town here. We did approve the contract with Progressive Rail, which means we have freight service now to our businesses down here in Watsonville. And so please keep in mind that now there's another mode of transportation that's out there, and you'll be hearing the horns on that one. We'll see some more things going on. Hopefully we're going to see some business development as a result of getting the freight service back in this area. I know that you'll see some tankers on Walker Street, and the new vendor that's had this contract will be working on finding or identifying who the ownership of those vessels are so that we can get them moved so that they're out of the city limits and put back into wherever storage that they need to go to for the vendors for those cars. And we'll also be seeing a lot more information when it comes to the corridor study that will be coming out this fall. And it'll evaluate what's going on with the 32-mile corridor here, that whether we do rail, whether we do the trail, whether we figure the combination, where the money's going to come from, a lot of different ideas. Regional Transportation Commission has been very, very busy discussing that and involving the community with your concerns and questions and providing those type of updates. So I think those are all beneficial. On a checklist for staff, I'd like to have a report about fireworks. And I would like to see about us coordinating something with the vendors on that. And we also are supporting a no on Proposition 6. this particular proposition, why the council here unanimously approved the letter to support the opposition, is due to the fact that the money that we're getting from the Senate Bill 1 is a tax revenue that we're using to go ahead and improve a lot of the streets. So while there is a lot of caution signs that are out there, keep in mind that that's investment of the public money from the resources, much of it coming from the Measure D that the voters decided on, as well as the Senate Bill 1, which is a tax measure to go ahead and do what we need to do on the street improvement. So please have patience. Our staff know that we are trying to be as responsive as possible and to give you as much heads-up information as possible for the street improvements and some signage that you're going to be seeing some detours here. A lot of activity going on out there. We'll see Green Valley. We'll be seeing Airport with a lot of activity there. Hopefully we'll see Pennsylvania open up here pretty shortly. So please have patience. Drive safely around here, and to keep in mind that we have another modality that's out there that's very active in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Garcia.
As you have heard, there were so many activities that were taking place during our council vacation. However, I just want to speak on two that I attended. One earlier this month, the Board of Supervisors unanimously voted to place on the November ballot the Santa Cruz County Housing Solutions Bond, funding for new affordable units, funding for first-time home buyers, funding for homelessness, and funding to maintain those current affordable units that we have in existence now will be made available with a $140 million bond. I was asked to speak on behalf of the residents of Watsonville regarding the conditions of our housing and how this bond will be able to supplement the 3 affordable housing programs that we have. That is our inclusionary ordinance program, our first-time buyers home program, and our down payment assistance program. There'll be more information coming to all of you between now and November when you'll be able to vote on, do we want to contribute to funding for affordable housing? And on that note, if the bond passes, there's another bond it's a state bond on the ballot, which is also addressing affordable housing and veteran support. And so if we pass our bond locally, then we will have a priority to get the funding from the state because we become a self-help county. So hopefully you will consider that. Just want to add that during October, during the Affordable Housing Week, I will be having a district meeting, hopefully at EA Hall Middle School, to share with you the 3 affordable housing programs that we have that needs to get out to our community. Secondly, I attended the Project Thrive Culturally Responsive Organization Workshop. The purpose of the workshop was to increase clarity on cultural responsivity to racial equity. I was there representing the Santa Cruz County Latino Affairs Commission, but what I learned is that racism exists in all organizations and in all systems. There's no debate about it. Racism does exist. So as a city council member, I'm going to be meeting with Matt, our city manager, to examine if racism is an issue we need to look at here in the city. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Well, I'm going to try to keep it short. I just came back from vacation. Like all the rest of the city council members, I've gone to a lot of events. I've met a lot of folks. I've learned a lot of new items. I was hoping to have a little video for you folks in the slideshow, but I don't think that happened. Of some of the places I went and I seen and I met. But there was the intern summer program for the city that they had. I came to their presentations. It was a great program for the kids. We're hoping that it continues and that we can find support within the community to make it happen again. I've also attended RTC meetings. I've gone to the Parks and Recs Commission's meetings. I attended the John Lear talk on August 9th. There's also the health fair that happened at the plaza on the 10th. And I also attended the Jimmy Panetta town hall meeting, where one of the things that he actually pointed out, and it's really important, that we go out and vote. One of the things that we tend not to do in our community is when it matters most important that we go out and vote. There's a lot of items that are real big concerns, and sometimes we don't go out there and we don't exercise our rights. So don't forget to go out and vote. I attended the daycare center for the Salvation Army. I think that's a good program. We need to help support that. That's going to help hopefully a lot of homeless people to be able to get some services. And I also attended the JLCL, the Japanese American Civil Liberties event, and that really hit home. We need to remember what happened in the past to not reoccur again. There was a really inspiring picture that was shown there, and again, I was hoping that it would be able to be shown so you folks could be able to see this, of a tower that was at a concentration camp, overseeing these American people that were being held in concentrations. That shouldn't happen in this country, and like it happened to our kids being caged in cages, not because of their fault, but because of the need for immigrants to continue to grow and have the opportunity to better their lives. So that was a really touching event that I went to, and I really want to continue to help support in those events. The last one I'd like to announce is I also want to give out the need for the foster parents. Our children, there's children in this community that need foster care, and especially in the Latino community. So if anybody knows or is willing to help out a child, they can contact the Santa Cruz County Family and Services, and they can contact Norma Calderon at Norma Calderon, well, Norma.Calderon at SantaCruzFosterCare.org. Thanks.
Councilmember Hernandez.
I too attended a lot of events. I'm just going to talk about one event and upcoming event that's coming. Before I do that, I do want to encourage people to do the survey, the Complete Street Survey, and also attend the workshops about bike and pedestrian safety over in the Pal Center near Davis on Sunday. This last week, we had a Watsonville Homebuyers Workshop that had, far more attendance than we anticipated. We had nearly 240 people there. The room only fit like 100, so we had it packed to capacity, standing room only. But we were talking about our first-time homebuyers assistance program, about affordable housing, about housing in Watsonville. What was interesting is that we put a picture of all the houses available in Watsonville, and there was literally like 14, 15 houses that are available within the city limits, but you had like 250 people vying for these houses. That really drives up the costs. We had to turn away a lot of people from the forum. We had more people outside possibly than we had inside. So we are going to be having a second one. We're going to be having, this time it's going to be called the Watsonville Housing Fair, September 19th. It's going to be at 6 p.m. in the community room right over here. And again, we'll go over our first-time homebuyers assistance, affordable housing, but also we want to go over some rentals that are available as well, too. So people that are interested in purchasing a home, either now or the next few months or few years even, it's a great place to know about all the resources that are available. We want to provide all the resources for home buyers, people that are anticipating to purchase a home in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. I'm not going to tell you all the places I went and everything that I did, but it wasn't any vacation, I can tell you, and it's not going to be a vacation tonight either. We're going to move, but there are a couple of important fundraisers that are coming up to help the community in many ways. The Seroptimus, that's the women's group that helps women, they'll be having a fundraiser on 8/22, and CASA organization will also be doing a fundraiser this month, so you can check those out yourself. Let's move on to our public hearings. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We have a short, hopefully a short, brief history of Watsonville Airport. Is that coming up? We're going to fly in and fly out very quickly.
In 1903, near Kitty Hawk, North Carolina.
Perhaps we could have staff adjust the temperature in here too. I see people starting to get a little too warm. Maybe it's just me.
It's you. It's just
Oh,
you.
we got technical
It was that busy summer vacation I didn't get to take.
That's it.
Looks like IT's out.
Sounds like the equipment's overheated as well.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I just want to take a brief moment just to kind of remind all of the community members that we continue to celebrate Watsonville 150. And the year's not over. We still have a lot of opportunities to celebrate our 150th anniversary. We can be looking forward to some lightning talks in early November in our library. And we're also going to have our time capsule event. And of course, we're going to close the year with an awesome holiday celebration in the plaza. You all highlighted great events that we had during the summer, the Fire in the Sky, the Strawberry Festival, the summer concerts. All we have made extra special in celebration of the 150. And to continue with the tradition of this year, I brought you a very short video that we prepare in collaboration with our airport manager, Raven Williams, and also Pájaro Valley Historical Association, who has been a great partner in collecting awesome pictures to celebrate our history. So with that, I'll leave you with a very short video, and I promise it's short.
In 1903, near Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, Orville and Wilbur Wright made the first successful flight in history. By the late 1920s, 400 community members joined together to purchase land to build an airport. The 85-acre site was near Highway 1 and Salinas Road in Monterey County, and was chosen because it was the only land available at a reasonable price. The original airport site was a very busy center for flying activities, until the U.S. Navy turned it into an airship base. In 1939, the Civil Aeronautics Administration decided that a civil airport was needed in Santa Cruz County, since the previous location was now under the U.S. Navy's control. CAA representatives offered to build an airport in Santa Cruz if the city would buy the land. The agreement had one condition, that upon accepting the funding, the land would always be used for an airport. Santa Cruz residents voted down the offer, and the CAA presented the same offer to the city of Watsonville. A special election was called, and 1,537 people voted in favor and 407 against the proposition. During the war, the newly built airport was leased to the United States government for $1. And when the war ended, the federal government returned the airport. And on September 1945, Vern Ackerman was appointed as the second Watsonville Municipal Airport manager. Over its history, the Watsonville Municipal Airport has been an important asset to our community, whether during the war, recreational and commercial use, or the 1989 earthquake. It will continue to provide a service to Watsonville for many decades to come.
Thank you very much. The Watsonville Airport. Celebrating our 150th birthday. It's important that we reflect on the past as we view the future through a clouded lens sometimes. Let's see if there's a report out of closed session from our city attorney. Report out of closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council considered and received reports from staff on all of the items in closed session tonight, but took no final action on any of the items.
Thank you very much. This takes us to item number 10, our public hearings, ordinances, and appeals. First up, we're going to have consideration of the ordinance amending Title 14 zoning of Watsonville Municipal Code. This is about the brew pubs. So if you're here to speak about the brew pubs, and maybe we can get a head count from the other room too. How many people would like to address us this evening regarding brew pubs? Hold your hands up so I can see who it is. In the best interest of time, I'm going to limit your comments to 2 minutes, okay? So think about what you're going to say. Be as brief as you can. We're going to have a report to start with, a staff report. Then it'll go to council questions. Then the public hearing where you can make your comments. And then we'll move forward to the next item, I hope. So let's have staff report first up.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. I'm Justin Meek, Principal Planner for the City of Watsonville, and I'll be giving the staff report. By way of background, looks like we'll have some slides in just a moment. Just want to highlight that the current alcohol ordinance was enacted back in 2002, and that was as a result of a significant amount of outreach and engagement with many parties and community members within Watsonville. In large part, it was attempted to address some of the social problems and that were happening in a number of restaurants and bars throughout the community. And it provided safeguards, operational standards, and separation requirements in particular to help address some of those concerns. Since adopting the ordinance, a number of those issues have been mitigated and are no longer a problem today. The purpose of this amendment of the zoning code is to address a new type of alcohol establishment that's currently not permitted within our zoning code, otherwise known as a brew pub. Brew pubs are manufacturing facilities that also have a retail component. And so what we have before you tonight is some regulations to allow for these types of uses in commercial zones under certain circumstances and with specific operational standards. Brew pubs, as you may know, have grown in popularity in recent years. There's a number of them in the county, both Santa Cruz and Monterey County. They sometimes serve as community gathering places. In some cases, they also help reactivate commercial zones. And there's been increased interest in these types of establishments in a number of places. Here's just a list of some of the brew pubs in the region. As you can see, there's 2 with this type of alcohol license in the Watsonville area, although neither of them have a true brew pub restaurant component. And, for example, only one of them are within the city limits, and that is the Elkhorn Slough Brewing Company, and they're in an industrial zone. They do have a tasting room component in which they got a use permit for that purpose, but they don't have a restaurant and are not in a commercial zone. The other one, Corliss Brewery, is, of course, on Freedom Boulevard outside in Santa Cruz County. The other ones here, again, just for your information, are a number of ones in Santa Cruz to the north and Marina and Monterey to the south. And these are, again, brew pubs that have the type of alcohol license that currently isn't regulated in Watsonville. I've already noted some of these, highlighted some of these points already, that our current code does not provide specific regulations regarding brew pubs. Part of the amendments include specifically identifying which commercial zones that an administrative use permit would be required for establishing such a facility, as well as new safeguards and operational standards designed solely for brew pubs to add to the ones that already have for things like restaurants with beer and wine sales, restaurants with bars, and so forth. As part of your packet, you'll see there's a series of ordinances, and that's everything to establish a new land use classification code, provide a definition for what a brew pub is, identify which zones they're conditionally permitted in, provide the new operational standards, along with a compliance checklist, and the corresponding findings and conditions of approval to ensure that these on-sales establishments conform with the regulations. These regulations you see have been tailored with the express purpose of ensuring neighborhood compatibility and also better professional operation standards, which is not to say that the current establishments do not, but this is helping to provide additional language to allow staff to ensure that that's the case. One of the things that we've added, for example, is the requirement for lead training, which is a condition that typically we have required, but now we're codified in the zoning code itself. Also, we've enhanced the security measures, provide the police not only access to security footage, but also some discretion on whether or not to require private security if needed. And there's also a new fee that will be established, and the purpose of that is for alcohol enforcement and ongoing monitoring. This is something that hasn't been in place in the past and was one of the things that our community prevention partners stress was an important aspect that we should add to the ordinance. This is considered one of two-phase approach. Again, this is tailored specifically for brew pubs, but there's the opportunity as a phase 2 to do a more comprehensive update of the alcohol ordinance and establish different risk categories for high, medium, low risk categories and associated different requirements for those risk categories. These are some of the things that are done in other communities. For example, Santa Cruz, Walnut Creek, they have a similar type ordinance structure and something that Watsonville may want to revisit at a future date. I noted before, but staff will continue to work with our community partners and key business stakeholders in crafting revised language with, of course, the focus on making sure that we protect public health and safety. Now, procedurally, this goes through an amendment process. This has already been through the Planning Commission. They've reviewed the text amendments. They've made recommendations with 2 revisions and also supported findings in support, or made findings in support of these text amendments. The recommended revisions that the Planning Commission provided include limiting the number of brew pubs in the city to 5 and changing the proposed hours of operations to differentiate them from Sunday through Thursday and Friday and Saturday as shown on the screen, to have last call at 9 o'clock for Sunday through Thursday and closing at 9:30, and Friday and Saturday when it's busier to allow it to be open until 10, last call at 10 and closing at 10:30. We did receive a comment letter from the Oak Tree Property Company, which is run by Clark and Chris Kodiga. They're also the property owners for the location where a brew pub is planning to move into the community over on East Lake Village shopping center area. In their letter, they expressed the support for having last call for any time at 10 and closing at 10:30, and to also put the term of the use permit back to 20 years, which is what it was previously, although you'll see in the proposed language it's shown as 10 years. So they're wanting to go back to what it currently is today. For your reference, those same list of alcohol establishments we showed before, here are their hours of operation in table and graph form, just to get a general sense of when various brew pubs close in the evening time. As you can see, it ranges. There's some that only stay open till 8, and others that go to 10 and 11. The Planning Commission, did make the findings in support that the proposed amendment is consistent with the policies embodied in the general plan, and that the proposed amendment is compatible to the extent possible with the actual and general plan land uses of adjacent properties. This is also categorically exempt from SECRA, as seen that the regulation of brew pubs will not present an impact on the environment. And so this is the formal recommendation that comes from the Planning Commission for the City Council's consideration. With that, I conclude my staff report and open up to any questions.
Thank you very much. Let's see if the council has questions for Mr. Meek. Councilmember Garcia.
I need some clarification. We are amending our alcohol ordinance so Fruition Brewing can establish a business at East Lake Shopping Center. But I see that they have 2 business licenses. They have a restaurant business license, and they'll have this brew pub business license. And so my question is, tell me what is the relationship between those 2 business licenses, and how do they apply to Fruition?
So for a brew pub, they only need 1 license, a Type 23. It's technically a manufacturing license, but it also allows them to have a restaurant and sell on-site and serve on-site at the same time. So it's designed specifically for craft brew companies. Unlike, say, a Budweiser, where you get a Type 1 license and you have a huge plant, craft brew operations, they apply for a Type 23 so that they can manufacture the beer on site and also, if they have a restaurant, sell it on site as well. So we would only need one ABC license.
And so they don't actually need the restaurant license, but they just happen to have it.
They don't happen to have a ABC restaurant license of 41. So, for example, if you're a restaurant that wanted to be a restaurant and sell beer and wine, but not brew it on site as a craft brewery, you just apply for a Type 41. It's a type of retail license for on-sale establishment. They did apply for, and let me just clarify, that's from the ABC side. On the city side, based on the city's alcohol ordinance, they applied under our current regulations for a restaurant license. But that's a use permit that is provided by the city. That's separate from ABC. So any alcohol established in the city first has to get a use permit and then get approval, an ABC license from the state.
Oh, okay. It kind of clarifies it. Okay, my second question is, the application for the special use permit will include a neighborhood compatibility plan. In it, proximity to nearby sensitive uses such as schools, parks, churches, daycare facilities. My understanding is that the police chief will make the determination regarding that proximity. So my question is, do we already have guidelines that establish that proximity, or will the chief arbitrarily decide proximity?
The neighborhood compatibility plan is a new provision that's currently not in our ordinance. So this is an example of how we're trying to enhance the regulations for ensuring that operators are good operators. So, for example, when you have a new establishment and they apply for a use permit, they're going to have to submit a neighborhood compatibility plan. And one of the things that they're going to have to show is that they're cognizant that, A, they're nearby schools or churches or other sensitive uses, and how they're going to ensure that they're not going to contribute to the delinquency of minors by not serving to them and so forth. So this is a way to make sure that it's in their front and center in their minds on how they're being good neighbors to the community.
But you didn't answer my question. My question was, are there already guidelines for that proximity, or will the chief be making his own arbitrarily decision about proximity?
There are no guidelines, and that's not the discretion of the chief.
And what?
The chief does not identify proximity from establishment to sensitive use.
So who's going to establish that decision in terms of proximity? Because there are two schools within walking distance, for example. And so in terms of proximity, who will determine, yes, they're far enough away, or they're too close, or whatever the decision is made?
Well, currently we have separation requirements for different kinds of establishments. And those include, so for example, if you are a convenience store with beer and wine sales, you can't be within 300 feet of a sensitive use, a park, a church, and so forth. And so that's what we currently have. That does not apply, however, to, say, for example, a grocery store with beer and wine sales. So, for example, in the Eastlake Shopping Center, they can locate there because there's no separation requirements. Same with restaurants with beer and wine sales. So we distinguished already currently.
I understand that, but I'm talking about this particular business.
Yes.
How are we going to establish proximity for this particular business?
So the measurements that are done between it is done by property boundaries.
I guess if I can jump in here, Susie Merriam, Community Development Director. We're not looking with the looking at proximity to schools as a hard line. If you're within 300 feet or 500 feet or 1,000 feet of a school or a sensitive use, then you cannot establish there as a brew pub. What we're using that information for is to determine whether we have to look at changing some of their operational standards, or perhaps hours of operation, or how they're serving, really how they're operating their business to make sure that they're going to be good neighbors with the nearby schools or sensitive uses.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that clarification. And my final question is, actually are you, Mr. Meek, and this is from the minutes from the Planning Commission. You said, and you presented it here too, that there's going to be an annual fee, and that annual fee is $250. And so, and this is going to be to subsidize police and code enforcement. And so if you have 5 businesses, that comes out to $1,250. And so do you really believe that that's going to be enough money for added safety and security?
Do I personally believe that? No.
Well, I don't know personally, but I mean, does that suffice? $250 is my question.
And Councilmember Garcia, if you don't mind, I'll chime in on this one. So in conversations with our business partners and our community stakeholders, there was a decision made that as we move into this phase 2, which Justin had mentioned earlier on in his presentation, and we look at a more comprehensive review of our alcohol ordinance, many cities have moved towards a fee model where that fee can then go towards using a portion of one of our officers to do more proactive enforcement. So we acknowledge that this initial fee, as we talk about 1 business or even 5, is a small amount. It's an incremental amount, but it will help serve as a model as we look at phase 2 of that work. And that was the idea behind it.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Dutra, you're next.
Thank you. So I guess touching on my biggest concern is the fact that since I've been on the council for the last 4 years, we've been discussing of opening up the alcohol ordinance and really trying to create something that will be implemented citywide. So as I'm moving forward with tonight's, the topic of the brew pubs, I really want to make sure that whatever we implement into Fruition Brewery is something that I guess I just need to get clarification on if it's going to be something permanent. Are they grandfathered into whatever we decide tonight, or will there be an alteration to how we move forward with them? So I know there are several points with tonight what we're deciding on. If we decide once we do the ordinance, which I would assume we'll get to do soon, I would hope, and I probably will be off the council by the time you guys start it, but I hope it does get started soon. But that will we revert back to, will they be grandfathered in what they have, or do we change them to what we decide to move forward with in regard to like brew pubs?
So if you adopt the ordinance tonight, that will allow them to apply as a brew pub.
So
it won't grandfather them because they currently are not allowed to operate as a brew pub.
But if we change the guidelines for brew pubs, so they have to reapply to the brew pub?
We don't have any regulations for brew pub. That's the purpose of the text amendment.
I understand that. My question is, tonight we are gonna do something, most likely. Are they grandfathered into the decision we make forever, or once we do come back with a decision for the brew pubs, the final decision? What I'm understanding is that this is just kind of like a starting point. This isn't going to be the end-all, be-all for our brew pub ordinance.
I think I understand. Just to clarify, this is amending the alcohol ordinance?
Yes.
And the alcohol ordinance can be amended further in the future?
Yes. So if we do amend the alcohol ordinance and this is amended, how does it affect them? Am I not saying it correctly?
Yes, they would be able to apply to get a license to open a brew pub, as opposed to, say, a restaurant with beer and wine sales.
Are you talking about phase 2?
Yes.
Alcohol? Okay.
Let me take a crack at this. So, Councilmember Dutra, I think what you're asking is if the council were to approve an ordinance this evening, and Fruition, for example, were to apply under that new ordinance, and we were to make subsequent changes to it, what regulations would apply to them?
Exactly.
And that'll depend upon what changes the council makes in phase 2. There are different ways of making changes to the ordinance that either grandfather in existing businesses or have the changes apply to them as well. So those will be conversations we have down the road with the community and our business stakeholders, and it'll be dependent upon what changes the council decides to make at that time.
Okay, so if we do make changes at that time to the ordinance, they could not be grandfathered in, even if they had a better deal on a certain point. Say tonight we give them till 10 o'clock. I'm just guessing. Then we come back later and say, nope, we're going to close at 9:30. Then will they be getting that 10 o'clock close, or will they have to go back to the ordinance that we've created in the alcohol ordinance?
That's going to be, excuse me, that'll be decided at phase 2. I can give you an example. When we originally adopted the ordinance in 2002, what we did is we didn't mess with people's hours, but we gave them a 6-month window where they could come in and get a no-fee use permit so that we could at least just get standard conditions of approval on all alcohol licenses. And then we had a time period that those licenses were effective. So when either the license went out, they went out of business, or the license changed owners, or they moved, then they would have to comply with all of the requirements of the new alcohol ordinance. So really, there's different mechanisms we can use, as Matt said. We just have to decide that when we're looking at phase 2.
So just using kind of the numbers that I saw that's being presented by Planning Commission, if it was 5 years, right, for the term, where 3 years, say, I hope it doesn't take 3 years to do this ordinance, but say it does, right? Would they have to apply again and let's say they gave 20, so the new ordinance says 20 years. Yeah. Would they have to apply again for that 20 years? Or how would that work? Would they be automatically given the difference, 17 years, or,
It's really going to depend on how the council and the community decides to implement the ordinance or any ordinance changes.
So to add to that, the council has discretion about how the changes are rolled out and phased. Typically, it's done in a way to try to mitigate the impact on the existing operator so it doesn't take effect immediately. It would happen over time, as Susie's pointed out, whether the property was sold or they changed their operations. That would typically trigger that they would come into full compliance with whatever changes the council wants to make. So as we move down into this next phase, a big part of that, of course, is going to include all of our business stakeholders to talk about whatever changes are agreed upon, how it's phased in a way that's reasonable for our current operators.
I just think these are important questions for the business owners because they're investing a lot of money. And so if we want to make sure that we're protecting everybody in this situation. So, so I guess my next question would be, so just so the public understands the difference between the license that we would be giving to Fruition versus the one that we're giving to Beer Mule, how they're probably not on the same, they're not going to be counted in the same 5 if that's what just passed, and if you can discuss, maybe discuss those 2 first, and that there's a clarification for the public.
Certainly. So there's only one establishment that has a Type 23 in the city, and that's Elkhorn Slough. It's an industrial zone. They have a Type 23, so that's one. All the other ones that may have a look and feel of it are restaurants. So, for example, Beer Mule has a use permit that's tied to a restaurant. They do not brew on site.
Okay, and so when we did cannabis, we already had a cannabis grower operating in the city of Watsonville. So when we capped it at, I believe, 7, I can't remember the exact 6, they were grandfathered in as an extra. They didn't count towards that 6. Would this be the same situation?
That's up to the discretion of the council.
Evening, so we would be making that decision this evening as well. Okay. I have more questions, but you can go on.
Let's go to Council Member Gonzalez.
Yeah, I have a question for clarification. On a brew pub type 23, it only indicates that, it doesn't indicate that it's required to have a restaurant type.
If one of these establishments just wanted to be a microbrewery and not have a restaurant, they would be permitted in industrial zones, just in the same way Elkhorn Slough Brewery is. But if they want to be a brew pub and have a restaurant, they could also apply for the same license, and then they would be eligible to go into a commercial zone.
So only for the commercial zones. In other words, like Elkhorn Slough, it's a Type 23 only. It's not required to serve food. It could have food brought into it if it wishes, correct?
If they so choose.
But due to the fact that they're in a commercial zone, we're requiring them to also be a restaurant type?
Again, so that we're differentiating between industrial uses, breweries, versus brew pubs, which is much more of a restaurant type feel. And so that's why we're allowing for brew pubs to come in commercial zones, but not microbreweries, which don't have a restaurant.
Other questions from the council? Councilmember Kaufman Gomez.
Thank you. This particular recommendation is missing a spot. I've got the amendments to 14, and I've got times, and then I've got number of brew pubs on here. But we also had another one that had to do with the use, the special use permit, and there was some conversation about revising that particular time structure. Can you go into discussion a little bit more about 20 to 10 to 5 or whatever was going on with that, so that we have a better understanding of?
So as we, as staff, engaged community prevention partners and some of the property owners that were involved in the conversations, there were proposals, particularly by community prevention partners, to reduce the term from 20 to 5. And as a compromise, we settled on 10 years as seemingly an appropriate time frame. You saw the public comment from the Codigas that for business reasons, they think that investors in a property will want a longer time frame, so enhance assurances of that they will have a use permit for their operations for 20 years instead of 10.
Would the concerns that the public has about saturation and whatever going on in the alcohol, could that all be taken care of under the ordinance instead of under the use permit? Could the language
expand a little bit more what you're thinking.
What I'm thinking of is we know that rules need to be set. And we know that we're going to be looking at the phase 2, but we currently have something on the books in terms of the enforcement. And that's under our ordinance language instead of the permit. Permit is saying, okay, here's your license, and you can go ahead and get a lease for this amount of time because this is what your license is good for. And a lot of that is also tied into when it comes to businesses financing. If there's a small business administration loan, a lot of these things have to coincide in order to be able to get access to funds for the small businesses to be able to get things financed. One concern I have is that the short part of it is it may be very difficult for market of entry if it's too short of a window on the permit, because a lender is going to come along and say, well, I don't know what's going to happen after 10 years, so you're going to be limited to the type of financing that you can get if that restriction is there, when maybe it's more cost effective for them to be able to stay open and balance the books if we have a bit more time on the permit itself, but make sure that we're still covering the public concerns about all of the rules and regulations to be addressed within the ordinance. Can those two be, because there's step 1 and step 2 here. One is the permit, and one is the ordinance language and the rules. So could we make sure whatever the concerns are with the public are, to put them in the ordinance, and then to allow the public use permit to go along with what the terms may be for SBA loans and financing of what their initial recommendation is?
So you're wanting to tie the term of the permit to essentially the time frame that the banks want in terms of financing the operation?
I mean, for the feasibility for financing, because otherwise what we may end up having here is accelerated financing where the overhead cost is so expensive for market of entry, and may limit this as a viable type of business if we're going to put that kind of restriction for business development. Okay. But I'm making sure that we're still addressing the concerns that the public has about any of the rules, because we still have, and I know you want to chime in here, I can sense it, we still have everything that they're required for the compliance on an annual basis, regardless of whether it's 5, 10, or 20, but if we're restricting that 20 down, we're going to have a concern about money for...
Well, on your last point, and then I'll turn over to Matt, that if you were to set it at 20, and let's say there was a operator that was violating the terms of their conditions, then they would be subject to a revocation process, so that they would lose the right to have that brew pub or restaurant or whatever the establishment may be. There's still that option that's already in the code that we can take to just close down such an operator.
So any concern the public has about public nuisance of a business that has a 20-year plan can be cut down sooner because they're not complying with the rules of the ordinance.
Correct.
So we still have the assurance for the public for that, and still being able to balance out the business component of it. And we'll have the city manager chime in on a little bit more of this.
So, Councilmember Kaufman Gomez, I think you just stated it clearly, but for the benefit of the public. So we're talking about two things here. The ordinance sets forth a number of safeguards
Yes.
and performance standards that will ensure that the brew pubs that are coming into Watsonville are operating responsibly. In addition to that, we're talking about a time limit on the conditional use permit, which I think is what you're referring to when you say that there could be challenges with securing financing if it's a shorter term, 5 years versus 15. And so tonight there's a recommendation included in the ordinance that is a 10-year time limit on the conditional use permit. It's certainly within the council's authority to make an adjustment to that if you feel it's appropriate. And I know that there are stakeholders in the room tonight to speak on that point. But I wanted to clarify that we're talking about two different elements. One is a time limit, and one is safeguards that have been built into the ordinance itself.
Yeah, that's definitely why I'm wanting to make sure that if there were any modifications to the use permit, that we are still making sure that the rules are available to be complied with. Because what we're trying to do is this whole phase 2 is really to address the Miramars and a few of the other establishments that are no longer in business, and to be able to provide enough enforcement capability that law enforcement needs to have in restructuring the ordinance language and for the compliance. So I know that those are some of my concerns coming from the business world here for anybody that wants to come in and get things going, because that would then be the same as what we have already given the one on aviation as well. There was this 20 years for their conditional use permit. Is that correct?
20 years is currently the time frame for a new use permit.
So it would be consistent with what other was issued if we were to go to 20 on that.
So for example, Beer Mule, Linda's, all these alcohol establishments have a permit that's good for 20 years from the date that it was approved.
So we would remain consistent with what other policies are that are around this area.
It wouldn't change, correct?
Okay, and for right now, I know we'll have quite a few more comments made, but I'll let somebody else continue.
Well, right now we're taking questions. Questions from the council, Mr. Hernandez?
I want to follow up on the questions that Councilmember Trina Kaufman Gomez was mentioning. I'm trying to think of the well, first of all, I wanted to find out what was the thought process for staff's recommendation for 25. Was it 20 or 25 years for the planning when it went through planning? Is that also standard practice, or is it just 20 years?
I think back in 2002, if I recall the minutes for that, they set it at 20 years. I think for some of the same reasons that we're talking about tonight, that it will allow a business a time frame in which they could establish, but at the same time setting up provisions that in case they're not good operators and are a nuisance to the community, their permit could be revoked.
So this type of license, can they also begin the revocation process? If they're bad players, right? Can we do the same thing that we did perhaps to like Popo's or the one behind Crestview or
That's correct.
El Miramar? Same process. Because I'm trying to figure out why they're doing this 5-year or 10-year or 20-year when we have the process there already if they're bad players. And I'm thinking, we're forcing these groups or these investors, entrepreneurs, to become, number one, a restaurateur, and number two, a brewer. It takes a lot of capital for both of them, a lot of money that they have to get from SBA loans, maybe remortgage their house to get all this equipment. And as you know, just a restaurant, by a standalone restaurant alone, it takes them more than 5 years to recoup their initial down cost for this. So, the 5-year thing is, I find it puzzling that we're putting this requirement on a business that's putting down, all their money that they have on a business. It's actually two businesses, a restaurant and a brew pub, because it's different than just getting your beer from Elixir or Couch. You're actually having to buy a lot of equipment to make the beer, hundreds of thousands probably, just for this equipment to make the beer. And then we're putting these other requirements, time requirements, when we shouldn't be. We should be allowing them, treating them like any other business, which brings me to my second question. I mentioned those 3 restaurants. And I think I might have been on council for one or two, maybe three of them, jeez. Or two of them, two of the three that got revoked. And they really were bad players, right? And so they constantly had calls of service from the police. I wanted to find out from the list that you put of the similar businesses in the county. Can you put that list again one more time? There's two at Watsonville.
Yeah, you get Watsonville address at least.
Oh, so the two.
Corralitos is in the county.
So the Elkhorn, for example, how many calls of service have we had to that place?
Well, I would defer to the police, but in speaking with the chief earlier, he made a point of saying that there are very few calls for service to brew pubs that he found in his search.
Chief, do you mind coming up? I know you don't remember these past three businesses, the Miramar, Crestview, or Popo's, before your time.
No, it was before
but
my
I kind of
time,
remember them, the level of calls that they had. But I wanted to find out with Elkhorn, how many, do they get a lot of calls?
Well, first of all, Mayor, Council, members of the public, thank you for having me up here. I did do some research in relation to this ordinance. I compared other cities and similar establishments, brew pubs, breweries, as well as wine bars. And I was able to find out how many calls for service each jurisdiction had for those types of establishments. But specifically for the Watsonville, Elkhorn, Slough, and Coralitos Brewery, there has been no calls for service, at least in the last 6 months. I only did a sampling from January to July, but I'm fairly certain that if you did a year, it wouldn't be that much different.
And just on average, how did the whole county look with these type of establishments?
Actually, if you don't mind, I could just go through some of my notes.
Okay.
So I compared the cities that I knew had brew pubs or breweries. Some of them are a little different, but Morgan Hill, Salinas, Santa Cruz, Monterey, and Watsonville. Of course, Watsonville, we have the two that we just talked about, 0 calls for service. Morgan Hill has 5 establishments, and they had zero calls for service. And these calls for service are specifically related to that establishment and alcohol related. So I want to make sure that we focus down on the establishment itself. Salinas has 3 establishments that are similar to this, and they had 2 calls for service. Santa Cruz has 12 establishments. They only had 1 call for service. Monterey has 4 with 0 calls for service, and that's the ones I compared them to so far. I can still do some more research. I was looking at Gilroy and some other cities, but I haven't got that data yet.
Oh, that's fine. That's more than enough. I mean, I really don't understand the 5-year thing. I think that we could just give them 20 years, or I don't see why we even treat them like any other business. And it's the same thing for the hours, right? We've had issues with some establishments that are restaurants, more of a restaurant than a brewery or a place that sells beer. But we've seen them have more issues, alcohol-related issues, than these type of establishments that we have. And so I think with the hours, we can even lax up on those hours up to like 10:30, 11 o'clock. I thought,
Well, thank you very much, Council, for the good questions. I don't want this to age in the barrel any longer. Let's hear from the public, and let's make our comments as succinct and brief. You've got 2 minutes. 5 or 6 people can line up, and the folks from the overflow room, they can get over here too. So let's roll out the barrel.
Hi, my name's David. I really appreciate everyone devoting all their time and energy on this. My partner, Tallulah, and I have been working on building a brewery for almost 3 years, and most of that time has been looking for the right location. There wasn't anywhere that would make our, there just wasn't anywhere suitable. There's not a lot of options out there that will allow us to succeed. We finally signed our lease back in January at East Lake Village, and we've been moving forward ever since. But our current zoning, as a commercial, it's basically, it wouldn't allow us to sell our beer to go, and that would significantly impact our ability to grow and hire more people. I strongly suggest you consider adopting a 20-year use permit like suggested, no arbitrary cap on the number of licenses, and at least a 10 p.m. last call. I mean, by the time this meeting is over, I think a lot of us might want a beer. And our brewery would have to be closed. I think we can all agree that the zoning amendment is good for Watsonville, not just because of increasing jobs, but tax revenue and providing a much needed community gathering spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
When I decided to run for city council, I knew the first people I needed to contact were the Kotiga brothers, and the fact that the shopping center there at times represents or resembles a morgue. The once active, busy shopping center that was maybe 20, 30 years ago has largely petered out, and of course the last supermarket, when it took away quite a few customers, it needs a renaissance, folks. We need to get Coffeeville and a brew pub next to our new supermarket. Staff of Life coming in May, according to Mr. Richard Josephson. There's no reason we can't have a closing time at 10 o'clock, and there's certainly no reason to limit it to less than 20 years. And in addition, it is more than 1,000 feet away from McQuitty School and from Ansoldo. I know because I measured. And by the way, the good gentlemen, the Kotiga brothers, make good sense in their letter. I hope you will follow their advice. And no, transparency, I have not accepted or will not accept any contributions for my campaign from the Kotiga brothers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Could we have the next speaker, please? And let's keep the campaign out of it if we can.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Jenny Veach Olson. I am a resident of District 2 and I serve on the Planning Commission. Really quickly, I'd like to acknowledge all of the strong and independent thinkers who came out this evening to engage civically. We need that more than ever, so thank you for coming out tonight. As a planning commissioner, I was in favor of this brew pub ordinance as it was originally presented by the city staff. I asked the city council to approve the brew pub ordinance this evening with the following changes. First, do not adopt the revisions from the Planning Commission, and secondly, change the conditional use permit for breweries to be valid for 20 years. With the rise of the craft micro and even nano brewery industry and this timely ordinance, the City Council has the opportunity to attract new businesses, potentially fill the numerous empty storefronts around town, and be known as a business-friendly city to other potential investors. Let's be careful not to overregulate an industry that is already well regulated strictly by local, statewide, and even national guidelines. Craft microbreweries have become a third place for many people, the place where the local community comes together, where people know each other by name, bring their children and dogs, and stay a while with their old and even make new friends. A craft brewery is similar to a wine tasting room. Increasing the conditional use permit to 20 years is also a business-friendly policy that recognizes the significant amount of capital required to open a craft brewery these days and sets up these local entrepreneurs for long-term success. Let's be sure to give these small business owners an adequate amount of time in order to thrive. I want to thank the city staff, in particular the Community Development Department, for their hard work on this, and for the craft beer industry professionals who came out to support this evening. Please pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you can see people are making new friends here tonight.
Buenas noches a todos. It almost becomes like a mute point coming up here because we all support this. We're tired of just having Corona and Budweiser. We need something unique. It's a no-brainer. You said it. As a business, the bank needs to make sure that you have time to make it happen. You know that if there's any issues, our captain, our police force, they already know how to take care of things. These are people that are coming to Watsonville. Watsonville needs some youngsters, needs something else. We don't really have anything to go to and enjoy a cerveza after our hard day's work or having a meeting here full of people, which finally, thank you for having so many people here. But definitely, no-brainer. He knows. All your answers all your questions have been answered. Let's make it happen. These people want to have a business here. We need to change the area. Staff Alive is coming, and that village center needs to be revitalized again. We need another option. We need something to do for take your spouse, take a friend, a business person to another option besides what we have, which is very limited.
Javier, I know everybody's seen you on your TV commercials and such. Could you tell us your name for the permanent record? And I encourage everyone to fill out their blue card fully.
It's right here. My name is Javier Zamora, and I'm a certified organic farmer here in the area. And I also serve on the PVWMA as one of the only Latino directors. So I feel really happy to be here and in front of you. This is the first time that I come in and get to see you. And I know you guys are really smart people and want to make a change. These people have put you there, so it's your job to make sure that they do what you're supposed
Thank
to
you,
do.
Javier. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Let's roll along here.
Dear Mayor Lowell Hurst, City Manager Matt Huffaker, and City Watsonville Council members. My name is Guillermo Mario Cervantes, and I am currently a student at Watsonville High School, and this is my schoolmate, Stephanie Nolasco. We are present here today to express our opinion regarding the proposed changes to the alcohol ordinance in our town. We feel that youth perspective on issues such as alcohol has not been consulted or taken into account by you or leaders. The city has never hosted a youth summit or has asked the opinion of Watsonville students and youth regarding school policies, alcohol policies, which affect us as youth and young adults for the next 20 years. We're not against new businesses in our town, even alcohol businesses, as long as there are laws which prevent a negative impact on us and our families. An example of how saturation of alcohol in our town can affect us would be, for instance, if an undocumented student youth who has more access to alcohol decides to drink and gets a DUI, that can potentially disqualify that student from education programs such as DACA or financial aid and could stop him from even attending college. We, as youth and students, know the potential of our town, and we would like for our opinion and ideas to be heard and valued by our town government. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Stephanie Nolasco, and I'm from Watsonville High School. And in addition to what my partner said, we would like to invite you to see firsthand the potential and leadership we as students can provide to our own. During this past summer, we, a group of like-minded high school students in Watsonville and under guidance of Pajaro Valley Prevention and Students Assistance, have been working to launch a leadership event in our community organized by high school students for our peers. Our goal is to inspire youth to be active citizens and to both model and inspire leadership in our community. Our vision is, Empower Watsonville will create a community-driven generation of youth who will inspire their peers, create awareness about important issues, and work to solve conflicts in their community. Our leadership conference will take place December 8th of 2018 at the Watsonville High School Henry J. Mello Center for the Performing Arts, and we hope to see you all there, both an audience member as well as leader who can pass on your skills and knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to assure all the youth that they're always more than welcome to contact us, but we're going to keep alcohol out of the hands of youth.
Here, here. So first of all, careful what you wish for. For 10 years, I've been down here trying to...
Your name, sir?
Clark Kodaga here, Oak Tree Property Company. And one thing is, we are talking about multiple licenses, not just fruition tonight. So I think everybody needs to keep that in mind. They're a good example, but they're just an example of coming businesses that can benefit our community. Careful what you wish for, because for 10 years, I've been trying to get businesses from all over to come to Watsonville. And finally, the light is shining on Watsonville, and we need to take advantage of it. Otherwise, we'll miss an opportunity. As you know from our letter, and I've talked to all of you individually as well, minimum operating hours, 10 last call or 10:30 closing. They need a 20-year permit in order to justify the substantial capital improvement. You're looking at $600,000 to $1 million to put in a brewery, restaurant. Not a small endeavor. So 5 and 10 years is just not even, that literally kills the deal. So it's a matter, if you get a brewery, you get a new grocery store, you may get a pharmacy, not just there, but other areas throughout town. It's proven throughout that they're low-risk alcohol establishments, as Chief Honda stated. I also did research with the retired police chief here, Manny Solano, and he agreed with our recommendation. He thought it was reasonable with those hours of closing and also the 20-year use permit and the off sale. I could go on different things.
No, you can't.
I've got a letter here that you've seen from Sam Bishop, the landlord of Elkhorn. who says what a wonderful tenant they are, what wonderful people they bring to the area. We're excited to make some positive changes with Watsonville. We appreciate your support, and thank you for your time. And we're fortunate to have David and Tallulah interested in opening up such a fine business in Watsonville.
Thanks for keeping it to 2 minutes. Thank you.
My name's Anthony Carlson. I grew up on Eaton Avenue, right across the street from where they were planning on opening the brewery. I've also worked for 2 of the breweries on that list and consulted with 5 of them for stuff for the city of Santa Cruz planning events. I'm in favor of what all the other proponents said. I think it'd be myopic.
Can you step up to the mic, please?
Sorry. I think it'd be myopic of the council to not side with what the proponents would like to have happen, just in terms of an economic growth standpoint and a tax revenue standpoint. And lastly, I just want to say that I know sometimes, like, connotatively, alcohol establishment checks the wrong box for a lot of people. People think it's going to be a certain thing, but keep in mind that with a brew pub, kind of some of the most important inherent things are, creativity. There's an artfulness, and the biggest thing is community engagement. They're attracting people that are not just interested in, catching a buzz, but interested in the process of making the product. The passion that goes into it, beer being made with real ingredients and so forth. And I think everybody's probably at this point noticed how much of a community hub brew pubs can become. And, they attract other businesses. They tend to sort of, as they say about the rising tide, help out the neighborhood. And, speaking as someone who grew up across the street and watching that shopping center kind of everything come and go, my mom still lives there. I'm in the neighborhood at least twice a week, if not more. I think it'd be a really good asset, and, making it as easy for them as possible to open up their business, especially when people are doing it on a shoestring. I think, it's a good decision. Thanks.
Thank you.
It's the heels. Hi, good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Erika Padilla Chavez, and I'm the Director of Pajaro Valley Prevention and Student Assistance. We are here tonight, first of all, to thank the staff for practicing good policy making, and inviting our agency and community prevention partners to be in discussion of how best to modify the alcohol ordinance to meet the economic development vision that you and the staff has set forth. In that discussion, we shared research of what other communities who have made brew pubs an anchor business entity, have done to mitigate potential negative impacts. We discovered that many cities who have successfully been able to integrate brew pubs into their community's business fabric established deemed approved ordinance. The cities the chief mentioned all have deemed approved ordinances. And it's great to know that when you have that in place, you don't need the police department responding. That's exactly what that ordinance is meant to do. Tonight, I would like to clarify that community prevention partners and PVPSA are not against brew pubs. That has never been our stance. We are, however, as subject matter experts in this area, because we helped craft the 2002 ordinance, interested in supporting you, the city, in adopting a comprehensive policy, i.e. a deemed approved ordinance. Now, we know that you have immediate businesses that need to get in the door because they've invested already through the restaurant development and they're waiting to get their Type 23 license so they can operate. We understand that. And so that's why this whole proposal of having 2 phases came forth, because we recognize you have that immediate need and we want to have a deemed approved ordinance like all of these cities that the chief cited. So what we're asking for tonight very quickly is not very indifferent from what staff is recommending. We're asking, since this is phase 1, that there be 5 licenses. We're going to come back to you with the final ordinance. We're asking, we started with a 5-year CUP, but I want to thank Councilmember Kaufman Gomez, who was very insightful in meeting with our team and giving some of that inside business. We agree that a 10-year makes sense. The likelihood of it being 20 when we come back is pretty high, right? Because we will have had an opportunity to strengthen the policy even more so.
Let's stick to 2 minutes if we can.
Yeah, I'm going to wrap up. And thirdly, we do ask for the hours. This is a neighborhood community. This is not an industrial area, so we ask that you consider that. And then finally, we know how important this is to you to get it done. So we're willing to start to work with staff if you direct them to start working on the phase 2, because that's what we want. We want to come back with the final ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Council. My name is Robbie Olson. I live and work in Watsonville's District 2. And in light of the Downtown Revitalization Initiative, in light of our city's business-friendly stance, and in hopes of creating a range of family-friendly businesses that will produce tax revenue for our city, I urge you to pass a brewpub ordinance tonight. I would also like to address an element of the ordinance that I hope to have amended tonight. I encourage you to remove the kitchen regulation from the ordinance. According to the ABC License Type 23, a brewpub may but is not required to include a kitchen. A brewery and a restaurant are very different businesses. Requiring a brewer to also be a restaurateur is an onerous regulation and may be cost prohibitive for a fledgling brewery. Brewers understand the importance of having food available when patrons are consuming alcohol, despite the fact that there is no current regulation. Breweries without kitchens consistently allow food to be brought into their businesses or partner with food trucks and other similar businesses. Food is good for the brewery and it's good for patrons, but that food does not need to be supplied by the brewery. Now, if the food regulation does remain in place, I'd like to call your attention to the fact that it is currently structured in a backwards way. Brew pubs in commercial zones are invariably surrounded by restaurants that have potential to create symbiotic business relationships. For example, if the forthcoming Fruition Brewing Company in the East Lake Center were to be required to have a kitchen, or were not required to have a kitchen, they could create partnerships with Sushi Q, Carmona's, Chili's Pizza, Coffeeville, Hong Kong Gardens, India Gourmet, and soon Staff of Life. 6 restaurants and a grocery store. Food is not in short supply in this commercial area. If food service is to be required in a brew pub, it should be in the industrial spaces where no restaurants or grocery stores are in the accessible vicinity. While I would prefer not to see this over-regulation at all, I urge you to at least consider the reasonableness of requiring food only in industrial zones rather than commercial zones. In doing so, you will encourage symbiosis between diverse businesses rather than stoking competition. Thank you for considering this amendment, and I urge you to pass a brewpub ordinance tonight.
Thank you.
I'm going to try to bring my own timer. Hi, my name is Ari Parker. I live in District 7, and I've lived there for about 30 years. And good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager, and public. Wonderful things are happening in District 7, and I'm super excited about it. So I'm here not just to encourage you to pass this, but to say this is awesome. We are, none of this was magical happening. A lot of people, city staff, community partners, and certainly our business community have worked so hard to make things happen on our side of town. So in District 7 and in the East Lake Village Shopping Center, the gateway to Paro Valley on our side, we most assuredly understand the significant financial investment and capital risk that people are taking on by coming in and providing these opportunities for us. I want to thank the Codiga brothers for leading the way. It's easy to say just do it, but it's hard to actually make it happen. Myself, my neighbors are very excited by what's happening in our local shopping center. We need to support our business community. We have Staff of Life, a brew pub, Coffeeville, in addition to all the other fabulous businesses we already have there. So what's been happening over the last few years, I just want to say I really applaud the efforts of the business community because, hey, without the business community, Watsonville can't grow. And so this is a complex issue, but I really encourage you to pass this brewpub ordinance and at 20 years and a closing time 10:30, 11 o'clock because I'm a teacher for 30 years and teachers need to have a beer and my mom's 95 and other than pie and ice cream, it's beer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Muy buenas noches, señor alcalde y miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es María Cristina Negrete y vengo con mi compañera Andrea Camacho. Somos parte del programa de promotoras de salud de la agencia Pájaro Valley Prevention. Nosotras tenemos familias y niños en diferentes escuelas como la MITY, la Escuela Alianza, la H-High, la Escuela IEJO y la Landmark. Vivimos en los distritos 2 y 7 y hemos vivido en Watsonville desde hace 5 años hasta 42 años. Estamos aquí presentes en esta junta hoy porque queremos expresar nuestra preocupación sobre algunos de los cambios que se están proponiendo a la ordenanza sobre los permisos de venta de alcohol en nuestra comunidad. Queremos recordarle al concilio y a nuestros líderes electos la importancia de informar, incluir y escuchar las voces y opiniones de los ciudadanos de Watsonville antes de tomar decisiones tan importantes, las cuales afectarán la salud y bienestar de toda la comunidad por muchos años. Sabemos que ustedes quieren tomar las mejores decisiones para la comunidad, pero les queremos recordar que fueron nuestros votos los que les otorgaron sus posiciones de poder y responsabilidad. Y es importante no perder esa conexión con los ciudadanos. Nosotros platicamos con muchos miembros de la comunidad, los cuales no se sienten tomados en cuenta ni bienvenidos en estas juntas. Pedimos que se haga un esfuerzo mayor para incluir a la comunidad en estas juntas, incluyendo los horarios en los que se toman esas decisiones tan importantes, ya que la gente trabaja y no puede estar presente cuando estas decisiones se discuten al final de la agenda, porque ya es muy tarde.
Gracias,
Muchas
señora.
gracias.
Could we have translation, please?
Okay, so she's saying her name is Maria Negrete, and she's here
We
with
can't quite hear you.
Her name is Maria Negrete. She's here with her friend tonight on behalf of the program, the Pájaro Valley Prevention. And they're coming here because they have family and kids in the schools close by. Most of the people in their group live in districts 2 and 7. And combined, they live in Watsonville, some for 5 years, some for about 45 years. And they are here to express their worry, their concerns about the proposed changes to the alcohol in our community. And they'd like to remind you to include people's voices and opinions that are here in the community before you make important decisions that would affect the people of Watsonville long term. They know that you want to make good decisions, and they also would like to remind you that the people are the ones who voted the council people into the positions, and they would like to make sure that you keep the connection with everyone in the community. And again, to take into consideration, they're saying that when they talk to other people in the group, a lot of the people don't feel included in the decision-making process with the city. And just please understand that a lot of people work, and they work very late. They're not able to come to the meetings, especially when a lot of these decision-making topics happen late at night.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name's Logan Fromm. I'm a small business owner in the East Lake Village Shopping Center. I just want to say a few words, and that I hope that you would, adopt the 20-year permit for Fruition Brewing. I've worked in the center since 2013, and I've definitely seen. When I first got there, we had a lot of vacancies, and I was able to start a small business. My dream, the Kotigas really helped me out with that, and they're there every single day, busting their butt to try to get that center up and running. And by God, I mean, it's staff of life. It's amazing. fruition's coming in. It's really exciting, and this is my first council meeting that I've ever been to, and it's a learning process for me, and I can see that you guys have very hard decisions to make between what's safe for the public. I think that's a big concern here, and also being able to bolster economic development. So there's a fine balance, and I really see that, and you guys have tough jobs, and I really respect you guys for that. But I hope that you would. Obviously, we can see the economic benefits to this, but in just saying something, I mean, I think in the words of Javier, it's a no-brainer. I mean, you look at the statistics from the police chief. I don't want to thank him for addressing that as far as how many calls are actually, how many times are police being called to these brew pubs, and it's not even an issue. So I hope that can quell some of the concerns with the public about safety. Another thing I want to mention, that in the center, we have which has really helped, and I've noticed it in the last 5 years, is that we have security that does rounds. And I mean, I have cameras, and I look at those cameras, and I don't see any weird activity going on, whereas before there were people hanging out, loitering. We had some break-ins and stuff, but that all has changed because of the Codegas, and then we got a security firm in there. So that'll bolster the safety as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kim DeWitt, and I am one of the owners of Beer Mule, as well as one of the founding members of Beer 30, and also a future owner of a new restaurant and beer garden at the Wiener Schnitzel, the former Wiener Schnitzel in Santa Cruz. So we have quite a bit of familiarity with the different Santa Cruz County, Santa Cruz City, and the City of Watsonville permitting processes relating to alcohol. And I would like you to reconsider limiting the use permit for brew pubs to 10 years. The cost to build out a brewery, as you've heard, is very significant, and these small businesses need our support. They need help getting open. And limiting the length of time of the use permit hurts them. So please consider that Santa Cruz County and the city use permits run with the land. They aren't limited at all as long as the use hasn't ceased. Also, it's no secret that breweries are safe, family-friendly environments. We have 14 breweries in Santa Cruz County and only one in Watsonville city limits. Why would we want to limit the number of brew pubs when this will limit economic growth and limit the number of safe places and fun places for this community? And lastly, please reconsider limiting hours of operation. Neighborhoods within our community are all unique and different. Having the ability to establish operating hours that fit within those communities is important. In some neighborhoods, an earlier close might make sense, and in others, a later close might be compatible. ABC establishes a lot of operating restrictions based on feedback from City Council, police, and the community. Please let planning staff, through input of neighbors and the community, establish operating guidelines that can be set as conditions of approval and reviewed, amended, or revoked as appropriate for each business, rather than establish strict and restrictive ordinances that may deter or affect economic growth and opportunity within the Watsonville community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shaw DeWitt, and I'm also part owner of the Beer Mule. In my research and traveling around to a lot of breweries and craft beer bars around the nation, most of them are extremely responsible and take extreme pride in having excellent service and an excellent atmosphere so that they're not driving away good people, and good people definitely push out any of the bad customers. The one thing we've also seen is hours are self-limiting by the area that the brewery or brew pub is located in. Some will close as early as 8, others may stay open later. But by giving them the access to the later hours, they could have a special event for their anniversary, so they could stay open late and have bands and have a good time with all their customers they've been enjoying throughout the year. the one thing about requiring food for these breweries is nobody requires anyone to buy your food when they go in. So it makes really hard for, a small place like Fruition coming in to make that extra expense, and then it just sits there idly while they're selling beer. By restricting the growth of how many places will come into Santa Cruz, actually, I think deters people from coming into Watsonville, because the more there are, the more people come in and will travel around to the different places to experience what they have to offer. Lastly, beer is agriculture, and Watsonville was a hop-growing community in the 1800s, and a brewery such as Sierra Nevada consumes 24 acres of hops per day. And let's give someone a reason to restart hop growing in Watsonville, like maybe Javier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great to hear from an operator.
Hello, Council. My name is Olive Mordock, and I'm one of the new business owners of the Beer Mule, located at 45 Aviation Way in Watsonville. And I'm also one of the owners of Beer 30 in Santa Cruz. I'm here to speak out on behalf of allowing breweries to stay open until the proposed 9 and 10 p.m. and even past that, as my business partner had mentioned, on special occasions, depending on the area and the opportunity. We know that a large portion of our customers in Santa Cruz are driving in from Watsonville regularly, and it's one of the reasons we actually decided to open our business here, as we know it will serve this community well. It makes sense for the residents to spend their money in their community. It also makes sense for neighboring communities to come and spend their money in Watsonville. These people who appreciate and enjoy craft beer are parents, professionals, students, and people like me who appreciate handmade and artisan fare. These are people who want to support small, independent, and local businesses that are run by people who want to fulfill their dreams of operating their own business, like these fine folks here. I ask you to allow growth of these new and existing businesses as long as they are following the guidelines of the ABC and practicing responsible beverage service. It's a tremendous financial undertaking to open a new business, and I ask you to please support these new business owners adopt a 20-year permit in their long-term quest to thrive and revitalize the city of Watsonville. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, even though you got 2 minutes, you don't have to use them all.
He says that as I walk up.
No.
Good evening,
It's for everyone.
Good evening, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Huffaker, Mr. Mayor Lowhurst, and other City Council members. My name is Georgia Acosta. For the record, I am a governing board member for Pajaro Valley Unified School District, Trustee Area 2, which resides in District 7 and District 6, but I want to assure you I'm not here tonight to speak to you at that capacity. I'm here this evening to speak to you as my capacity as a constituent in District 7, as well as a business owner in District 7. I would like to encourage all of you, as a fellow business owner in District 7, to be supportive of all businesses in the city of Watsonville and District 7, and to encourage their involvement in our community. The Codigas have been excellent business leaders in District 7 in our district and community over the past several years with their revitalization of our area. I ask and encourage all of you to be supportive of these business ventures and support business owners in our community like my lowly self, and support this initiative tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great to have an educator in the house.
Hi, I'm Chris Kodiga. I'm here to speak, and I'd just like to hold this up. This was on the Pajaro Valley Chamber of Commerce. It says, book sale, our annual Books and Brews, benefiting the La Selva Beach Library, and that was in August, so I don't know if you guys made that. Real quickly, Watsonville is on the upswing. It's got a great quality of people and diversity of jobs and people. In addition, it's a great community. It's a beautiful place to live. It's a wonderful city and area. Even though we don't live here, we really love it. We enjoy coming here every day. And our feeling is, let's keep the city residents here. Let's give them the opportunity that other areas in the county have. From a standpoint of economics of this, it's local jobs and local business owners. It's sales tax for the city. It's a rejuvenation of the city's core and industrial areas, update old buildings, etc. Also can be a community, it will be a community gathering place. In addition, as you've heard, it's low risk. Also, you're getting artisan businesses, you're getting entrepreneurs and craftsmen. So it's a lot of good things. So from a standpoint of the hours of operation, we talked about 10 p.m. last call, 10:30 closing. You've seen that already. What that gives us is it gives the business owners the option, that gives them flexibility, and it's not an end-all. They can choose to close earlier or not. It's consistent with other brew pubs, and the city staff recommended this at the Planning Commission meeting. In addition, on the length of the conditional use permit, 20 years, it's a small local business. They need a level of certainty. It's consistent with other brew pubs and similar establishments in the county, and it gives a viability to the business, and we've already talked about it, about financing and paying off loans. In addition, the city and ABC can pull these licenses at any time. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Council and City staff. Jonathan Kolodinsky here. Wanted to take a moment and congratulate Mr. Huffaker at his new position, and just speak really quickly on the issue of the brewery this evening. I think it's really important that we support the courage and vision of entrepreneurs in our town and constituents who have the vision to create businesses. And I personally enjoy the community and camaraderie that's found at some of the other breweries in our region, and I look forward to being able to have that closer to where we live. I know that you guys all have a lot of difficult decisions to make, and appreciate your consideration on the matter. I'm in support of the 20-year term. It seems as though with the tremendous financial investment required in establishing a business such as this, it's imperative that they've got some runway to be able to make their business successful. And as a community and as a governing body, I think it's very important that we support the people and constituents within our community that have the courage to create businesses. I think that it's important that the hours of operation are extended, that there's no unnecessary restrictions on that. It seems nonsensical to limit hours in the way changing between days and weekdays and weekends. But anyways, thank you everybody for your hard work and consideration. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. And the hour is getting later, and we do have some other business too. So let's wrap it up if we can.
Hi, good evening, council members and the public. My name is Selena Corona, and I was born and raised in this beautiful community of Watsonville. I'm a fellow craft beer lover, and besides El Conslu, the nearest breweries are located in Santa Cruz, 20 plus minutes away. We need places in Watsonville where friends and family can hang out and just have a good time. Locals don't particularly enjoy having to drive 20 plus minutes just to grab a beer with friends and have a little fun. These brew pubs are family friendly, like our nearby Beer 30, which we love. Kids and adults alike can enjoy these establishments. Community members want to stay in Watsonville and help our town thrive. We will all want to positively contribute to our town economy. Nearby cities like Santa Cruz and Capitola are prospering. It's time for Watsonville to prosper and grow. I strongly support this resolution and believe that these businesses will be a great addition to the community of Watsonville. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So my name's Kasha, and I'm 831 Food Truck. I'm a local business in this community, and I have actually worked with a lot of these breweries. I'm in full support of this ordinance, and this ordinance is also crucial to food trucks and local food businesses in our area. A lot of us, we have to suffer also when they close down. We have to do their last call. And to add on to the point of the youth, I actually employ a lot of teenagers and the youth from the Digital Nest around here, and the kids are truly amazing, and they don't pick up drinks. I would actually be able to employ them longer and keep them out of trouble, per se. The breweries are a huge community element and bring people together, and I've gained a lot of friends and family and support from the local breweries and businesses that have tremendously supported us in the food industry. So I'm in support.
Thank you very much, and thanks for bringing great food to Watsonville.
Good evening, members of the council and city staff. Carmen Herrera Mancier, a resident of Watsonville and also executive director for El Pájaro Community Development Corporation. We, as you know, have supported businesses for a long time here in Watsonville. And I just want to share a couple of considerations that I have in terms of the breweries. One, I just want to clarify one thing in terms of the loans. We do have worked with groups that have done, and local blanks do offer leases for loans for people that have leases for 10 years. We actually, our entrepreneurs, food entrepreneurs at the Kitchen Incubator have benefited from the being able to sell their food at the breweries, and we see that as a positive, and I think it's important to have different venues and different opportunities for people to go and hang out and all of that. I just want to ask the council if it will be, and I think it's very important also to bring economic development and economic investment to the area. And since we're talking about benefiting the locals with economic development, I wonder if there will be a way of including in that new ordinance some sort of preference for local businesses. We know of local people that are wanting to start breweries also. So if there will be a way of giving some sort of quota or something so that people who are residents of Watsonville and are wanting to start that type of business are also, selected to get that type of license. I don't know if that, I don't know how those things work, but I think they will be. I'm just planting the seed there because I know of local people that actually some of them are sitting in this room tonight, and we actually have a local resident also trying to start one. So I just want to plant that seed there.
Thank you very much. And you had a great event last week. Very well attended. Thank you.
Hello again, Mayor, councilors. My name is Alan Flores. I live in District 3. I'll keep this brief as many of my points have already been stated. I support and encourage this resolution as it will have many benefits to the city of Watsonville. I also support the 20-year term and recommend 10:30 as the closing time across the board. Thank you for your time, your hard work. Now let's create some much-needed jobs for the city. Good night.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Jorge Vasquez. I'm actually employed at Elkhorn Slough Brewing Company. I've been there since we started. We've never had any problems with time. It says we close at 9, but sometimes we don't even close until 10:30. So we do last call at 10, and we've never had any problems. I've lived at East Valley or East Lake for my whole life, and I've wanted Watsonville to become something for a long time. So I'm in support of this ordinance. I think that the 20 years would be a good because I know how hard it can be for a brewery to repay these loans, especially if they're doing a Type 23 and a restaurant. So I'd like to see some changes happen, and I'm all support for all this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Maria Cuca de Santana. I'm from Strikers. I live in Watsonville for 45 years. I know it's been after the strike, after the earthquake, it's nothing in Watsonville. Sounds to me it's like a ghost town. I live in Bronte Avenue. You bring, I think, Staff Alive is something. I think just pass these resolutions. I'm not to do what to do, but I need something. I don't want to be like all the time from, example, San Jose or far away to people have fun. Everybody can drink, responsible. And our District 7, we need stores. After the store closed, we nothing around there close to us. When the handicapped people, with the others, with the village. Well, Akinurs has the resolution. I am favor. I support her. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuka. Thank you very much. That concludes the public comment here this evening. Well, we're going to take this back to council and see what they can brew up. Councilmember Garcia.
Like all the other city council members, we received just a very, very long list of emails from different community members. And I wanted to say, me personally, of the long list that I received, every one of them said, let's support this PRUPUB ordinance. However, of all that long list, the majority that I received said, let's have a 5-year limit versus a 20-year limit. So I really am in support of what staff is recommending because I think it's a compromise because we always want a win-win situation. And I think this staff report or staff recommendation is that win-win situation. However, I do have a question because I'm not a business person at all. I'm wondering if we go with a 10-year recommendation that is brought to us versus a 20-year recommendation, will that 10-year recommendation limit, or not limit, but prohibit the owner potential of the employer to go into business?
Is that a question for staff of whether or not?
Yeah, I'm at because I'm not a business person. I don't know about finances of business. And so my question is, if we go with your recommendation of 10 years versus 20 years, will the 10-year prohibit this brewery from going into business?
I don't know if I can answer that on behalf of the business themselves. I think each individual business has different business models, and the finances they need to invest in a specific space depends on the space and the business. I don't know if I can answer that.
Councilmember Garcia, I would just add to that to Mr. Meek's point, I think it depends on their financing package, but you have heard here tonight, again, using just one example of others that could come down the road, that the investment could be in the range of $600,000 to $1 million, right? And so the concern tonight and in some of the letters was that 10 years wouldn't be a sufficient amount of time to ensure a return on that investment. That's just one example. There could be others or different financing models that look different than that. But that's based on the feedback that we've received tonight and in some of the correspondence in advance of the meeting.
Other comments from council? Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yeah. My concern is having the brew pubs tied in with the restaurant part of it. I don't think I don't know if this ordinance has required them to have the food service part.
So let me just clarify. There was a couple points made also about commercial kitchens, and I think it would be useful to draw your attention.
I mean, it seems like he's opening up two businesses, and I commend him for that. But I think if we're going to pass an ordinance on brew pubs, we need to really be clear on if we're going to require them all to have food services to serve beer.
So one of the requirements that is currently being considered is that food be made available. So this would be a eating and drinking establishment. That does not mean that a commercial kitchen, however, needs to be put in place. Just that food must be made available.
Okay, so they can, future brew pubs, not this one, won't be required to have a commercial kitchen.
There's nothing in the ordinance as drafted that requires a commercial kitchen. That was clarified at the Planning Commission last time as well, that a brew pub is defined as an eating and drinking establishment
one, that food must be made available, two, but that there's no provision that requires a commercial kitchen, to be put in as part of the restaurant.
So we can say that they're being a good neighbors by adding a restaurant portion to their brew pub.
Yes, and as part of food being made available, they could have, say, Sushi Q, for example, next door, provide some of their sushi available at the brewery, and that would qualify them.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't getting tied up with the restaurant portion of our alcohol ordinance and the brew pub ordinance, and people understood that they weren't going to be required to have a commercial kitchen when they, for any future interpreters that want to come in and open up a brew pub.
Correct.
We're going to go to Dr. Bilicich next, then Councilmember Hernandez, then Councilmember Kaufman Gomez.
I was going to say, I've heard from a lot of people in District 7, and people are excited and very happy about Staff of Life. They like what's happening with Coffeyville. They like what's happening in our community. And it's kind of been said, there isn't much on the east side, and something needs to happen. And so here we have somebody coming forward saying, we want to do something. We want to help you. I'm looking at this and I'm saying, I've listened to people, 20 years, it sounds like that's the minimum. Although people talk about, we should have only 10 years. Maybe we should. But what if we went with 20 years, and what if we also had the time, I don't know, maybe 9:30 to 10, all the way across the board, or 10 to 10:30, just every day so people don't get confused on the time, and get started with this phase 2 ASAP so that we get something going. But I have to say, people, I've been inundated with emails and everybody saying, do it, do it, do it. We have to do something on the east side. So I'm inclined to make a motion here very soon. I don't know if you want more comments.
Well, let's hear what Councilmember Hernandez has, and then Councilmember Kaufman Gomez had her hand up for a while.
For a long time, I think all the council members here get comments about bringing new businesses to town, creating a new vibrancy in town. We need to revitalize our town. And, I've attended several workshops and different kinds of conferences, the ISCSC conference, and, they talk about how, I went to one workshop, and I remember they were talking about how downtowns are dying and how businesses are dying. This was about a year ago, and they were talking about Kmart filing bankruptcy, Mervyn's, JCPenney's, and everybody, everybody that's in downtown was filing bankruptcy. And they're talking about new communities that are burgeoning, that are coming up, and how is it that they're coming up? And a lot of them were places, cities that were revitalizing were places where there's a lot of young people, and people don't expect young people to purchase things or buy things. A lot of people blame millennials for the downfall of the economy, but they're talking about how these communities that are actually revitalizing, it's because of millennials. But us as council members and in our local community, our developers that we have to create destinations. These breweries are not just a local restaurant. It's a place that people from Santa Cruz, people from Salinas will come and attend. I've been at Elkhorn, Corralitos, and I've met people there from different places. People come over that have family members from Santa Monica, and they come bring their friends there, their family, to places like Elkhorn Slough Brewery. If you could look at the map on the back on that place, it's got places from all over the United States. The little pins on the map from all over the United States. And those are the kind of destinations that we need to create. Those are establishments that create an experience. And I think that we can't limit these places. We can't limit their pocketbook. We can't limit their hours. These are the kind of places that millennials go to. These are the kind of places that are going to revive our downtown, revitalize our city, going to create the sales tax revenue, because people tell me about back in the day in the history here in Watsonville, and unfortunately, Woolsworth is gone, bankruptcy. JCPenney's is gone, bankruptcy. But we have here a new day. We have a new generation that's coming up, and we need to capitalize on that. We need to create these businesses. I would like to entertain a motion to do this, to move on this. The last call, 10:30, across the board, 20-year use permit. I would hate to put a limit on amount of breweries because I think that we can create a hub here. But, I mean, I'd be fine with 10. That would be my motion.
Okay, motion by Hernandez. Do we hear second?
Well, I'd like to change that a little bit, change it up. I think we should also have 5 licenses that was recommended. I think the time, if we did 10 o'clock and went to 10:30 as the closing time, is that what you said, Felipe?
10:30 last call. 11 closing.
I also think that we also have, even if we give you the 20 years, which I think is fine, this is not going to be like, hey, they've got a 20-year license to do whatever they want and everything's going to break loose and it's going to be terrible. There's still going to be people watching as to what's happening there. Anything can change in a year or 2 years if they don't do what they're supposed to do. But you can see that we've had limited police intervention because it hasn't been necessary. And I know that Erica talked about having other rules, and so we need to get phase 2 going right away. I think that has to happen, I don't know, in a couple of weeks, by this fall. Let's go. Get it going, phase 2, so we can get things in writing. But I agree with what you proposed, except I think I would go with a 10:30 right now for that shopping center.
Okay, the 10:30?
It sounds like a friendly amendment and a
Wait
second.
Mayor?
So yes, sir.
We don't have a motion yet because there's been a motion but no second.
That's correct.
So it can't amend something that's not even a motion yet.
All right.
I'll second it.
So we have a motion now.
Okay.
And we now have a second. Who was the seconder? Gonzalez?
Okay, so, and that's without Councilmember Bilicich's amendments so far?
Okay, I want to add my amendments, and
Okay, so you motion.
Felipe said okay.
So that was
Motion to amend.
10:30
10,
last call, and then
10 and 10:30.
10 what?
10 is the last call. Close at 10:30.
Can I have some comments?
Across the board.
Yeah, across the board,
Across the board, yeah.
every day.
Can you live with that?
During the
30,
weekends?
11 o'clock closing.
Okay.
No.
10:30 closing.
10:30 closing, 10 o'clock
10 o'clock last call.
last call.
Can we revise this back when we do our ordinance?
We may.
Can I?
Well,
Sure, go ahead.
The
We're
cons-
continue having
micromanaging
discussion
the
and-
microbrew here. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, let's see what I can filter through this. Let's see. My concern on the timing is when the other establishments within the shopping center may close. Because, for example, if the store goes in and it's going to close at 9 o'clock, it doesn't mean the staff are going to be finished at 9 o'clock. We want to be able to allow the partnerships between the businesses to work together. And if a 9 o'clock close of a grocery store means that they're not really getting out until the 10 o'clock, we want to be able to offer the establishment to be able to serve maybe a last call to those that have just wrapped up their work hours for some of the other partnering establishments. So I'd like to
Or
make
for the
sure
city
that-
council. Look, it's already 9.
So
That's my point, too. It's almost 9.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure of that. I know I had this list here, and I don't know how many of these would be in a shopping center to know where their closing time is versus that other list that had 8 p.m. closing. It's not relative, but I believe that a shopping center that may have a grocery store or something else that's open until 9-ish, maybe staff finish up about 10, to still give a chance for them. So that might be a 10:30, closing call for anybody that finishes up with the other businesses within the same facility. I'd like to be able to do that. And just think about it. If we actually have, this is a great problem to have for the city right now. We're not talking about cutting money back. We're talking about the futures of being able to invest and bring money in. This is a $3.5 million investment that we have on the table here if the potential is there for 5 establishments wanting to come to town. So imagine how that exponentially will be reinvested in this community with job creation, the tax revenue off of it, and all of the other ancillary services needed to get these businesses up and running. So this is awesome that we have this kind of a problem that we can put together. Immediate on the phase 2, I agree with the fall back on getting that started right away so that we know with our partners in the community that we're hearing you very loud and clear of making sure that we continue the conversation and tighten up a lot of this ordinance language that we need to make good partners here. So I just want to make sure of the hours of time that would be adaptable for the businesses that are closing time and people get off work and want to step in and have a serving before they go.
So
Let's have some clarification on the motion, please.
Yeah, that's what I want to make sure, the clarification on the friendly amendment.
Okay.
Well, there wasn't a friendly amendment.
No. So we have a motion and a second, and now we have a motion to amend from Councilmember Bilicich that has not been seconded. That's what I heard. There was some clarification.
That's correct.
There was some clarification that Councilmember Bilicich was making.
And I think that was the time of last call.
Yep,
Right.
And
just that
that we start the phase 2 in the fall.
And what I heard was a 5
Not the second
locations,
time.
not 10 locations.
No, she didn't.
Because
say
his
that the
motion
second
is
time.
having 10 locations.
Motion was 10.
10.
Motion was 10 locations. Last call 10:30, closing at 11.
I would rather see 5. I mean, that was what was recommended. But I like having I think we need to start phase 2, and what was one of the things that was talked about was 5.
Okay, but I just wanted to make sure that we get a second on your amendment so we can follow through on.
Why don't we split the difference of 7? Would that be something between your 5 ask and your 10 ask, and splitting the difference on the number up to that would go into this? I mean, think about it.
when we go to phase 2 of our alcohol ordinance, we can adjust that, can't we?
Let's,
Yeah, we can adjust it later when we go to phase 2.
We've got a motion and a second on the floor. We're having discussion on the motion and the second. If it fails, then somebody else can make a motion. Right?
Okay.
Has Nancy's motion been seconded yet?
No.
Oh,
No.
so that's what's on the floor, is the motion to amend.
Okay, I haven't said a word. I'm letting everyone. I'm trying to raise my hand here to get a word in, so I'd like to say something about this. Thank you. Phase 2 is super important. I'm not going to vote on this unless phase 2 is included in this to start with in 2 weeks. I've been waiting 4 years for this ordinance to start, and I think it's important for our community to move forward. Whether or not we're moving forward with this project or moving forward downtown, we need to work on an overall ordinance that will, so that we don't have to be in this situation. If we have to come every single time and deal with this for every single project that comes, look how it's going to be a waste. It's going to be a waste. So we need to move forward with phase 2. So whatever happens, whatever we're arguing about, because it seems like we're heading down a certain path right now, it needs to include phase 2. So I also think that I do agree too. I think that this brew pub is in the same kind of level as a winery to me, as a tasting room, and I think that limiting the I was thinking about it because the first time I go, okay, we'll close at 10:30, but if people do want to have events there, and if they have to stop serving at 9 o'clock or 9:30 because that's when the permit says that they can go to, that's going to really prohibit that business. So I am supportive of the 10:30 as well. So that would be something that I would stand with you guys as well. The 5 licenses, listen, I don't think by the time we finish the ordinance, I don't think there are going to be 5 other brew pubs knocking on our door to be opening up business here. So I think common sense is just to be, within the next year, I don't think we're going to get 4 more brew pubs opening up. So if we need to start at 5, and then once the ordinance is done and it changes, then it changes. But I mean, we have to be realistic too, when we're looking at this overall project. So if to help compromise with our prevention center, the prevention part of our community, as well as the business part, I think that the combination of the two Councilmember Felipe's and Nancy's, as well as the phase 2 starting in 2 weeks, may be a good compromise if we can if we can mush them all up.
Okay, Felipe.
Okay, Councilmember Bilicic, would you accept Sunday through Thursday, 10 o'clock, last call, and then Friday, Saturday, 10:30, last call?
You don't want to just be consistent across the board, huh?
No, I mean, I think there's more people off that are not working the next day on Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
Okay,
So
I'll accept that then.
What time does the village close?
Yeah, what time does the villager close?
Just so the city clerk can keep up with this.
Midnight.
What I would, let's characterize it as Nancy's motion did not get seconded, so it dies.
Right.
And now we're ready for a motion to amend amend Felipe's motion by somebody. I guess Felipe can amend his own
If I can
motion.
amend my own one?
Yeah, if you could
Okay.
just restate what
Okay.
you would like to have, and we'll
It
see if
is.
it gets a second.
Make it 5 years.
So
5 pubs.
it's Sunday through Thursday, close at 10:30, and then Friday and Saturday, close at 11. And then the rest remains the same.
What about phase 2?
In phase
Phase
2
2,
fall?
yes, and phase 2.
Within a
Phase 2
couple
in the
of
fall?
weeks?
In the fall?
Is that, how about a month?
Well, it's fall.
Okay,
Yeah,
fall.
September.
Well, it's realistic.
Yeah,
What's
we would ask
realistic
for a
for
little
phase-
flexibility on the timing.
Yeah.
And I think if we were to say that we start that process this fall, would be helpful to allow us
Okay.
to.
I'll accept fall.
Oh,
Okay, was there a second on Hernandez's motion?
Second that
I
one?
second.
second.
Very good. We have a motion on the floor. Is it clear to the clerk what the motion is?
We
I
have a
still
question.
need to know about the number of brew pubs.
10 limit, 20-year use permit, 10:30, Sunday through Thursday, and Friday and Saturday, 11.
Got it.
We're having discussion on the motion now, Ms. Garcia.
I was leaning towards wanting to support this establishment on staff recommendation in regards to the limit of 5 and the hours. And I was even willing to consider going to 20 years. The reason being is that the staff recommendation to us came as a result of community members and staff working together. And they each had to give and take, and they came up with a compromise to make it, as I said, a win-win situation. It's no longer a win-win situation because what was recommended by community is no longer included in terms of what the new motion is. And so I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you very much for clarifying what you're proposed to do. We've got a motion on the floor. We've got a second. We've had a lot of discussion on it. It's well micromanaged. It's well aged. We're moving forward. I think it's been filtered a little bit here too. Let's call for the vote.
I think we need to look at 5 years.
We're calling for the vote at this time.
5 years.
5 years.
Just
5 establishments.
5 establishments.
Yeah, 20 years, 5 establishments. Can you agree to that or not?
No, not that one. It was the, let's start in fall, the process, and
Right?
the change of hours for
Right.
the weekdays.
But Felipe, you think 9 other
Let's-
businesses are going to come in?
Let's
between
get on
now and
the
here?
motion here, and let's have a vote, and if the vote fails, then we'll have a second, or a third, or a fourth motion.
We're not even compromising. Like that's just.
I think we should go
We're not. Okay, whatever.
Would you like the city clerk to restate the motion?
Oh,
one more
I'd
time?
love that.
Okay. Sunday through Thursday, closing at 10:30. Friday and Saturday, 11 p.m. Start the ordinance in the fall. 10 limit on brewers, brew pubs, and 20-year permit.
Everybody's clear? Can we have roll call, please?
Bielicic,
As I said, this is in my district, and I really want to support this, but I also want to support with 5, so I'll vote no right now.
Cubman Gomez,
I'm going to say yes to move it forward.
Dutra?
You know, I think there was no compromise here. I want the brew pub here, and I would do everything. But the fact that, you know, we're thinking that there's going to be 9 other breweries moving in that time, and there was no compromise whatsoever, and it seems like it's all one-sided. I'm going to vote no.
Garcia?
I already said why I'm going to vote no, and the biggest issue I have is that the community input has been disregarded now.
Gonzalez? Gonzalez?
This is always a tough decision. Even though I did second this, I was hoping that we were going to go to 5 pubs only. And just for that matter of fact, that I will be voting no.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Hurst?
Yes.
The motion fails.
I'll make a motion.
No, I want it with
No,
my
you're part of
district.
the failing one. Let her do it.
Is there a problem for me making a motion?
No, go ahead, Kaufman Gomez, please. Your hand's up.
I'd like to make the motion that we go for the 20-year use permit, that we accept the hours that were already put in the first motion, that we phase 2 fall, and rather than 10, we'll split the difference, which is what I had mentioned before, which is 7.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Kaufman Gomez, a second by Hernandez. Would you like more discussion, or is this well-aged?
Yeah.
No more discussion, then. Let's call for the vote, please.
Wait a minute.
Wait.
Why don't we go to 5?
Because I'm hearing 10 and I'm hearing 5, and I'm
Heard
looking
him
to-
say 5. You've heard Rebecca say 5.
And you heard me say
You
5.
heard Jimmy say 5. I said 5.
Then let's go 5.
5.
So can you repeat the motion again?
The motion is
The city clerk will repeat
Okay,
it.
the hours are the same, Sunday through Thursday, 10:30, closing time, Friday to Saturday, 11 p.m. Start the comprehensive ordinance in the fall, 5, limit on brew pubs, and 20-year permit.
And did you, the fall for phase 2?
Yes.
Can I ask a question? I need clarification. In terms of the new hours that are being proposed, this has to do with the phase 2. Could those hours be changed in that phase 2?
The short answer is yes.
Okay.
Now we're ready for the vote.
Bielicic?
Yes.
Kaufman Gomez?
Yes.
Dutra?
Yes.
Garcia?
Yes.
Gonzalez?
Yes.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Hurst?
Yes, and a unanimous vote.
And it's only 9.
Thank you very much for your well-aged patience here. I'm not so sure anybody understood that was going to be such a long and lengthy item. I know there are a number of people had to get up and leave. Some people have to go to work tomorrow. Let's go to our next item. Do we need the translator to take a break? Are we okay? Good. Good. Well, here's one that'll go really fast, I know. We're over on the next page now. It's item B, consideration of certification of an environmental impact report and approval of a general plan amendment, rezoning established plan development overlay district, major subdivision, tentative map, special use permit with design review, allow construction of 150 units consisting of 23 single-family units, 40 duplex-style townhome units, and 87 row-style homes on a 13 plus or minus acre site located at 511 Ohlone Parkway, filed by California Sunshine Development, LLC, applicant and property owner. And this was continued from June 26th. We'll have a staff report, applicant presentation, city attorney comments, then we'll take council questions, then we'll finally get to the public hearing, and then the council will have more discussion on it. So,
Mayor?
let's get started. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Dutra.
Thank you. So I declare a conflict of interest under subdivision C1D of Title II, California Code of Regulations, section 18702.2. This is because I live off of Loma Vista Street near this project, and this decision will affect the use and enjoyment of my home because of increased traffic, particularly at the intersection of Loma Vista Drive and Ohlone Parkway, and because of the decision may increase or decrease the potential rental value of the property. So I'm going to be recusing myself from this vote. Thank you.
And Mayor, under the rules of the California Criminal Practices Commission, Councilmember Dutra has to leave the dais and leave the room. That's required.
So let's go on with the agenda item. As I said earlier, we'll have a staff report, and there'll be an opportunity for everybody to have 2 minutes of discussion eventually. But let's go forward with the staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. I'm Justin Meek, Principal Planner for the City of Watsonville, and I'll be giving the staff report. So as a brief overview, I'll touch on all these topics, and I'll try to do so quickly. I know there's a lot of questions that the council has and the public wishes to comment as well. And so...
Speak up, Mr. Meeks.
Be a little bit closer. All right. So in terms of the process before you tonight, there's the environmental review of the project, and then a series of project entitlements to allow approval of the project to move forward. Those involve everything from a general plan map amendment, a zoning map amendment, a plan development overlay district being applied to this area, as well as a major subdivision in the form of a tentative map, and a special use permit with design review and specific development plan. I know that's a lot. In terms of public review and input, I just want to highlight that this went before Planning Commission on June 5th and was recommended for approval, and then went to City Council on June 26th. At that time, there were 12 members of the public that spoke at that council and raised a number of concerns about it. The item was continued to this date to allow more time for public input, and in that time there was a series of meetings individually and as part of community members by the applicant, by members of council. Some also approached staff to ask questions and to raise their concerns at the same time. Many of those have been addressed in attachment 5 in responses to questions. We tried to summarize them as best we could. And of course, there's additional comment letters that were provided, and those are also included in the packet as attachments 4 and 8. By way of background, as many of you know, this site had been a junkyard for many, many years, since the 1960s. It had, I think at one point before they removed, upwards of 1,000 cars that had been taken from the site. As you can see by the pictures, they were in bad shape, dismantled, stored, crushed, burned even. And of course, that resulted in a lot of contamination of the site. This is just an aerial photograph of what it looked like in 2016. Much of what you see there was removed last year as part of a cleanup effort. That cleanup effort has not involved the removal of contaminated soil to date. The proposed project is 150 units, 23 of which would be single-family homes. The rest would be townhouses in duplex-style and row-style townhouses. When you subtract off the undevelopable land, such as roads and wetland areas, that results in a project density of 17 units per acre. This is just as shown in the packet, showing the general layout of what's being proposed. The single-family homes are on the northern portion facing the slough that wrap around on the eastern portion as well. Here are some of the duplex-style attached townhomes here, and towards the middle you have more of the row-style townhomes. You can see you have a circulation network here with sidewalks and street trees, parking both parallel and perpendicular throughout the site, common open space areas and courtyards that in particular connect the row-style homes. And then there's also 2 other open space areas that overlook onto the slough itself. In terms of those common open areas, they're designed to provide amenities for all ages, everything from a play structure to bocce ball courts to patio and picnic areas and lawns. And this is just a illustrative example of what the central area is supposed to look like. As far as the single-family homes, I'm going to show you a series of screenshots showing the look and feel of these proposed buildings. As you can see, they have stucco and wood sidings, they have dormer windows, different uses of materials, pitched roofs, all to create a nice architectural style. These are the duplex-style units and the row-style units, front and back. So this would be the front where you have the shared courtyards. You can see they're recessed or pushed out. There are private patio areas on the 2nd or 3rd floor of each unit. And then on the rear, you see here, these are the garages for each of the units that would be accessed from an alley. The landscaping plan, just by way of showing that you have street trees that line all the streets. Again, you have the internal pathways that connect to all the open space area. This is the stamped concrete, which will both connect across the street and help distinguish for traffic that this is an area to look out for people. Again, over in this area is one of the overlook areas that has picnic benches as well as barbecues and things of that nature. I show a cross-section of next to the trail. There'll be a series of retaining walls where you have the residence up here, the retaining walls with landscaping. This is a drainage feature to collect and treat stormwater before discharging to the slough. I know there's been a lot of questions and concerns about site access to this particular site. This shows the recorded map or the track map for the adjoining subdivision in which a right-of-way was granted to the city for a future extension of Loma Vista Drive. And this is just an aerial photograph showing the same area. This is the project site over here. This is the existing dirt road that's currently provides access to the site within a 30-foot wide right-of-way across the adjoining residential property. And this is just a illustrative of the proposed road along with a cross-section. It's a little hard to read, but what you have here is 2 travel lanes that are 17 feet in width, along with planter strip of 4 feet in width and 5-foot wide sidewalks. When you add all together, that comes to 54 feet and meets the city's standard for a residential street. This is an artistic rendering from the intersection of Loma Vista and Paraiso and Rio and adjoining court, looking up towards the project site from the existing La Casitas neighborhood. There's been questions also about slope and whether that what does a 15% slope look and feel like. So this is just a graph illustrating what that looks like, and then here's some examples of different areas in the surrounding communities. So for example, in Santa Cruz, some of you may have been up Miramar Drive. That's a 23% slope. This is at Miramar and Escalona. Further down, actually, excuse me. So I have to unhide this one, so let me show this one as well. This is also another example in Santa Cruz at Lawrence Street at Escalona. This slope is a little bit less, but it's at 20, so more than what's being currently proposed. Here's a street that's in Watsonville. It's on Miles Lane. It has a max slope of approximately 18%, which is about 3% more than what's currently proposed. And the next street over on Marin Street is another local example of a slope that's approximately 16%. And here's one that's a little bit less. Brewington, this portion of Brewington is 8%. So just to give you some context of what streets with slopes look and feel like. Other concerns that were raised involve traffic safety, pedestrian safety. And so we actually contracted with an engineering firm to do some follow-up detailed studies for the traffic analysis on what will occur. And as part of that, we looked at secondary access using Arrington, as well as providing a roundabout at Ohlone and Loma Vista. And so here's the section of Arrington that's being proposed as possibly being improved for secondary access. Part of the considerations when looking at additional roadways and or roundabouts, for Arrington, it would provide another option for accessing the site. It would potentially have a minor reduction in the amount of traffic that would use Loma Vista, but it wouldn't change traffic overall on Ohlone. A roundabout has advances or enhancements for pedestrian safety. Because you break it up into two short legs, when someone's crossing, they're only looking in one direction as opposed to having to navigate both directions of traffic. And you can create a refuge in the middle for people to feel safer as they make two legs of the trip across the street. In terms of traffic, it slows down traffic because it deflects traffic through the roundabout. You have to slow down to make it through, which also allows for merging without stopping in all directions. It doesn't change the overall flow of traffic. It maintains the capacity. So Ohlone will still operate the same way, unlike, say, putting a signal or a stop sign, which would stop traffic. And, of course, one of the enhancements, it makes it safer by not having any left turn conflicts. So no longer would you have someone cutting in front of you potentially and causing an accident. There was the study was provided. You'll be forgiven if you didn't read it all. It was 73 pages long. The long and the short of it is that there would be a minimal reduction in delay if Arrington were selected on Loma Vista, a small amount. And for the roundabout, it would have a much larger reduction in delay, not only with project-generated trips, but under conditions now. The delay would be reduced to about 5 seconds, where it's right now, for example, in the morning times, around 17 seconds. For the land use change, to accommodate this project, it's currently zoned and designated as industrial, and so therein lies the need to change the designation within general plan and rezone it for residential use. Because of the proposed density, the corresponding category for residential use falls within the city's current high density standard, which has a range of permitting anywhere from 14 to 36.99 units per acre. The corresponding zoning district is an RM3, and as I'll go in subsequently, it also requires the adoption of an overlay district to modify certain zoning requirements for RM3 and street standards. I note that the land that's currently designated for environmental management will not change, which is shown here. So the area, again, the blue is industrial. That's just going to change to this brownish color for high-density residential, and the green over here and here would remain the same. And this is showing the change in the zoning districts from general industrial, IG, to RM3 with a PD overlay. As you can see, there are other neighborhoods nearby that also have a PD overlay, which require changes in zoning regulations for those communities as well. So what's the purpose of a planned development? To foster developments that better serve public goals or objectives. In this case, it would allow for small lots for single-family homes, as well as townhouses that look like they're attached. It will allow it also to be clustered away from the Watsonville Slough and achieve the proposed density. Here's an example of a residential property that is in an RM3 zone that meets the current zoning regulations. For example, the Crestview Garden Apartments. So for a modification of something like that and to have single-family homes and townhouses, they need to, and I'm getting ahead of myself, they'll need to allow, for example, zero lot lines. But before that, some of the justifications to meet public benefits are providing open space greater than the city's current requirements for their minimum standard of 200 square feet per unit, extending the trail around the site, providing birdwatching areas next to the slough, having amenities for all age groups, cleaning up the site first and foremost, creating a buffer to help protect the riparian area, maximizing the developable land, again, to be more compact and higher density, and to, with that, by providing more housing units, in meeting the city's requirement to have 20% of all units being affordable, you also create more affordable units at the same time. So the proposed modifications involve everything from lot size to lot coverage, frontage, side yards, garage setbacks, side yards, and all this is outlined in detail in the attachment 4 that went before the Planning Commission. I'm not going to go into each one, but here's just one example. So, for example, for the townhouses, for the duplex in Rosedale, they technically have a 0 lot line between them. That's not allowed in the RM3 zone or any residential zone. And so to allow attached style townhouses, you need to amend the zoning requirement for the setbacks. The proposed streets on site are all private, and they also provide guest parking spaces, except on Street B. As you can see on the streets, there's a number of parking spaces for what we call on-street or off-street. That's basically parallel or perpendicular. I should note also that this is all private, and therefore there's be a parking permit program that will be controlled by the HOA established for the community. There are the applicant's not requesting modifications of all zoning standards. So, for example, the city has minimum net land area requirements per unit per bedroom, and the minimum for the number of bedrooms and units that's proposed here would be, as shown on the slide, of 289,500 square feet, where what's proposed is greater than that by roughly 28%. Also, they meet the minimum parking requirement by providing 2-car garage for every unit, and they have twice the minimum guest parking spaces. The city's code requires 55 units, and they're proposing 111 guest parking spaces. Excuse me. Also, as I mentioned before, in terms of open space, each of the townhouses have at least 96 square feet of private open space in the form of a patio or a deck, and the remaining exceeds, again, the minimum requirement that for a total of 200 per unit in the common open space areas and courtyards, such as this one. In terms of the residential design guidelines, this also reflects the guiding principles and sections of the city's livable communities design guidelines. There's a range of historic styles. There's small yards and porches that are provided for these units. The parking is distributed or made unobtrusive, whether it's in the form behind units in the alleys. The facades, as shown on the perspectives previously shown, are well composed, balanced. You have changes in articulation, different materials in terms of siding, the pop-out windows or dormers. All of these help create a more interesting housing product. And also they have pedestrian scale lighting throughout the entire site. This project was reviewed. An EIR was prepared for it. We have the consultants here who will give a brief presentation on the EIR in just a few minutes. It found that there was no significant impacts. There were some potentially significant impacts, but are mitigable for biological resources, cultural and tribal resources, geology and soils, hydrology and water quality, noise, and traffic. But all can be mitigated to a less than significant level. This was made available for public review in February 15th through March 31st for a 45-day period as required by CEQA. And there were 7 comment letters, all of which were provided in an appendix to the EIR and responded to in entirety. Based on the comments, there were some minor changes to the EIR just to clarify and respond to some of the issues that were raised. So in summary, the proposed project will allow construction of 150 units, both single family and townhouse style units. It's compatible with the existing and planned residential neighborhoods on adjacent properties. Meets the intent of the city's general plan goals and policies, would utilize the provisions of the city's municipal code regarding plan developments, to allow modifications to subdivision and street requirements and zoning district development standards, and is justified because it serves public objectives more fully than development plans permitted under conventional zoning regulations, like the slide I showed of the Crestview apartments. In terms of the design, it adheres to the principles and objectives to the city's livable community residential design guidelines, including but not limited to creating a new subdivision to be land efficient with narrow streets, attached row-style townhouses and small lots with alley access, houses with front porches facing the street, centrally located common open space areas, and a variety of housing types and architectural styles. The Planning Commission adopted a resolution recommending that the City Council certify the EIR and approve all project entitlements subject to findings and conditions of approval. At our last council meeting, we went over the following key conditions. I'm not going to repeat them, but just listening here for your reference. There are a few new conditions that are based on concerns that were raised and trying to address issues of access. So, for example, you'll see there's a new condition to require the applicant to either provide a secondary access on Arrington or a roundabout, off-site tree replacement for the removal of trees within the Loma Vista roadway extension area at the ratio of 3:1. And actually, I have them all listed here in more detail, just so you have it in front of you. Again, the 3:1 ratio for tree replacement for a total of 36 trees, because there's 12 that have been surveyed. Utilizing Arrington Road for construction traffic. And allowing unrestricted use of the proposed common open space areas within the residential development. And also to address concerns about nighttime safety, adding lighting that leads along the ramp down to the trail in the northeast corner of the site next to the observation deck. So as conditioned, the City Council may make findings in support of the project for the General Plan Map Amendment, Zoning Map Amendment, Plan Development Overlay, Tentative Map, and Special Use Permit with Design Review and Special Development Plan, Specific Development Plan. And I'd just like to introduce next are the environmental consultants. We're just going to give a brief presentation. I told them no more than 3 to 5 minutes to touch on the CEQA process and the required findings per CEQA.
Thank you, Justin. This is working, I presume. My name is Stephen Sveet, and I'm with Rincon Consultants. We were the lead consultant on the environmental impact report. And Justin, and I'm here actually accompanied by Keith Higgins, our sub-consultant that attended to the traffic and circulation issues. I wanted to acknowledge our project manager, George Dix, who did an outstanding analytical job here. Justin asked me to speak about the specifics of the EIR action and the CEQA action versus the action on the project. So by way of some background, the California Environmental Quality Act, which requires this report, is a 38-year-old law. And this application was subject to the highest standard of study, which is an environmental impact report. The role of the EIR is to, as you see on the screen here, to inform the decision makers. It's an informational document that evaluates all the potential impacts, which are, and then it goes on and identifies, if it identifies environmental impacts, it's required to apply feasible mitigation measures to mitigate those impacts. It's required to then provide an opportunity for the public and other agencies to comment on the report. That's the draft EIR. That's what circulated for 45 days. And we have to respond to all those comments. And as Justin mentioned, we made some corrections, some adjustments. We even added a new mitigation measure as a result of that circulation of the draft EIR. The certification of the EIR is governed by a section of the Code of Regulations 15090 that states that before the lead agency, in this case the city council, Watsonville is the lead agency, so they have to act on the CEQA document and then take an action on the project. The point of the environmental document is to make sure the lead agency is fully informed about the ramifications of implementing the project. So you're required to make findings that the EIR is in compliance with CEQA. You're required to say that to state and find that it has been fully reviewed and considered by the city council as part of its decision making on the project, and that it represents the city council's independent judgment and analysis. So that's a heavy burden there, but we've done a good job for you, we think, in providing an objective, analytical document and the required mitigation measures. You must certify the EIR before you act on the project, logically, because you have to be informed by this before, so you, as a lead agency, understand the ramifications. The certification does not constitute a project approval. It just states that the information in the EIR is true and accurate and represents your independent judgment. You can certify an EIR and choose not to take an action or approval the same night. You can, by certifying, or say, yes, this is true and accurate and correct, and we agree with the mitigation measures. You can approve, you can deny, you can postpone action on the project. The findings of fact also have to accompany the approval. That's section 15091 of the code. For each significant impact that was identified, and I hope there was a slide earlier on this point, we found no significant unavoidable impacts, but we did find significant impacts and we applied mitigation measures. So we call that significant unavoidable as class 1. We found none here. All the issues we uncovered we felt could be mitigated. So the findings of fact have a statement about how each significant impact has been identified and how the mitigation measure will address them. And I believe staff has prepared those findings for you. And then you must make a finding that your decisions and these findings are based on substantial evidence. It's a legal term. That means there's enough information in this document that constitutes substantial evidence. The mitigation monitoring and reporting program is something that came along as the law evolved through the years. It's about 20 years old, where we have, it requires that the lead agencies monitor the implementation of those mitigation measures. It identifies the timing, what department or agency is responsible, and what the outcome should be. Because in the early days, we'd have mitigation measures and we'd get approved, and then no one minded the store sometimes. So that new law came along to require the MMRP, we call it. So you find that the mitigation monitoring program is consistent with the other findings, and then the resolution certifying the EIR will include the findings of fact and the MMRP in the same package. By the way, on the EIR, we identified significant impacts in, looks like, 6 issue areas. Biological resources, this is just a quick summary rather than going into the whole EIR, but in a nutshell, biological resources, cultural and tribal resources, geology and soils, hydrology and water quality, noise, and traffic. All had significant impacts identified and were addressed with mitigation measures. In biology, given the proximity to the slough and the protections in place for that resource, 19 mitigation measures. 19, that was the biggest one. Cultural and tribal, 5. Many of these are pro forma standard measures of consulting or having monitors on site during earth disturbance, and if a resource is found, what procedures are followed. Geology and soils, hydrology, and noise all had 1 mitigation measure per topic. And then transportation, we had 3 mitigation measures applied. You can see all these. The easiest way to read the EIR really quickly is to look at the executive summary, where all this stuff is in a big table. The impact, mitigation measures and residual impact, what the conclusion after the impacts after the mitigation measures are applied. So I think that hopefully covers what Justin had me prepare, and really the point was to distinguish the EIR versus acting on the project.
Could I ask a
Happy
question?
Please. I mean,
Go right ahead.
In terms of the mitigation measures, and you pointed out, was it in the biology part that 19?
we had 19 mitigation measures to address biological resource impacts.
Right. And so in terms of it's a question that I asked last time. In terms of the mitigation, how is that determined that it's been mitigated, if that's such a word?
Our biological scientists have crafted the measures with a standard of care result. So, and from experience, they know. So it prescribes the outcome. I'm going to try to see if I can find a simple example. Here's a simple example. Mitigation measure Bio 2A addresses the concern that construction personnel may not be aware of a certain resource when they're grading or stockpiling and other things. So we have this mitigation measure that's a worker environmental awareness program. It requires that all contractors will be subject to the training program by a certified biologist. So with that mitigation monitoring program I mentioned, that will tell the timing of that. It will probably be the responsibility of the building department to implement that measure. And a lot of these mitigation measures will actually go in the plans and specs for the contractors. It'll be a requirement. It'll be written right into the bids.
Thank you.
That's just one example. Okay.
And if I may, can I just also highlight that for any EIR, there's the Appendix G, which provides the questions that are looked into, and they provide thresholds, significance, and thresholds and criteria for how to evaluate impacts. And so, for example, with respect to biological resources, the impact analysis involves everything from a literature search of existing biological resources within the project site, a site visit conducted by a certified biologist, a query of the California Natural Diversity Database, and peer review of the biological resources report that was prepared for the project. And that these impacts that are evaluated are based on the criteria, not only the guidelines, but federal, state, local plans, regulations, laws, and ordinances. So that informs the range of impacts, and then the impacts themselves are based off of substantial evidence from the studies that I just mentioned.
That answer your question? Other questions for this consultant? Your name again, sir?
I'm Stephen Sweet, Rincon Consultants.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Before we go further with the presentation, I want to announce that we will be continuing the subsequent item, item C, our resolution adopting affordable housing in lieu fees. Just due to the lateness of the hour, we'll carry that over to our next meeting. So anyone who was here to speak or to comment on the affordable housing in lieu fees, you're welcome to stay, but we won't be addressing it this evening. Let's go forward with the presentation. We have more presentation.
I think the applicant would like to have their architect give a presentation as well.
Good. We'll have that. I wondered, I know a number of people here are concerned about traffic. We've heard the traffic T word several times. Do we have any more explanation or analysis of the traffic, or will we hear that later?
I have additional information if the council would like that I can go into.
The council want that now, later, or not at all?
Well, you want to know?
I think that's one of the pressing issues, but I don't know that it's the only one by any means. If we could have more discussion on the traffic, I think that might illuminate the night.
All right, so here's some more information about traffic. You see some of the same slides. So I gave the thumbnail sketch before. This will go into greater detail.
And we have that in our packet.
I'm sorry? Well, this is based off of the information provided in the packet for the traffic analysis. And if there's specific questions, you know, I can go into this in great detail, or I can try to go through it very quickly, and we can come back to it if you choose. One thing I just want to highlight that for Ohlone Parkway, it is a minor collector, which means that it's intended to accommodate traffic from residential areas as opposed to, say, minor arterial as opposed to a collector or a local street. So it's intended to accommodate traffic flow. The traffic in the area, this is showing the average daily trips that's prepared by a regional transportation agency. The highlights here, the darker colors are more traffic, the lighter colors are less traffic. The project site is here. So within the vicinity, the takeaway is that there's traffic less than 15,000 trips per day, and that will be important later. Peak periods are when traffic analyses are conducted to understand their relative impacts in the morning and afternoons. And so in this case, the project would generate 82 trips in the morning during the peak hour period and 100 trips in the afternoon peak hour period. Just that table that we can come back to showing the breakdown of that. This is the way in which traffic analyses are done. This then gets turned into whether or not this is an acceptable amount of delay. This is the city's standards for unsignalized intersections, such as Ohlone and Loma Vista. So it just gives it a grade of A through F. In the case of the traffic study, this is the data. I'm just showing you that it exists. I'm not going to. I'm just highlighting the areas where to look for, because then that then is informed and graphically showing the traffic movements. So the lines vertically is Ohlone, going through is arrows going up and down, and Loma Vista is left and right. And the arrows indicate traffic movements going through, turning, and so forth. Project trips associated with the proposed project, you can see there's most of them coming out and turning right and headed towards Main Street, a smaller proportion turning, and the parentheses indicate the afternoon, the unparentheses indicate the morning. So when you add this all up and put it into these traffic models, you see that there's very little delay on Ohlone, but a fair amount of delay on Loma Vista, as many people have communicated by the public, that it's sometimes hard to get on Ohlone in the mornings and afternoons. With the project contribution, it gets a little worse. So before, in the westbound approach in the morning time is here. On average, you're looking at just shy of 12 seconds. With the project, it's going to add just over a second. And that's through this proposed intersection. So when we looked at how to alleviate that, we looked at Arrington as one option, as well as a roundabout as ways, and had our consultants go into greater detail of modeling what would be the effect. The same as before, just highlighting the areas that we're talking about in question. It's the areas in yellow. That's where there's an existing 30-foot wide right-of-way where Arrington unpaved is currently located. Again, aerial photographs showing the location. The project assignment, just showing if you take the proposed trips, you're going to route a few more that are going to go in a southbound direction as opposed to using Loma Vista going in a northbound direction. And with and without Arrington, again, highlighting the westbound approach in the morning time. Without Arrington, this is what was shown in the IR, and the increased delay. You can see the increased delay is diminished by going up only a smaller fraction than it was without Arrington. And this is the data in greater detail. Again, I don't want to bog down on that. Then looking at a roundabout, what they're all about. It simplifies traffic movements. It controls traffic just in the same way four-ways do, but makes it safer. This is borne out by statistics. Here's some examples of what they look like in many communities throughout the United States. And the benefits: slows down speeds, maintains capacity. We've already touched on this. This is just a graphic to help illustrate how it works better, instead of having, or how it works in making it safer. The intersection on the left is your typical four-way intersection. You can see all the crossing, merging, and diverging scenarios that can result in accidents, and those are reduced significantly with the roundabout. Likewise, in terms of pedestrian safety, as a pedestrian, you have to look multiple ways in order to cross, to look out for traffic. It is also further simplified with the roundabout because it breaks up where you're looking in one direction, along with providing a refuge. This is just a graphic to highlight that for roadways that have average daily trips of less than 15,000, roundabouts work. And as we already showed before, up near Main Street, it's close to 14,000. Towards Beach Street, it's down to less than 5,000. So near the project site, it's somewhere in between those figures. And that was, of course, borne out by the analysis. When you look at the roundabout and how it operate, it would reduce delay under not only project conditions, but existing conditions as well, smoothing out the flow, making it operate more safely and more efficiently. So that was a very quick. So if there's any questions that come out, we can always come back to it. But just for your own benefit, that's the traffic analysis that was prepared since the last council meeting.
Does the council have any more questions at this time on the traffic analysis?
I don't have on the analysis, but I do have on some of the suggestions for the developer.
Mr. Hernandez?
Can you restate the trips with Arrington and without Arrington? It seemed
so. The trips are the same. It's just where they're assigned. So if you have a few more that will use Arrington, it reduces the delay on Ohlone a little bit. I mean, not Ohlone and Loma Vista, and of course adds a little bit onto Arrington.
And so that, and then what was the trip, the rate of cars, I guess, for the roundabout?
So this shows the roundabout. So you can see under all conditions, whether you have Loma Vista, Arrington or not, it's the same. The roundabout operates a lot better than under current conditions. This is showing that for Arrington, you can see just a slight increase in traffic and delay on Arrington with utilizing that roadway, obviously. If you go back, I'll do that very quickly, to just no roundabout, but providing Arrington with and without what it means to how Loma Vista will operate. So here is without Arrington. And you can see that you have from existing conditions to existing plus projects. So what's going to be the impact of the project on that roadway? You can see a slight increase for the morning and afternoon peak periods. That is slightly reduced with the introduction of Arrington. And the reductions are, so instead of an increase of, say, 1.6 seconds, there'd be an increase of, say, 0.3 seconds on average.
So the roundabout makes a big difference.
The roundabout does make a big difference, and that's why staff recommends the roundabout.
Some of the letters and comments we've received focused around pedestrian safety as well. Can you comment on pedestrian safety?
It's the reason why I put in these particular graphics to highlight that these colors indicate the types of conflicts that can result in a typical intersection. So someone who's crossing the street, they have to look left, they have to look right because there's traffic coming this way as well as that. There's potential for people crossing here. And so here's all the potential points where a pedestrian might be struck by a vehicle. Whereas with roundabouts, they simplify it by having it where you have breaking into legs, as it were. So as you're crossing here, you're only looking one direction because you have a central refuge. And from this point, you're looking in the other direction for traffic. Not only that, it shortens the overall distance. So instead of having to cross the entire street in one segment, you now have two smaller segments with a refuge. Any questions at this time?
Thank you. The applicant presentation. Unless there's other questions on the EIR or the mitigations.
Well, thank you, Mayor Hurst and members of the City Council. And Justin, thank you for a very thorough staff report. I do have other members of my team. I'm Peter Silva, the architect for the project with Wald, Runke, and Dost Architects in Monterey. We have our civil engineer, we have our landscape architect, we have our environmental consultant, should there be questions directed towards them. But last but not least, we have Lisa Lee, who's the owner of the project. And I would just like to add that it's been a real pleasure working with Lisa over the last 2 years. And I really look at her as being more of a visionary as opposed to a developer, because she has just the tenacity to do the right thing. And when we had the June 26th council hearing in which neighbors came to express their concerns, Lisa didn't dismiss that. She just decided, okay, we have to deal with this head on, and let's see what we can do to try to satisfy all of the concerns that came up during that hearing. And so one of the common complaints at that hearing was the Loma Vista Drive as being the primary access to the project. And so a lot of the neighbors were questioning, why can't we use Arrington Road as the primary access and not have any traffic come up through Loma Vista? Well, we looked at that. We seriously looked at this, and unfortunately, we concluded that that's not feasible, for the following reasons. Well, first of all, Arrington's not a public right-of-way. It's a private easement. It's only 30 feet wide, and it's not wide enough to meet city standards for a two-way street. And even if we had 50 feet, if there was some magic wand and we got 50 feet out of Arrington, we still would not be able to meet the radius requirements for fire trucks as they make the turn onto Ohlone Parkway. So there's an existing dirt road, as you all know, and it T-intersects with an existing paved portion of Arrington. It's that T-intersection that is causing the problem. We can't comply with fire truck turnaround there. And lastly, we have a real significant constraint that cannot be solved. Even if all of these were magically solved, the one final one that is really boxing us in is the fact that the paved portion of Arrington is bounded by existing development on both sides. There's no more land, in other words, to somehow acquire, if that were possible, because there's townhouses on each side of that. And so we concluded that, it's not possible to do this, but let's look at Arrington as a potential secondary access road, which is now being considered as an option for your consideration. And so, in addition to the roundabout, of course. So, this demonstrates Lisa's commitment to listen and to respond to neighbors. And really, we've done the best we could on this particular item, but unfortunately, it's just not possible to have Arrington be the primary exclusive access to the project. Additionally, the neighbors were concerned about the safety of the slope at the Loma Vista extension. Well, we re-engineered it. We got the slope a little bit more gradual in the middle. We reduced the retaining walls that were on each side of that. We've added a crosswalk at the foot of Loma Vista extension where it meets Del Rio and Paraíso, and we're going to have flashing beacons on that crosswalk. And these are things that Justin didn't mention, but in addition, if there's a roundabout option, I think it's going to be vastly safer by having flashing beacons and a crosswalk at that location in addition to the roundabout. So the loss of the open space was another common complaint that we heard at the last hearing. The neighbors were upset that their little green area there was going to be taken away, and in its place the roadway extension. So in response to that, Lisa has agreed to not have any restrictions whatsoever in the CCNRs that would prohibit visitors from using all of the open space amenities. So she wants to be a good neighbor, and I think that it would be a very decent gesture for Lisa to be doing this, and I would hope that the neighbors would agree. Now let's talk about the open space. We have open space that is, and I have the numbers here, if you just bear with me, 43,699 square feet of open space based on the various locations that Justin showed in his presentation. Now that equates to about 291 square feet per unit. In comparison, the Blackbird Homes, which is of course right over on the other side of the slough, has less than half of that amount. Sunshine Gardens has no open space. It has 0. So I think we're providing a sufficient amount of open space for both the residents and for the neighbors, the casita neighbors that would want to come up and use it. Additionally, we have agreed to set aside a portion of the park dedication fee of the project that would be used for the exclusive use of the residents of the casitas. So we don't know what that number is. That still needs to be negotiated and worked out. But nonetheless, I think that it shows, a goodwill gesture on the part of Lisa to try to do something for the neighbors that she didn't really have to do. And so on top of that, we're doing, as Justin mentioned, a 3-to-1 tree replacement ratio at the open space for that the trees are currently located. And so 36 new trees will be planted there alongside the roadway. We also heard complaints from neighbors that they didn't want to have the trail extension come into their property, and so we have agreed to stop the trail so it will not connect up with their driveway there. So those are just a few items that I think demonstrates Lisa's commitment on top of her commitment towards environmental stewardship and providing more housing opportunities. Lisa's providing 30 new affordable houses for the city of Watsonville, which is really, quite frankly, the most number of affordable houses in recent memory for one single project. And on top of that, there's going to be a local buyer preference. So for the first 30 days, Lisa intends on marketing the project to local and Santa Cruz County residents that will have the opportunity to purchase a home prior to it going on the multiple listings. Now, one aspect about this project that hasn't yet been discussed, because it's not really a planning issue, are the economic benefits. And so Lisa had a consultant, Baker Tilly Capital, put together an economic analysis for the project. And let me just run over these numbers with you. It's supposed to create an estimated 403 new jobs during the construction. The project will increase investment in Watsonville by a one-time amount of $70 million. The project will result in annual growth in the regional economy by a gain of $20 million in household earnings, and the regional economy will experience increased needs for business services of $2.6 million, just from Lisa's project. And that doesn't include the $1.25 million that will be going for school impact fees, or the $650,000 that will go towards parkland fees. So what happens if the project doesn't get approved? Well, I'm sure there's some people here tonight that would love to see that, but I'm certainly not one of them, and I don't think after Justin's presentation and hopefully after what I have to say, you would be either. If the site doesn't get approved, the water quality in the slough is still degraded. The site is still contaminated. The site will become certainly an attractive nuisance for vagrants and homeless, and certainly there would be an increase in service calls from the police department. Obviously, the economic benefits that I just mentioned would evaporate, And I think most significantly, disapproving this project would send a message to other developers that, hey, Watsonville is a difficult and challenging place to get approvals on projects that have challenging sites like this. Now, there's not going to be another developer stepping up after Lisa. If something happened tonight and it went south, you're not going to find another developer at all, because the problem here is the financing. Banks will not loan on contaminated sites. It's not going to happen. And so Lisa has alternative financing that's enabling her to do this, and it's a very unique opportunity for Watsonville to have a showcase project that's not only going to safeguard and protect the environment, going to provide much more housing opportunities for both market rate and affordable, and I think this is a project that the whole city of Watsonville really ought to be proud of. And that's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. So let's see if the council has any questions for you. First of all, let me ask, some people have said they just kind of heard about this recently, and I know it came to the planning commission some time ago, but how long have you been working on it? How long has this been public knowledge, at least?
Well, public knowledge, certainly when the application was submitted for planning, it becomes a public document. And that was over a year ago. We did neighborhood outreach earlier this year in the spring, and subsequent to that outreach, we had 3 or 4 other meetings with neighbors.
So let's make sure our comments are addressed.
Let me clarify that. From representatives of the neighbors.
Okay, so there was some kind of early on outreach to the neighbors. I'm not asking the neighbors at this time. I'm talking to the consultant and the architect. Everyone will have a chance to speak, I hope.
Yes, there was outreach targeted towards the neighbors.
And how well was that attended?
We had about, I would estimate 30, maybe 35 people showed up.
And were there comments at the Planning Commission? It's my recollection the Planning Commission approved this on a unanimous vote?
They did.
That doesn't happen every day either. What about the EIR circulation? Did you get a lot of comments on that?
I think Justin answered that in his presentation. We did not get a lot of responses from neighbors. We did get a letter from Wetlands Watch, and there was also letters from other local agencies.
And all those concerns were addressed in the EIR?
They were.
Questions? Councilmember Garcia.
Yes, you mentioned that in terms of economic benefits, if I heard correctly, that over 400 employees would be hired. Did I hear correctly?
That is correct. The analysis that we received indicated 403 new jobs during the construction.
Okay. My question is, to what extent will you be hiring local employees and vendors who also hire local employees?
That would be our preference.
And what are you going to do to make that happen?
It comes down to a decision that Lisa needs to make, but we need to also look at the legal aspects of this. But that would be our preference.
Tell me more about the legal part of that.
Well, I'm not sure whether, as a private developer, they would be necessarily forced to have local hiring preference. And so
We're not saying forced. I asked to what extent you would do that. So it would be something you would want to do.
We do, yes, absolutely.
Another question?
Good.
Councilmember Kaufman Gomez.
Okay, we'll jump on this. Again, I think that is something that the community itself as a whole is very interested in as well. And what I'm doing, what I'd like to do is to encourage whatever bids are going out there, whether they're electrical or whether they're the plumbing or any of those other bids, that we really see that anybody of interest that are licensed to do any of these items, I'm hoping that you're handing business cards over to this particular developer, because how best can we make sure that we let you know the vendors that are in here that would be capable of doing this kind of employment. So I'm hoping that is an opportunity that the public gets to hear if this project were to go through, that will help you along. Because again, that dollar being reinvested in this economy is exponential than bringing somebody from the Bay Area to come in to do the project itself. And goodwill is also reciprocated in that measure. Some questions about the ore in here. I know that you're putting money out, and this might be a little bit more developer, maybe Justin can help out. You're putting money out. You have so much money that needs to go out for that particular roundabout. And I know we've accrued money for other projects for that particular roundabout. Can we figure out the timing, and is the ore going to be meaning it's going to be required? And if so, what time for this roundabout?
Well, regarding the roundabout, it's been crafted in a way to give the council flexibility on what options they would like to choose, an Arrington or roundabout, or possibly both.
Or both?
Or possibly both. There are, as you're indicating, financial implications for any of all three of those options in terms of how to afford constructing it. In talking, I recall a conversation with the project engineer, David Ramsey, with Ifland, that they estimate the road might cost on the order of $150,000 to $180,000. That's a very preliminary figure. Typically, roundabouts cost on the order of $200,000 to $300,000. So,
but we also have the developer sending money to the city to mitigate their part of this cost for the roundabout, correct? And we have money already set aside for other projects that have been along Ohlone for this area.
Any project has traffic impact fees
Right.
that are paid that goes into a pool of funds that are intended for road improvements. So to what extent those are available, that's something that we can explore with Public Works. Also in terms of the timing of when off-site improvements such as a roundabout would be constructed. You see the language in there that speaks to possibly requiring it during phase one or subject to a development agreement. Now, if the applicants already indicated that they wish to enter into a development agreement with the city, that will be a separate action that will return to the city, and that will include the timing and phasing of all off-site improvements.
And then the developer is looking to pave Arrington, which is just the easement across Arrington.
Mm-hmm.
And then at that point, it gets transferred over, so the HOA is responsible for the upkeep as they're collecting fees for the 150 units that are in there.
That's how it's currently drafted, that the HOA for the new development would be responsible for the upkeep and maintenance of the improved roadway.
Okay.
Even though it's on the adjoining private property because they have access rights.
And on the EIR process, we get this and we get it in hindsight. What have we learned from here that we need to do in the event EIRs are out there to let the public know about them so that the outreach occurs at that level rather than this far into the planning stages?
Well, the public outreach involved noticing. There was advertisement in the papers. It was put online. It was mailed out to property owners, I believe, within 300 feet of the site. So there was a range of outreach efforts to publicize this document so that we could seek public input. We notified key stakeholders, everything from the school district to Wetlands Watch, and got comment letters from them. We also put it in the public libraries, both the one downtown and over on Freedom.
The other thing that I've seen happen, being with a broker's license here, when the sales of the properties are happening, there's a report called a JCP report, and this is an environmental report. And it would be nice to see that we have this available as one of the pages in there for disclosure based on where the property is located. An example is there's a disclosure in there about the rail corridor, the 32-mile rail corridor. And it mentions the particular property that this that the JCP report is for, and in conjunction of how close to the corridor you are, whether you're in it or out in terms of half a mile from that vicinity. This would be very helpful in the future, from learning in this in hindsight, is to figure a way that we put something like this in maybe the other development pockets in a disclosure. For example, somebody on Atkinson Lane is selling a property. The new buyer comes along. This environmental report is provided to that new buyer. And in here would be a disclosure so that that new owner can see what's going on in that environment or in that neighborhood, or potentially has a pocket for development in that neighborhood. It would be helpful to do that, because I think part of the concern was there was legal language in the title reports, but reading through the minutia of hundreds of pages when you're excited about getting your home keys, it often is something that is overlooked in everything that they're receiving as a new home buyer for these properties. And I think that's part of where the frustration is, of how can we be more effective with the communication so that we don't have a developer probably putting in a few $100,000 more just to mitigate everything that's well beyond the point of the EIR and the comment period. And what then that happens is it rolls into the cost of that house for sale. So this may have actually increased the purchase price that they need to start at for the sale of these homes, for all of the extra steps and efforts of mitigation. That hopefully, if it was done earlier, it would be a little bit more cost effective to actually build the house and then put it on the market for sale, so it becomes a little bit more affordable for the community. So a little bit of feedback, comment on there on how we can help that process. We have about 800 acres of slough wetlands. We're adding how many more acres as a result of this project? It was about 3 or 4 more acres into our bigger picture there.
Well, the project is set back at least 50 feet from the high water mark of the slough, so as to help protect it. There's also the drainage features that are provided that will be, for example, in this area, and that will, for the purpose of treating stormwater before it enters into the slough. And there's going to be some mitigation for the outfalls that extend into the slough area, in creating mitigation measures that address that impact, which is a requirement of state law through the Department of Fish and Wildlife, they've changed their name. And so there's not a large increase in slough habitat, but there are some mitigation measures addressed to reduce the impact of the development on the wetlands.
And you mentioned that the Las Casitas didn't want the connection for their trail system. If there's ever a change of the opinion on that, will that be cut off, or will that be part of a requirement, or will this developer be on the hook if there was a change that Las Casitas changes their mind about connecting up the trail with this developer saying that they would do it and the subdivision next to it doesn't want it?
There would be no, if it's not a requirement now, it would not be a requirement in the future.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and rely on more questions here. I've got plenty here. Thanks.
Councilmember Gonzalez, you're next.
Well, there's always a ton of questions to ask. And the residents have a lot of concerns. Going about this topic, I've spoken with quite a few people about it, from the residents to the developer to staff. But the biggest concern is Loma Vista access. And they've brought up to me issues on that. And I was wondering, in regards to that emergency access road that was supposedly possibility of connection to the other project that's next to it, is that doable at all, or is that going to be a closed issue?
It's not doable. We have determined that for 2 primary reasons. First, the topography over there is much steeper than it is at Loma Vista. And vehicles would end up bottoming out. There would be not a way to grade it like we're doing at Loma Vista so that cars don't bottom out. But more importantly, there is actually a strip of land that does not belong to Lisa. It belongs to a neighboring property owner that bisects that emergency vehicle access area. We're not allowed to pave that because we don't control that land. And So we negotiated with Public Works, and they agreed that we can do a compacted gravel surfacing at this little strip of land that actually is part of that emergency vehicle access. That prevents the road from meeting the city standards for vehicle road design, and so it's not physically possible and it's not legally possible.
Okay, we were just saying it's not physically possible for a vehicle, and you're saying for a car,
right?
But for the fire truck, it wouldn't get stuck bottom out. The angle would be adequate enough for it to access.
They vetted this out and determined that it would be acceptable for them.
Oh, no. Well, yeah, garbage trucks too. Eventually, huh? And seeing that, because that's their main concern of that Loma Vista on this project. From what I understand, is that they're not against the project. They're just really concerned about the safety of their neighborhood. I'd like to see if they could still be worked out, if it's all possible. The other thing I have in question is on the grading and access. It's going to be Everington Road is going to be used for haul outs, correct? And that time frame, how long would that take you to do grading and haul out of contaminated dirt?
It's going to be in 2 phases. The first phase is what we call the environmental grading, and we're looking at anywhere between 3 to 5 months for that. And then we're going to be segueing right into the rough grading to actually build the pads for the first phase of the project. But we're going to be rough grading the whole site. And that's expected to take between 4 to 6 months.
Okay, and in regards to that, will Loma Vista be punched through at that same time, or are we going to wait until all the dirt work is done?
That's
so no
really
vehicle is.
That's a question for how the contractor wants to sequence the work. I would imagine that they would
condition that.
You can condition that, but typically the paving is done last, so it doesn't get all beaten up by the heavy equipment. But if that's a concern, we can condition this.
Okay, and the other thing on the EIR, there's on the Bio4 report on page 22 of it, if you want to get to that. It indicates that all the vehicles will have to be washed down and cleaned prior to coming onto the site, so that way any unnecessary invasive plants may not be brought into the site. How are you gonna take care of that? How are you gonna handle that? Were you gonna put it off-site somewhere? How are we gonna oversee that? Staff or
the washing of the vehicles?
Yeah, because the EIR states that all vehicles will have to be washed down, cleaned down prior to coming onto the project. And my concern is how are we going to handle this with haul out dirt, the trucks that are going to be hauling out the dirt, the vehicles that are going to be approaching the dirt? Who's going to be checking off that the vehicles have been cleaned out and prepped to go into the project and not bringing in any type of invasive plants or seeds or any other substances?
Hi, I'm Kelly Hardwick from HT Harvey, the ecological consultant for the project. And this is a relatively typical measure to control weed spread. The washing can be done at a legally operating equipment yard. And it's something that should be done as a best management practice anyway with construction. You should always wash the equipment that's going to be used in ground disturbing activities before you take it to another site. It doesn't need to be washed before it leaves the site. It just needs to be washed again at another equipment yard before it gets taken to a different site.
To it prior entering to the site, from what I understand, how I read it.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to entering the site, it has to be washed down and cleaned out. And I was just wondering and concerned about how are we going to control that? Who's going to control it and who's going to oversee it to ensure that we don't have no invasive seeds or plants that are going to be brought in?
Right. Typically,
you will be using big haul-out vehicles when you do the contamination part of the dirt. I don't know the distance they're going to be traveling, but typically the truckers will try to do 3 to 4 turnarounds to make their profit end.
Right.
And these vehicles, where they're going to go and where they're going to come back to, and how we're going to ensure that procedure gets done.
So that type of thing is typically handled through record keeping by the contractor. And in this case, it's actually slightly less dangerous than a lot of projects because the mass of dirt that we're taking off the site has to go to a special facility because it's contaminated. So in a lot of cases, you actually have the double danger of taking off weed-infested dirt and spreading it around someplace else to start a new infestation. That won't happen here because it's got to go to the landfill.
Okay. So to just wrap it up, it'll take you about 3 to 4 months to haul out all the contaminated dirt. And if the resident's still concerned about the access for Loma Vista, that's the amount of time they may come up with if they continue to find alternate routes for this project. Is that going to be still feasible for them to negotiate with anybody?
Alternate routes in what way? We've looked at both Loma Vista as a primary entrance.
Because I mean, we've cut the slope down on Loma Vista, and I'm sure that something can be done on the emergency access road.
Actually,
because I mean, San Francisco Lombardo Street is a curved road, and vehicles still are able to.
The legal
maneuver.
aspect of doing that is infeasible. We don't control all of the land at that emergency access.
No, I'm aware of that, but I'm just saying that the residents are trying to come up with a negotiation to make an alternate route. And if they're successful in creating that, is it something that's doable for to negotiate with the residents and the owner of that piece of property to create that access?
Well, it's not part of the proposal before you. We've examined it with our own team and have concluded that it's not feasible. But you know, the project before you is what needs to be taken action instead of coming up with alternatives that we've already have looked at that does not work.
So you're not willing to negotiate for any other access road? What's being proposed is what's being proposed.
Correct.
Yeah.
Councilmember Garcia.
I don't know if it was answered by Justin when he was answering to Trina, but had in our presentation it said that you could do the roundabout or do the Ayrton access or both, and so. Do you make that decision, or do we make that decision, or have you made that decision?
That's a decision that the council needs to make.
Okay, we need to make it. Okay, thank you.
Good. Is there more presentation from the applicant? Because I know that the public wants to speak here. Is there more presentation?
One more question.
Oh, go ahead.
You mentioned about the locals having 30 days to buy property. I just wanted to make sure that that applies both to the affordable housing and to the market rate.
I don't know about the local housing, the inclusionary housing, the affordable housing, is a program managed by the city.
Right.
And so that would be a question for somebody like Lori Blackwood to be able to give you an answer.
Susie. Yeah, I can jump in. We do a lottery. We'll be doing a lottery for the affordable units, and those people that live and or work or live and work will get additional entries into the lottery if they either live and or work in
They'll
Watsonville.
get a priority.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
They'll get extra names. One name.
I want to make sure that we cover our legal bases here, and we can return for more questions, but I also want to make sure that the public gets to have a say.
I have one more question.
Sure.
On the amount of the density of the homes and for the area of the play area for the kids, and I know we had spoken about this, adding possibly a basketball court to the site. Is that still feasible, or is that still?
I looked at this and determined that it would probably not be a wise idea to do that. primarily because we have a street system that is adjacent to these open space areas. And in fact, after you and I had talked about this, I had a conversation with Justin. For a similar reason, we don't believe that, at least in our current way of thinking, that any kind of ball court is really all that a good idea because of the streets being right next to the green space, with the notion that errant balls will go out into the streets and create a hazard, especially for small children wanting to chase these balls. So Justin and I are reconsidering this whole notion of the bocce ball and perhaps entertaining the notion of doing a vegetable garden instead for that reason. But in terms of the physical layout, I did overlay half courts in this area, and it was going to take up so much space that it was not going to work out.
So if you lost 4 units or 8 units to this project, it would kill it?
We started out with a slightly higher number of units, and we've reduced it down. The problem that we have is the cost of contaminated cleanup is between $2 and $3 million, probably more like $3 million. And so that's money that we need to capture. And so we're at a point where the number of units are really at their threshold for doing that.
Okay. And looking at the plan and looking at your narrow roads, you're going to reduce the roads are going to be 24, what we're calling alleyways?
The alleyways are 26.
Or 26.
Yeah.
And the townhomes, they have no aprons for parking outside. They're only a tandem parking garage?
That's correct.
So the HOA will be required to make sure that there is no parking allowed on those streets then?
They'll be marked with as fire lanes. So there'll be no parking.
So basically the residents that buy those townhomes will be required to only have 2 vehicles? Or take guest parking?
Yes, that's what the guest parking is for.
For the residents?
And their guests.
Okay, thank you.
And it's going to be a permitted program, so we're not going to have problems with unauthorized cars being parked there.
Because, I mean, most residents will probably have 4 vehicles, so that'll probably take all your guest parking up. And you won't have that.
We don't know. We can't predict the habits of the future home buyers.
Yeah.
Mr. Smith, do you have some comments for us?
I do, Mayor. I want to talk just for a few moments, first about findings based on the record, which is what's been said here tonight and what the staff put together, all these documents that you've been looking at. That's what you're making your decision on. Second, I want to talk about what you're going to decide, and I want to talk for a minute about a due process. So we talked about findings. There are, as I understand it, 4 resos and 1 uncodified ordinance tonight. The ordinance is a planned development overlay, so that requires 5 votes. So 5 of the 6 of you must vote on the PD overlay in the affirmative for the project to be successful as it is right now. The rest of them only require 4 in their resolutions. So the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution says that you can't deprive people of their property without due process of law, and they have property. Any developer has property. So the question is, how much can government do to interfere with that property? And one of the most common ways local government deals with property are in land use decisions such as we have here tonight. And an important concept to keep in mind tonight is in the due process is the distinction between adjudication or judging, which is really what you're doing tonight, and legislating, which is like a zoning ordinance, which you're not doing tonight. So if you decided that you wanted to change and add an industrial use throughout the city of Watsonville that affected the whole city, that would be a legislative action. But tonight, what you're doing is applying prior decisions you've made in the zoning code, You're applying state law, CEQA, your conditional use permit is applying your municipal code, and you're applying the facts that staff and the applicant has presented to you to see if you can make the findings to support the project. This distinction is critical because the requirements of due process are vastly different between the two. The distinction is that somewhat simple, but it's difficult to apply. In general, the difference is that legislation is the process of framing the rule or the policy to be applied in a wide range of future cases, such as a zoning law. And a quasi-judicial or judicial decision you're making tonight is one that applies to pre-existing policies, one that you've made or the state has made in the past, and applying them to a set of facts like we have here tonight.
Can I ask something just on what you just said right now?
Sure.
And so the decision we made that applies to this specific property, whatever that decision may be, will that or how will that impact future developments that come to us?
It won't affect future development. It affects this development. You're taking your zoning codes, you're taking all your different laws and state law, and you're saying, okay, these are the laws. Has this project satisfied those laws based on what you've heard from staff and what's been presented here tonight? And if it does, the project is okay. If you can't make those findings, then it doesn't.
But I'm asking about future.
And I'm saying it doesn't affect future
Oh, it
projects.
doesn't affect
This is,
future.
you're applying a project
Okay,
tonight. You're
okay,
judging
okay,
this project.
okay.
You're not judging
Okay,
future projects.
okay.
So just this project tonight.
Okay, okay,
So
now I understand.
each decision must be based on credible evidence or facts which support the decision. And for example, that's the staff report. The oral presentation was made tonight. The presentation by the applicant, the minutes of the last meeting, the decision was made, or the information from the last meeting, which is part of the record. And these facts are implicated into findings, which again are evidence that you need to make to on the record to support the decision you make. Staff has prepared findings in each of the 5 actions you have tonight, and different findings must be made for each. If you decide to deny the project, you have to not make those findings. Or if you're going to decide something else, you have to have different findings, such as was discussed with Aurelio earlier. He asked about a different particular project, one that's not exact in a table, whether it can be changed, but it's this project that's on the table tonight that you're deciding on. And you should be making your decision based on what you've heard tonight, what you heard at the last meeting, what staff has told you, and what the applicant has told you, and what you've heard from the audience. Okay?
Ready.
Everybody understood that, right?
Perfectly.
Good. The applicant have anything else to say before we go out to the public on this?
No, sir. Thank you very much, Mayor Hurst.
Okay, well, we'll give you another chance to come back after we hear what the public has to say. This is a public hearing. We're going to open the public hearing. You have 2 minutes because of the lateness of the hour and the volume of people who wish to speak. In retrospect, I think you guys should have come before the brewery, but I don't know how they got ahead of you. Please fill out one of the blue cards, announce your name, and we're glad to hear any other information you want to say, but let's keep it in 2 minutes if you can.
Good evening, Mayor Hurst and City Council members. My name is Bob Culbertson, and I speak to you tonight as a homeowner of a home on Paz Court next to the proposed Sunshine Vista development. I question the report that Arrington Road is not suitable for fire engines needing to respond to the proposed subdivision. At the same time, is proposed to be used for hundreds of trips of large dump trucks loaded with toxic topsoil. I'm also curious about the use of Arrington Road to access the parcel owned by Tony Campos, our neighbor, and whether that parcel would be used, whether the road would be used for his current industrial zoning or any rezoning for an item such as a park or residential use. And I think there's still time to meet with Mr. Campos and talk to him further, even though the developer indicated they weren't interested in further negotiations. I would like more public information about traffic scenarios at the junction of Arrington and Ohlone Parkway if Loma Vista was not used, instead of the assumption that it would be used. I think additional public hearings and negotiations may find that Arrington Road, which is the traditional access to this parcel proposed for development, may still be the best primary access. Knowing that delay of phase one of the proposed development, the removal of the topsoil, could be a hardship on the developer, first I am asking the City Council to amend the resolution and approve the subdivision to allow implementation of phase one. They can go ahead and remove the topsoil and do that job. And that secondly, we would require additional public hearing and information gathering limited to a final designation on the use of Arrington Road as a primary or secondary access, and to the subdivision, including traffic studies for the intersection of Ohlone and Arrington. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Culbertson. We know you've been a big supporter of trails and wetlands for decades, and thank you again.
Hello, my name is Brianna Bain, and I live on Del Rio Court. What's upsetting me the most tonight is that the negotiation, there's like no negotiation for the other road, which is the thing is that you're about to bulldoze through our houses, like right in the middle, and on the left of that white street that you saw right there is my house, and my other neighbor's house is on the other side of that street. So it's what I'm trying to say is, like, if it was your house, which I asked Felipe when he came out to our property, he said that it would be upset if it was his house. So it's happening to us. Now, the thing is, the traffic congestion, previous meeting said 400 plus cars. Well, 400 times 82, only in the morning, 82 trips is 32,800 trips, if I calculated it correctly. So I'm not too sure how many cars are coming through and how much traffic is going to be coming through. So, and, I bought my house when I was 24 years old in a quiet little area. I came from San Jose. And I take pride in that, being so young, when I bought my house. So I'm not about to live in a traffic congestion, trying to raise my kid, And that's all I have.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Bobby, and I live on Presidio Court. And I want to be very clear. I'm not against the housing development. What I'm against is the extending Loma Vista Drive through the park and the casitas. Some of you up there told me that you don't consider that to be a park, yet we've held multiple functions like National Night Out. It's big enough to have a game of wiffle ball. You could fly a kite, you could play badminton. Both of the Sunshine Housing developments and the Blackbird development have opted to pay the fee, the in lieu fee, according to your Watsonville Municipal Code, Title 13, Subdivisions and Maps, Chapter 6. Dedications and Reservations, Article 2, simply stated, it says that the park facilities paid by using the in lieu fees need to be nearby the future residents of these subdivisions. A city representative recently told our community members that the city does not intend to provide park space anywhere near the Ohlone Parkway or the surrounding neighborhoods. So how is this adhering to your municipal code? You have rules. You need to practice following through with your rules. You additionally need to do a lot better at making sure that the projects that you approve are held accountable. What I'm mostly upset about is the lack of transparency throughout this entire process. I didn't receive a postcard. I didn't get outreached. I am directly impacted by this extension. if I was notified, I would have been here at the planning meeting. The planning signage was not posted in the appropriate place. It was posted at 511 Ohlone Parkway when it should have been posted at Loma Vista. There's another sign off of Lighthouse that says future through road will be extended here. Where was the Loma Vista signage? It's not there. Who's responsible for that? You guys are. Why? Because you're the ones that approve these developments, and if they're supposed to be making those the signage there, then you need to be making sure that that's actually held accountable. Lastly, I want to thank those city council members that are listening to us people and our concerns, and I appreciate that. So thank you, Trina, for bringing that up, and Rebecca and Aurelio.
Good evening. My name is Richard Farrow, and I live at 6 Parisi Court. I just want to start by saying, and I will be clear, that I am not against the Sunshine Development. What I am against is extending the Loma Vista Drive through the park in the Casitas subdivision. This will literally place another street within 10 feet of my living room window. I want to now address address city council members individually. Mr. Mayor, 2 months ago, at a city council meeting, you celebrated Watsonville's Parks Department. You spoke of how parks are important, but at the recent mixer, you told a group of community members that you will vote for the extending the Loma Vista through the Casitas Park. This appears to contradict your speech to the public about supporting parks. It seems that you are both for and against parks. Mr. Dutra, you live in the Seaview Ranch, so this affects you as a citizen. A vast majority of the residents there do not want the Loma Vista extension, and that's proved by a petition. Various people who have told me that you are deciding to abstain the vote due to a conflict of interest. Now is the time to not to abstain. District 4 needs your support right now. I also understand that you are running for county supervisor. Just so that you know, Mr. Caput has signed our petition. He would like the city to grant another continuance in order to research an alternate solution to the road extension. Mr. Gonzalez, you and I both spoke at the Casitas Ice Cream Social. So while we were talking, we observed cars not completely stopping, but running through the posted stop signs. Now, can you imagine at least 150 cars not completely stopping, coming in from a new direction? It's an accident waiting to happen, and even worse, a tragedy. Mr. Hernandez, I live in your district. I just want to say one more thing, and that is, if you're going to remove all this dirt, 3,600 truckloads of contaminated dirt are going to create dust. And I just want you to know that this contaminated dust is going to be produced in this entire community. What are you going to do to protect us? Do we need respirators? I just want to point that out. That came from a Sentinel article that was given by Lisa Lee.
I'm Greg Caput, a resident of Watsonville, and I was asked to come and speak. I'll make this clear. The people that I've talked to in the Loma Vista court are not really against the project. They're concerned about the integrity and the safety of their little court and their community. We're talking about over 60 homes and 60 families. These are people that want more time to look at an alternative route or other alternative routes. And we need to seriously look at that. You have Arrington, and you also have the 200 block of Lighthouse. And those at the end of Lighthouse, it actually says, there's a sign there, it says future road coming through, and it's posted. I don't know who posted it, but that's on the 200 block of. These are people that you see when you go shopping. They're people you see when you go pick up either your kids or your nephews or nieces or grandkids at schools. These are people that live here, and they want a little bit more time. And I think we also need to negotiate actually seriously with any private landowner that may be in the middle of this. actually sit down seriously, have the mayor, have the city attorney, have the city planner, city manager sit down and actually look at that alternative routes that are possible and give this a little bit more time. It's a great project that'll benefit Watsonville, but take in consideration the feelings of these people that you saw on National Night Out. That's why they're here. And if you do this next time, I would suggest putting it on the beginning of the agenda so people will get home before midnight, and you would probably get home before midnight also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cabot.
I'm Penn Shortis. I represent Granite Construction Company on Beach Street. We've been in Watsonville for almost 100 years. We're a proponent of Sunshine Vista. Our business has been besieged by homeless people along that backside of the corridor. Those vacant lots cause transients to live there. We were robbed almost every weekend up until Sunshine Vista started. And with the homeless being pushed out and these properties being developed, we're seeing a dramatic decrease in vandalism and thefts, which were happening every weekend. Our local business employs several hundred people. In the last 3 years, we've increased our business over 60 people, and those people are looking for homes, looking for a place to live. And without having a high-density housing, they're not going to have a place to live. So our employees also use the trails on the weekends. We're in it's a gorgeous wildlife corridor. This ties that trail together. Having the contaminants drain into the corridor is kind of asinine, and I believe that this project will allow for those contaminants to be removed and dealt with once and for all. We can have a corridor. We can have a place for everybody to go do their walks, have their picnics. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Bruno Kaiser, and I'm the president of the Homeowners Association of Seaview Ranch. I've written this, and I'm going to read it to you.
Welcome, Mr. Kaiser.
Thank you, thank you. There's a great deal of concern by the homeowners who live in the casitas adjacent to the proposed main road into the Sunshine Vista development. They're worried about the safety of their children who live adjacent to the proposed access road. This road cuts through the Seaview Ranch casitas at a steep, I believe 15% grade, which makes the hazard that much more severe. We had a very similar issue with the Federal Express project. I represented the Seaview Ranch in that series of city council meetings and was successful in having the council change the primary access road away from the planned Loma Vista Road to the Manabee Owl parcel. The Loma Vista is a secondary fire engine gated access. Rudy Lopez, the Watsonville Fire Marshal, has informed me that they require 2 access roads into the Sunshine development capable of accommodating fire engines just as in Seaview Ranch. One of them can be gated and locked and with the key in possession of the department. So now the question is, which of the 2 should be the primary access? Considering the hazards of the Loma Vista extension versus the safe Arrington Road, the choice is clear. Arrington must be the primary access. The gated access that can be either the Sunshine Gardens Road or Loma Vista Extension. Of these 2, Loma Vista Extension should be largely left as is. As a walkway along one side, including stairs as appropriate because it's steep, would be preferable to provide a pedestrian access to Ohlone. This would eliminate the threat of the existing property owners and especially their children from the steep downhill traffic. It will satisfy the need of the fire department and eliminate the threat of hazardous traffic at Loma Vista Extension. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Colleen Wallow, and I am a resident of Seaview Ranch, and I've been here for 13 years. I, along with Bruno, worked over 10 years on the Manabee Owl project, and we were able to negotiate and come to a very, very good compromise, which I think has benefited the city and all of the residents. I am not against the project nor for it. What I am concerned, and also as a realtor like Trina, is the project is too dense. you're talking about 150 homes, let's say 4 cars per home, okay? So we're at 600 cars, 800 cars a day going through this, also coming into Ohlone. My biggest concern is that, with all due respect to the city and to Lisa and to her representatives, is you're getting a very skewed picture, okay, in that when you look at Ohlone, you have Landmark School, then you have the casitas, then you want to go ahead and put Sunshine Vistas in. Then where you're talking about the roundabout, you know, you have to remember, we have Second Harvest. Second Harvest fills all of Ohlone when they're coming to the food bank. And we sometimes can't even get out of our homes. So now Second Harvest, they go ahead and put people there to try and give us enough room that we can get to work, so we're not waiting 40 minutes to get out of Loma Vista or Lighthouse. That hasn't been covered, which is very disconcerting to me. The other is that you have to remember where the signage is on Lighthouse that people are referencing for you. There's another project going in there. So Las Brisas is you've got Bay Breeze, which is at Harkins Slough in Ohlone. Then you've got Seaview Ranch. Then Las Brisas is on the other side of Ohlone. Well, there's another project going to go in, if you remember, on the Manabi Ow, that's going to go in behind Las Brisas. That's the signage that everybody's talking about, that another road is going through. That road is going through for that project. I'll be very quick. And then there is another project, if you remember, the Manabi land, which is on the west side of Ohlone Parkway. You know, the FedEx went in, that is our property. So the Manabi also has another home development going in. I'm very concerned that you're only getting skewed perspective. And I implore you not to make a decision tonight. Come on over, we'll give you a walk tour or whatever. But there's no way that you can put a roundabout in, allow Second Harvest to be served. You've got a school 2,000 feet up the road, okay, that we have a crossing guard. None of this was talked about tonight. So I think you're only getting pieces of information, and I implore you to postpone, get the real picture. Get the full picture, and then make an informed decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Colleen.
Good evening. I'm Carolina Portillo Franco, and I just want to thank you for giving us extended time. I'm an original homeowner in the Casitas area in Seaview Ranch, and I'm also on the board there. Over the past several weeks, I, along with others, have been trying to figure out an alternative to having this Loma Vista Road extension, and Arrington Road seems to make the most sense. We've been trying to reopen communication between the developer, city, and current landowner to see if the neighboring empty lot where Arrington Road resides could be utilized for the Sunshine Vista entrance, but we need more time. As some of you have visited, you see that our little green area has beautiful landscaping, and our association has been paying and maintaining for that for the last 14 years. Our children play on this land. Our community comes together on this land. My family has been in Watsonville since 1966, and my grandfather used to commute to Lockheed Martin over the hill because he thought Watsonville was a great place to raise a family. I have been quite disappointed in the recent weeks because I do have a high opinion of Watsonville, the community, and its leadership. However, when I hear city officials of any capacity make remarks such as time is money, or I wouldn't want this happening in my neighborhood, but I don't live there, so, or you can always move, I mean, this makes it clear that Watsonville may no longer be about community and about doing right by one another. Even last week at the Sunshine Vista informational meeting, the architect there said, quote, I can basically do whatever I want because, to paraphrase, the city of Watsonville does not prescribe to standards such as setbacks, etc., that every other community does. While I don't oppose housing developments, I do ask that the city consider mandating that Arrington Road or another road be the primary access to that community. Our community deserves to stay as a community, and our park area is critical to that. By allowing the Loma Vista Road extension, the city of Watsonville will be sending a message that communities do not matter, and neither does the safety of our children. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for listening, Mr. Mayor and City Council people, members. I really want to thank, did I just say my name? I'm Holly Heath. Sorry, I'm so nervous. My name's Holly Heath, and I'm Casitas owner. We had the privilege of having Councilmember Dutra, Councilwoman Kaufman Gomez, Councilwoman Garcia, Councilman Gonzalez, and Councilman Hernandez come and actually meet with us on our property. And some met with us several times, and I'm really grateful. And I can actually tell from the questions you're asking tonight that you listen to us. I mean, that means a lot, that you listen, that you're asking questions that are pertinent, and that you're not just rushing this through. So thank you. I've been listening. I just want to make one point, really, which is that this is not a case of NIMBYism, which is what I've heard the developer and also representatives from the business community say. This is not in my backyard. It's not bulldozing over my living room, which is what this feels like to us. We have a pretty good idea that the Arrington Road could be, if it was, it'll cost a little more money. It won't be quite as easy because this isn't going to cost anything because the city already owns it, which we our Loma Vista area. But we're just asking you to think about it, and as Carolina was saying, to consider sort of the deeper values of our community, which I really cherish in Watsonville. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've been informed that our translator must have a break. I don't know how the council wants to handle this or what the city manager or the clerk say.
I already took a break, thank you.
Pardon?
She's good.
It's okay?
Ran out and came back.
I need a break.
So
The rest of the council would like to.
we can have the translator take a break and still continue the meeting? Is that what?
She's good.
He's good. We are.
She took a break.
Yes.
We need one.
Asking for one, however.
I want to hear testimony, but I need a break as well. Can I
What's the will of the council here? Take it.
5 minutes.
Sorry. I mean, if there was motion for break, I mean, I'm good. I don't want to miss the testimony, but it's 11 and we've been here since 4:30 and can I please, I don't want to be rude in missing testimony. That's my point I'm trying to make here clearly. So are you okay with that?
What's the will of the rest of council here?
5 minutes. I'm fine.
Yeah. So please don't consider me being rude if I step away for just a few minutes. And
Well, I say those that need to take a break, and we'll keep pushing on here, okay? Everybody's waited a long time on this, so let's move forward.
Hi. Hi, my name is Benedict Daces.
Please use the microphone and speak up.
Hi, my name is Benedict Daces, and I live at Del Rio Court in the Casitas. I sent an email previously about our flooding situation, which I don't think enough attention has been brought to. I sent an email and attached several photos documenting this situation. And it's the Casitas on Del Rio
Microphone
Court
closer.
and Ohlone. Pardon me?
The microphone?
Oh.
Move it closer.
Closer, okay. There are numerous flood preventive lines of defense for our protection and safety. I mailed this earlier. I'm not certain if you guys received it or not, so I'll just try and read it quickly. Numerous flood preventative lines of defense for our protection and safety rainwater drainage system built against a great steep hill, and the townhomes on Del Rio Court and Pasario Court were built with flood preventative rainwater drainage system for the protection and safety of our townhomes, property, personal belongings, families, friends, and pets. These townhomes were built in 2003, still use this critical life-saving rainwater drainage system. The purpose is to manage the rainwater, to direct the rainwater away from our townhomes and property, to move the rainwater to the underground water drainage system that is located underneath the green grass area that is proposed to be the Loma Vista Drive extension. Behind all of the townhomes on Del Rio Court, the steep hill has a horizontal concrete flood gutter canal. It's above the jogging trail and runs along through the grass behind the trees, all behind Del Rio Court, starting at about Arrington, through Del Rio Court, the proposed road, and then all through Passario Court. So it's a great distance.
Thank you for finishing up.
Okay. There's also.
Thank you very much for finishing up.
Okay, you want me to leave?
Thank you.
If these are removed, our houses are going to flood. This is the only thing that's keeping our houses from being flooded right now are these concrete flood gutters that go all the way across our behind our homes, and then one gutter, concrete gutter, goes along first house at Del Rio Court on the far left, and another concrete flood gutter that leads down from that horizontal.
Thank you again. Thank you. We have next speaker, please.
Only safety.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Noriko Akiyama Ragsack. On August 7th, our Casitas neighborhood hosted the first ice cream social in conjunction with the National Night Out campaign. Thanks to the generosity of Baskin Robbins on Green Valley Road, we were able to serve over 85 ice cream cones and cups to our guests. I was glad to see many council members there to enjoy the delicious desserts along with our police officers and, of course, many happy children. If our lawn area is destroyed, we will not be able to host another National Night Out. When I first stood here before you, I wrote my speech not to have a development built behind my house on Paraíso Court. My second speech changed gears since I heard other neighbors speak and realized the need for housing in Watsonville. I pleaded for a road not to be built through our award-winning landscaped area. This will be my third time as a charm speech. It is titled, Kids Safety Before All Else. My main concern is for the safety of the kids in our neighborhood. The blood of our children is in your hands. If a child gets struck by a car, then I will not forgive those of you who vote for this road expansion. I promise I will be back up at this podium to remind you what your decision did to an innocent child. The city of Watsonville is dealing with a developer that has a shell corporation with many layers. They are strategically placing themselves in this community. It's basically a game of Monopoly for them. The developer is only driven by money and, in my opinion, not considering the safety of our precious children. What price will they put on a child's life? In my eyes, the city council has let an outsider pull the wool over theirs. I am very disappointed that most of the council members can't see through all this because the human nature of greed has come into play. It's all about the money. We want what's best for our city and their young citizens, not for the developer who have time constraints and deadlines. Loma Vista Drive is right next to Landmark Elementary School. Does the safety of those students not matter to anybody? Please delay the decision of Loma Vista Drive expansion for the safety of our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Noriko.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Paul Irao. I'm a resident of the Seaview Ranch for 15 years. Just wanted to express my opinion and my concern regarding this development. I'm not against development, but 150 units, that's a lot. You know, I mean, I don't know how many houses do we have in our neighborhoods now that are being built. There's the new development right next to it, which is gonna be connected to this Sunshine Villa, and then there's another development right across from Ramsey Park. So that's a lot of developments happening at the same time. And we talked about the traffic congestions earlier, which does not even add up to the this coming development that is happening. I think it's going to be finished pretty soon. That is being built by some Asian companies. You have to consider the loss of enjoyment by these homeowners who live in this area where this entrance is going to be built. I mean, the two houses right next to it, the loss of their value of their property, the loss of the park, giving businesses better use of their property, and this is what this whole presentation was all about. And I don't know what to compensate the homeowners who's living in this property. 150 houses, that's a lot of money. I mean, a lot of homes, a lot of money. I understand that this is a private property where the Paraiso and this extension of the Loma Vista, and this should be maintained by the city. And we already have that issue with our property right across the street, which is the Seaview Ranch, and it's supposed to be maintained by the city, but the city lights are not maintained by the city. Safety issue, parking issue, that's a big thing.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Chuck Allen, office at 42 Brennan Street here in Watsonville. I would like to take a leaf out of what Mayor Hurst said earlier to speak to a little bit of history so that we know a little bit better about where we're going with our planning. Our company has worked on this whole project for multiple decades. We started in the 80s by assembling the properties, and in the early 90s, an assessment district was created, about 160 acres, and that the bonds that were sold that were secured by these 160 acres paid for a big portion of the two bridges that we enjoy on Harkin Slough Road plus Oholoni Parkway that serves almost everyone that's here tonight. This property was one of those assessed parcels. The previous property owners agreed to participate. They didn't have to. So this is the last of the infill of this. Has many names on it now, but it started out being the landmark lower residential project. I've worked with Lisa Lee for at least 5 years on this property. I was representing as a real estate person, representing the family, the Cluster family, helping them get the property cleaned up. There was over 600 cars that we removed. There were many of those vehicles had people living in them, and someone spoke to the absence of homeless people. I mean, it was not a pretty sight, and we were able to get the cars removed, hopefully. And I just wanted to give that perspective, and I'm in favor of this project, and I urge your yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Matt Huerta here, Housing Program Manager with Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. I hope this is on TV because I need an alibi with my wife. It's super, super late.
I'll write you a note.
Bless you all for your patience and support. MBEP sent a letter that our board and many others affiliated with our stakeholders have very carefully considered this project within the framework of our mission statement, our housing initiative over the last couple of years, actively trying to move this forward in terms of the 3 counties, 17 different jurisdictions, trying to do something on housing, meaningful scale, near transit, near schools, walkable to parks, other services. Here's a project that makes sense. Here's a development that has been carefully managed forward for a long time now. There's community engagement. We very carefully make sure that developers are engaging the community where possible, integrating their best thoughts and aspirations into that project. I see some of those elements here. It's very, very easy. It makes it easier for me to get behind this. As 18 years now developing affordable housing, working on policy issues, this can potentially be that kind of catalytic project that we like to see. The community engagement piece is very important. Whatever happens tonight, I hope that the community stays engaged. The nights, the night out meetings, and the events, that's absolutely critical to a healthy, vibrant community. I hope that continues up or down. I applaud the community and yourselves for that leadership. So again, this fits our mission. We had several of our stakeholders across the region, housing professionals, look at this very closely, and a lot of good feedback, but this is certainly something that we want to get behind. The negatives and the positives certainly outweigh the negatives here. I think I heard lots of compelling information here from the engineers, traffic folks. My last parting thing is that it does come down to political will and courageous leadership by you on the dais. I appreciate you, and I wish you good for your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huerta, and thank you for your advocacy for affordable housing and housing all over the region.
Hi, good evening. Paulina Moreno, Project Director with Community Action Board. I'm actually also here as a member of a policy team with executive directors from Monarch Services and Community Ventures working towards affordable housing in Watsonville. And for those of you that don't know, CAB is focused on working with the most vulnerable and marginalized in our community, that is low-income families, immigrants, youth, the reentry population, homeless, among others. And every 2 years, CAB leads community poverty conversations to identify the greatest impacts of poverty in our county. Last year, the second top need identified by people living in Santa Cruz County was rent burden and housing insecurity, with jobs and higher wages as the number one need. CAB is in support of more housing, especially affordable housing. A couple of things we'd like to respectfully request you consider. Local preference policy for the affordable units, which establishes preferences to those who have been displaced as a result of the housing cost and those who live and work in Watsonville. A local preference policy can be a powerful tool to help stabilize communities and promote fair housing integration. In addition, could we consider asking developers to employ and contract locally to get the job done? CAB's executive director, Maria Elena, unfortunately couldn't be here. She's in a conference in Colorado, but emailed many of you on this point and is asking you to imagine the impact of having developers hire CalWorks, reentry, and youth 18 and over as part of their workforce. This would help a family who is impacted by poverty and may face barriers to employment. So we thank you for your work, and we encourage you to address this housing crisis here in our community and to support the development of affordable housing in Watsonville. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulina. Thank you.
And members of the council and city staff.
Speak up a little bit, Carmen.
I'm also here to support the housing development. I am the executive director of El Pájaro CDC, and we support people that start businesses, grow businesses, are creating jobs, are creating wealth in our community. However, they can't have a house. We have clients that actually have gone homeless because they've lost their leases. Just a couple of days ago, one of our entrepreneurs was telling me that she lost her lease and she was looking desperately, and she rented a house, just 2-bedroom house, and the house is costing her $2,700 a month. That's a lot of money, and we need more options for our people. At the personal level, I'm very grateful to have bought a house a few years ago, but my family can't afford to live here. They also were displaced from a place here. My sister is a teacher, and she can't find anywhere to live. So I really support this project, and I also support, as Paulina was saying, giving priority to people that live locally and work locally. for the affordable housing, and also support the hiring of, as it was mentioned before, of local companies of that subcontract for the different jobs that are going to be available for the housing development. So thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Carmen.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Francisco Estrada. I live on Lighthouse Drive. And I support the project. I don't think anybody here opposes the project. What I don't appreciate are developers like this coming into town and, kind of creating a series of problems and then coming in and blackmailing the city saying, if we don't follow through, nobody's ever going to come to Watsonville again. So I just would really ask you to think about who comes into town and who does business in Watsonville, and just maybe listen to the people here. It's 11. We should be asleep. I think that there's still a compromise to be found. So I just ask you for compromise.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Evan Siroki. I'm speaking in support of the project. I am board chair of Santa Cruz YIMBY. We're a volunteer group that our mission is to bring people together to advance specific solutions to increase the housing supply throughout Santa Cruz County. And so we're doing this because we realize there's a major need for housing. And like one stat that shows this is that in the last 8 years, there's been about 10 additional people per additional housing unit that has grown throughout the county. So we need housing in all areas of the county, and this is a especially good project that you all should support and approve immediately. This provides 150 badly needed homes and is really a life-changing project for the 30 people that would qualify for the below market rate housing units. And so this project is so good in a variety of ways. The developer is doing a lot of things above and beyond the call of duty here, and so we urge you to approve this project immediately and move forward in trying to solve our housing crisis. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Mayor Hurst, council members. My name is Rafael Hernandez. I work with Monterey Bay Economic Partnerships. I want to acknowledge the voices and the concerns. I'm here to support the project. I want to acknowledge the voices and concerns of community members. And I also see that the applicant has acknowledged those concerns as well and has worked to mitigate the concerns at every possible point. It's a true shame that another primary access point isn't feasible. I do trust that they've explored every option. As I acknowledge their voices and concerns, I also want to acknowledge the voices and concerns of families that aren't here. What I mean by that is the many families that are in desperate need of housing, working people, children that could be living in here. We all know the situation. You have an opportunity tonight to be a critical part of bringing much needed housing to the city, to the people who work here, the people who labor here, who teach, who clean, who fix, who nurse, who harvest, who build this city. When I'm a parent, and I used to teach in elementary schools for many years, when I hear folks talk about their children, I feel that. I really put myself in their place. The thing is, we're connected to a bigger thing. Being in communities, we're connected to a bigger thing. So what about the children that are living in garages and cars? Again, I'm a parent, and I have to think about other folks. If I was in that place, it's a difficult thing. I can understand. They're thinking, I'm going to have cars going through here, but I think about children living in cars, children that don't even have that. So it's those voices as well need to be acknowledged, and that's what I wanted to talk about them. So in closing, I just want to say you have an opportunity tonight. I understand the difficulty, the challenge, but to be a part of a solution that we need in California and here in Watsonville. I'll reference Mr. Javier Zamora earlier when we were talking about the microbrews. He said that people need a place to go after a hard day's work to get a beer. Point taken, right? I want to continue that and say that after a hard day's work, people need a home to go to before anything. Be a part of the solution, vote for Sunshine Vista, and good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and everyone else.
Can you come to the mic?
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Silviano Cruz, and I live in 38 Paraíso Core, and I am one of the original owners from Las Casitas area. And I just want to say that I support the development, and as a matter of fact, I thank you, the property owner and the architect and the city staff, that for all the project review and the traffic analysis. But I oppose the new Loma Vista extension. As Mr. Greg Caput said, let's give us a chance to fully, pretty much a last chance to see if we can find an alternative. I know the architect, and they said that they explore all the options, but just give us a chance to give it one more try. You know, I would personally, if after perhaps you guys get involved and you guys give us a chance to talk to and to find an alternative solution if possible, and if there is no alternative solution, you know, I would change my mind and say, well, we explore every single possibility, and therefore, you know what, let's do the development. All I'm asking is that please give us a last chance to find an alternative. I'm pretty sure that there is an alternative. I mean, we can compromise. And I thank you. I'm really thankful that you guys, the architect, the owner, changed their mind and kind of like making some changes. I appreciate that. But as a goodwill, all I'm asking is just give us one more chance and see if we can really find an alternative. And like I said, if we cannot find it, then, you know, let's build the road. But just give us a chance.
Thank you for coming.
Hi, I'm George Au. I own property, the Manabi Au property. I own a house on La Jolla that I rent out. I'm the guy that was going to tap into Loma Vista last time, but I didn't do it. And I think that this gentleman before me has a good idea. And I think that Lisa Lee has taken some heat, but we're very lucky that she came here. I know a lot of people don't think that right now, but as far as Watsonville goes, she's bringing 150 units, 30 affordable here. And she's doing a project that's a hard project. I don't know how she's going to make any money from this. And there's comments about, yeah, the developer is going to make this and that, and they're terrible. And I say, we're lucky to have Lisa here. And I say, yeah, it's crowded, but people need places to live. Housing insecurity. I talk to people. People come to me because they know I'm good for help. And they come to me and say, I'm losing my place. I'm losing my place. And it's very hard to build new projects here, anywhere along here. And this is why. And I don't blame these people. I don't blame them at all. But I do think when we were doing our project, we thought we had to go to Loma Vista. But I think that you got to give it one more shot. And everybody up there, and Greg Caput has to help out to find a way. Look how I think that you guys can do it. If I can help, I'll help too. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Au. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jesus Corona. I am a member of the community for over 27 years here in Watsonville. Currently, we have a big need for housing here, and that's not, we all know that. It's not easy. Every time there is a change, we all resist changes. But the need is there. So to find a house, 2 bedroom, 1 bathroom, is over $2,000 of rent, and there's no places. So people are living in the garages and with other family members and their houses. So it's a very difficult situation, and at the same time, for people living close to this project, but they don't want to change. We have to. Sometimes changes is not. They don't come the way that we want, right? Traffic, it will increase a little bit of traffic, but I was thinking when 100 years ago we were moving ourselves with horses, and then 20 or 30 years after, we have got cars that were pulled by horses, and then tires, and the evolution is coming. So it's we can't stop that. We have to face that. So the reality is we have these families without house, without a place to live, and not even to rent a place. So I support this project because those reasons that I'm saying. Hopefully, if this project happens, that they hire local contractors and local workers, and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Laura Antuna Magaña. I'm a resident, but I'm also coming on behalf of the Center for Community Advocacy and its leaders, who most of them left. We had about 80 supporters come out, but they are waking up at 2 in the morning to get to work, so they had to leave. We've come here to support the new housing development proposed by Sunshine Vista Development, and ask that you do the same to help and fulfill housing needs here in the community. There is a dire need for affordable housing in our community, and we ask that you support that. I would also like to ask those who have come to support to stand. Our group was close to 110 people coming to support the project that was informed by Lisa, and we're part of the community that heard about the project and was notified, and we've come to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and our apologies again for being so late that your group had to leave. We did see them with their banners and flags.
Buenas noches. Mi
Buenas
nombre
noches.
es Alicia de Trinidad. Vivo en 611 Tarot Avenue, Watsonville, y estoy apoyando este proyecto porque he visto que Watsonville necesita mucha vivienda. Hay mucha gente creciendo, adolescentes de 18, de 19, de 20 años que están buscando la universidad, pero también están buscando matrimonio. Después del matrimonio vienen los hijos, y muchos jóvenes de acá, de Watsonville, no van a tener vivienda en el futuro. Watsonville es mitad agricultura, mitad business y gente. Necesitamos en nuestra ciudad agrícola, podríamos decir, que hayan más vivienda. He visto hogares donde tienen 6 niños y todos esos 6 niños viven hacinados en un solo room. Eso no es higiénico para los niños que están desarrollándose, y no lo veo bien yo. Hay familias muy pobres que viven los abuelos, los tíos, y viven como 40 personas en una casa de 2 rooms nada más, porque a la de 3 vale hasta $3,000. Está carísima la renta, nadie la controla, no hay control de renta. Yo pagaba 925 en mi apartamentito y ahora pago 1,225. No es justo cuando a uno no le suben el cheque de senior. Y vengo a hablar también por los senior, de que necesitamos viviendas adecuadas a nuestras posibilidades económicas y cómo vivir mejor.
Gracias, señora.
Bueno.
Can we have translation, please? And while the translator is getting ready, I think Elisa made a great point that there are a lot of children overcrowded in this community, and we do have to think of others. So let's hear from the translator.
My name is Alicia.
Little louder, please.
Sorry. And I live in 611 Tuttle, Watsonville. And I'm here to support this project because I've seen that Watsonville needs lots of homes. There is a lot of people growing, adolescents, 18, 19, 20 years of age, that are looking for university, but they're also looking for marriage. And when they find marriage comes children. And a lot of youth from Watsonville are not going to find housing in the future. Watsonville is half agriculture, half business and people. We need in our city, our agricultural city, that we have more housing. I have seen homes where there is 6 children, and all those 6 children live in one room, and that is not good hygiene for those children that are growing. I don't see it. I don't see that is good. There's homes or families that are poor, and that you have 40 people living in a home of 2 rooms because the homes with 3 rooms are too expensive. Nobody controls rent. I used to pay $9.25 in my apartment, and now I pay $1,225. It's not just when our salaries as seniors don't go up. And I also come to speak about for seniors that we need proper housing with our possible economic status and how to live better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Della Hirschbach Baker, and I live in the Seaview Ranch. I think the majority of what I've heard is nobody's opposing the development. What the big issue is, it's about being a good neighbor. Being a good neighbor is very important to me. And that means, that the people, the way that road access is, you're going to be really a road sandwiched between people's homes. And that's just not right. So I think there is a way, and I think there could be a way to find a better access. And that's proven with the FedEx building. They found a way. The other issue I have is parking. I think it's going to be an issue. I think the development itself is too dense. I can tell you where I live, everybody has their garages full of stuff, so there's no extra parking in the garage. So where's the extra parking going to come from? Are they going to be parking on the other side of Ohlone, impeding us? I don't know. But my main issue is be a good neighbor. Really consider the casitas and how that's going to affect them and affect their lives and their children, and the extra traffic on Ohlone is just not right. And the microbrewery is closed. What the heck?
But it was well micromanaged. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is Miguel Gutierrez, and I'm going to speak Spanish, all right?
Sí.
Yo vivo enseguida de la primera casa de donde está del río, en donde van a abrir la carretera, en donde la quieren abrir. Yo veo que la seguridad de nosotros no es segura por los niños, en donde está ese espacio, en donde está el jardín, ¿sí? A mí me parece muy buen proyecto también el que quieren hacer con los apartamentos o las casas, pero la seguridad de nosotros también está en peligro. Ahorita si estoy mirando cómo está la gente de nerviosa, más que todo mis vecinos que no pueden dormir, ¿sí? Entonces debemos de considerar también toda la preocupación de ellos, porque está en juego, en riesgo la seguridad de los niños y de ellos. Allí ha habido muchos accidentes, algunos accidentes por la avenida, porque pasan carros recio. Entonces, tantos carros bajando de la propiedad, va a haber peligros, riesgos. Entonces, yo creo que sí, es buena idea la de las casas, pero también pensar en la seguridad de nosotros. Y de lo que decía la señora, yo estoy de acuerdo que cuando subieron las casas, mucha gente compró, pero cuando bajaron, perdieron sus casas y las rentas se subieron, pero nunca bajaron las rentas. Así que mucha gente la gente está batallando por las rentas de sus casas que nunca bajaron. Yo no sé si puede hacer algo el concilio para ayudar a las personas que están pagando bastante renta. Es todo, gracias.
Thank you, sir. Wait a moment for the translation, but it would be nice to get a good night's sleep. That's for sure.
I'm sorry, hold on one second.
You know, I was here at the record-setting city council meeting that went on to 2 o'clock in the morning. 2 o'clock. Let's hear from our translator.
Hello, my name is Miguel Gutierrez, and I live next to the first house where the Rio is and where the street will be opening. And I see that our security is not secure, and the children, where that space is, where the garden is, I think it's a good project with the homes, but our security is in danger. Today, people are nervous more than anything, the neighbors that can't sleep. We should consider their worries because their security is at risk. There has been a lot of accidents, some accidents in that avenue because cars go fast. And then we'll have more cars coming down from this property, and we will have danger. I think it's a good idea, but you should think in our security. And what the lady said earlier, when prices went up, a lot of people bought homes and they lost their homes, and rents went up, but rents have not gone down. And people are struggling with rent because rent has not gone down. Maybe you may be able to do that, do something for those that are paying a lot in rent. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
How can I say? Hi, Mayor.
Kuka, tell us your name again for the permanent record.
My name is Maria Santana, Kuka Maria Santana. I'm living in 663 Bronte Avenue. The reason that I'm here again and support for this project, I don't see, I know I'm living in Watsonville for 45 years, and it's a lot of changes. Exactly. I was in the target project we in home like at 2 o'clock in the morning. It was hard to pass the project target. It's a lot of people oppose, even people oppose when not living here. They're living in Aptos, Sonquel, Santa Cruz, and come over here and try to decide a future for the Watsonville. And I'm in the favor for this project because I agree with these people. I agree for the safety, environment, driving. The people don't live well. I live up the hill for 23 years. If the people want the people buy all the people don't bother buying the ranches, buy out. But nobody's perfect, and I can tell people buy whatever they want, okay? But I'm favorite for the project. Sounds to me, when I saw the slide, Felipe eating and the mayor and the cabs join with the kids. Sounds to me as remind me Donald Trump. The people is panicked against our people because the white people always against the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuka. Our next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Longino Nieves, and I live in 11 Paraíso Court, which is like a couple houses from the new extension road. So I am totally not against the Doom project, which is pretty good. We need the extensions, we need houses, and affordable houses, which is good. But I'm not okay with the extension road because definitely gonna get speeding cars, we're gonna have a lot of traffic, and we're gonna have any extra cars they have in the new projects looking for parking lot in our streets or to get parking lot we have. And we're struggling already to find parking space. So once again, I'm not against the new project. I'm okay with it, but the extension road is not gonna help us in any way. It cannot create chaos, it cannot create traffic, it's not safe for the kids, it's not safe for people. And there's a lot of people walking. There's a lot of people using the neighborhood to walk around, walking the pets. It's like a lot of people walking around the neighborhood. So bringing a lot of cars to that road is gonna create more trouble and unsafe for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, mayors and city council members. My name is Frank Gemignani, and I reside at the Casitas. I am here to express my opinion, and I think I share in the opinions of a lot of people here. And what I wanted to say is a couple things. One is about the safety of extending that road. I think it'd be very unsafe, and I think a roundabout, if we do further analysis on roundabouts, you'll realize that they aren't as safe as you think they are. Cars travel faster through roundabouts, and there is no stop. We have 2 stops now. We're going to have no stops with a roundabout. You're going to have a yield, and we're going to hope people yield. Our neighborhood, another account I want to talk about, is our neighborhood. When we step out of our property, we step out into a street. We don't step out into a sidewalk. We don't have that luxury. So when the city is talking about developing more houses and how we need affordable housing, which I think we do, I think it's great that this developer is bringing that and putting that on the table, but it's at the expense of destroying another community and making it unsafe. And I don't think that's wise. So I think we need to look for the right solution, and I don't think this solution, the way it's proposed, is the right solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Is there anybody else that wishes to address the council on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. We certainly did hear a lot at the public hearing, and we've heard a lot at previous meetings on this too. This has been continued, and I think everyone has had their say. So now we'll turn it back to the council for their deliberation, discussion. Is there something else that the council has questions on? Or would the applicant wish to respond to the public comment here? It's a chance for the applicant to, since you've heard, I don't know how much of this is new that you've heard or how much you've heard previously, but here's your chance.
Okay, my name is Lisa. I'm the Lisa everybody talk about, and yeah, I was very late. Yeah, thanks for being here. I'm the owner and the representative of Sunshine Vista Home. I want to tell everyone it was not easy. It was very, very difficult to make a decision to develop formal cluster site because I know I would face incredible challenge than any normal site that including but not limited to millions of dollars to clean up the site cost, dealing with thousands of cars removal process. With contamination condition, I have no local financial resource willing to fund 1 cent. Complicated site condition and difficult to build out, possibly without even pencil out the whole project. Not to mention about neighborhood opposition and all the pressures. However, I never give up because I am a firm believer that Watsonville City is a booming city with more housing opportunities, higher quality residential projects. We will have more employers willing to relocate their business here, and we will have more talents to be part of this community. Such change will only better Watsonville. So honestly, I never consider myself as a developer. My team member always say I am a visionary. So like Peter Silver, our architect, mentioned early, we did respond and provide feasible solutions to all neighbors' concerns in each possible way. So I hope all the council members today, as leader of our community, will support and approve Sunshine Vista Home. I will try my very best to bring this showcase project to Watsonville. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lisa.
And just a final word, just to try to respond to some of the comments that the neighbors expressed. We really, truly have done everything we could to find another way to access this project. And ultimately, it just comes down to physical and legal restrictions that prevent us from moving forward with any of those solutions. We made a good faith effort. Knowing that we couldn't use another primary access, we decided to provide mitigations and changes and modifications to the Loma Vista. We're providing access to the project, open space for the neighbors. Done a lot of things, crosswalk, flashing beacons, trying to make it safe, lowering the grade, getting the retaining walls down, putting trees in there. We really, I think, have done just about everything we could feasibly in response to the concerns that the neighbors have, but we simply cannot find a way to get another access road to serve the project. And one of the earlier commenters had mentioned that he felt that the benefits of this project outweigh the negatives, and I would hope that that would be something that you would consider as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silva. We're going to close the public hearing at this time and return the matter to the council. Council Member Hernandez, I think you had your hand up first.
I got a question. I know some people didn't like the roundabouts. They mentioned about that, but also where the crosswalks are, I've seen some bulb outs like at Notre Dame on Brennan. Would that also make it a little safer for pedestrians and kids crossing along that area? Or would it be cheaper than, I mean, it depends. Some people don't like roundabouts, and they mentioned about the I mean, I know, I believe roundabouts are faster, and it's quicker for people to get around. But, I mean, would bulb outs also be an alternative?
Sorry,
Either for the crosswalk area where they want it there, or Ohlone, the Loma Vista crosswalk that was on the picture.
The bulbouts often work on roadways that have parking along it, so you can extend it to the same extent that you have parking spaces, which is not really an option for Ohlone. There's possibilities of creating more of a refuge if you were to reconfigure the central median and in a sense extend that out and cut it out at the same time to create a refuge for people crossing the street.
You mean like an island?
Yes, correct. So that may be that's a possible enhancement on
Like in
Ohlone
Harkins
itself.
Slough by Ramsey in the tennis courts.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Ms. Garcia, you're next.
Yes, there's a couple of issues that came up, mentioned by our speakers that I just needed some clarification. One, in terms of park fees. I know that the open space in the new property, that it's going to be open to everybody. But it's a very small space that probably is going to be used by the children in that property. And having more children come in, I'm not sure that that space is adaptable to many, many more children. So I'm wondering, that park fee that is paid, can that be used to expand that open space for children?
And give me a little bit more direction where you're referring to. What open space are you referring to?
Well, where the children, there's a children's area.
Within the project site itself?
Yeah.
Well, that's a private portion, a common
Yeah,
area.
but they're saying that they're not going to close it off to others because
Right.
they're actually inviting the children from Las Casitas to come over.
They'd be welcome to use it, that's correct.
Well, and so my question is, in terms of the park fees that they pay, could we use it to expand that open space because it's quite small? And so that's a question I'm asking. Can we use that park
Using
fee?
the city funds to create a larger area or different kinds of
Yeah.
facilities?
Well, within that space to allow more children to come in.
And by doing so, if you're thinking of turning to making it larger, are you thinking of replacing housing?
Not necessarily. The thing, it could be. I don't know, but I'm in terms of that area. I don't remember. I can't visualize what it looks like, but I don't know if maybe there was talk about basketball. There was talk about maybe more equipment, maybe just more equipment.
Well, here's a illustrative example of what the play structure would look like. And I would only note that this is similar in size to the one off La Jolla over in the Seaview Ranch area.
And the one off of La Jolla, is it serving the same amount of units?
It's similar in, the size of the play structure is about the same. As far as serving the same amount of units, we haven't done a count to see if it's exactly the same or not.
Well, and so that's why if it's less units, it can be a smaller area.
Yeah, the Seaview Ranch was a pretty substantial development, so. Susie's letting me know that when that was approved, it was around 300 units or something or more.
So then, again, I'm trying to see in terms of the usage of that park fee. That park fee, then, what will we use it for if it's not to help the children from Casitas?
That's really a question for the Parks Director in identifying park facilities in coordination with the City Manager's Office.
So, Councilmember Garcia, if I may add to Justin's comments. So we have been exploring what park enhancements could be made in the area. And again, the idea behind the park development fee is to look for opportunities within the project area to have additional parkland and park enhancements. And so I have been working with our Parks and Recreation Director on that. And we have had some conversations with the Seaview Ranch homeowners as well to look at what those might be. We haven't landed on anything definitive, but again, the preference and the goal is to look for opportunities within the area. As Justin's pointing out, the project site itself is somewhat constrained because it's wrapped by housing as it's currently proposed. So I think what's more likely is we would find something within the area where we could potentially expand parkland.
Okay. My second question that was brought up, it was, and I hadn't thought about it, was in all the truck loads of the soil, contaminated soil, there's going to be dust. How are we going to prevent that dust from going into Las Casitas?
There's required mitigation measures to suppress dust.
And can you describe those?
If you give me a moment, I'll bring it up, the exact measures.
It is in the report.
Yeah, it's in the EIR.
You know, while you're looking that up, we did get some pretty thick stuff here. And I don't know about everybody, but I read every page of it, looked at every map, heard every resident, looked at it again. Pretty well examined project.
And these are standard conditions with any construction site to ensure that construction vehicles don't create problems from dust, noise, and other potential nuisances to nearby residents, for example.
May I make a comment on that?
Please do.
Normally what happens on projects when contaminated dirt is removed, the contractor's basically required to hose down or water down the site. As they're excavating the project, they also tend to continue to moisturize the dirt, so there is no particulates going up. The biggest problem is when the trucks start exiting, if they start taking out mud with them, and then that mud gets tracked out onto the roads. But for the most part, a good contractor will always make sure that they have adequate amount of water to mitigate all those conditions, because it's also they have to make sure that they're going to protect the workers, and that's something that's in the ERI also that they're required to.
That's correct.
To make sure that that's controlled and mitigated.
And that's why we have the IR consultants to help direct me to this page, which, as you can see, is
Yeah,
hundreds of pages.
I personally have done that kind of work, and I'm retired from construction, and I've done a lot of haul outs. So it is a lot of requirements in maintaining the dust control down, and it's just also making sure that it's being monitored properly by the city and by the inspectors. I think those are going to be the key factors for that when they do the haul out, to make sure that the residents are protected. And again, it's good practice for the contractors to do that. And I'm hoping that if the contractors fail to do that, that our city staff would be able to tell them, stop, and you need to go back and correct the conditions.
Further discussion? Further questions?
Well, go ahead, Trina.
You go for it.
All right. Well, anyways, I'm in agreement with this development. I know as a community, I've been living here for 50 years, and we need housing. I have adult children too that are struggling to find homes. So I'm in favor of this development. I don't agree with the density on it. I think it's a little bit too dense. I think we need to be able to open up an area. The play area is a little bit too small. And if you think about it, there's play areas and then the other developments, but they seem to be inclusive instead of they seem to be exclusive instead of inclusive. Because if you talk to some residents, they'll say, well, that belongs to their residents, you know. So they don't tend to go to and use the facilities. In small areas like this, again, they become to be exclusive for the people that are living in that area instead of inclusive, and that's a big factor. We have Ansoldo, that project out there. Fortunately, we have a big park area there that the whole community is able to use. And that's not we're not going to be able to do that here in this project. But I think we need to be able to look at the safety factor of the concerns of the residents, And that's what I hear, that they're really concerned for the safety factor part of the access to that road. And all they're doing is asking for a compromise or an opportunity to look for, and given time, to look for alternate routes. And I think as a city council, we need to really listen to our community. And I know, like I said, we need this project. I support this project, but I also am concerned about the safety factor of the children within those existing communities that are already there. And if there's any way that the city and the developers and that individual that owns that little piece of property can come together or find another entrance, like Mr. Isle said, that it can be done. It just has to be, an allowable time has to be allowed to do it. And also, maybe we can do it as a condition that, as we're saying, that it's going to take them 3 to 4 months to haul out the dirt. And if we give them that amount of time to try to come up and to develop with something on an alternate route, I don't know if that would work.
Go ahead, Councilmember Kaufman Gomez.
Thank you. We heard Second Harvest, and I'd like to know if there's been any discussion offline about coinciding or collaborating anything with the traffic pattern as a result of Second Harvest on Ohlone. Whether there's any mitigation, whether there's an alternative that maybe could be taken so that there's not that traffic on top of this particular project. I know that was it once a week or a couple times a week, I'm not quite sure, but has anything been brought up on that?
No, I don't believe that there's been any comment about Second Harvest. There, of course, as described as a mitigation measure in the IR, there's consideration for the school and avoiding truck traffic going by the school during school hours, and also redirect, and so therefore directing traffic away from the school and towards beach, which of course would be right by Second Harvest.
If I may add to that too, it is my understanding that once the first roundabout went in as part of the Manabi Al project that's further down the road, that Second Harvest already had to modify their pickups off of Ohlone in response to that. And so I think that issue has been mitigated already based on what it was prior to that.
Okay, and let's moving down. I think that the common ground we have here is that everybody does know that we need housing. Now it's a matter of whether we are going to do something about it to help accommodate 40 people to a 2-bedroom home. With the cost of what this housing is going to be for everything that the developer needs to do to mitigate this. The time factor, talk to me a little bit about the time factor. Do we have, is time of essence because of funding from plans being submitted? Because I'm hearing people want more time on this project, but what do we have that's a barrier to the time right now?
Well, the applicant has indicated that they have specific timelines that they're trying to achieve for moving forward with environmental grading and preparation of site improvements and grading. But I mean, I think the applicant or their engineer would be the best person to speak to what their planned phasing and what makes sense in terms of the project moving forward.
Would the applicant like to just respond to the concern everybody has on giving you more time versus the time that you have for this particular project? I mean, we need to know, do you have more time if there was that was given and there was a miracle that came in and everything was fine in terms of the mitigating an alternative route?
Yeah, let me try to answer that in 2 parts. We're out of time. Basically, the environmental cleanup needs to occur by the end of this year. And as I mentioned, there's perhaps 3 to 4 months to do that. So we're right on the cusp of losing that opportunity. And if we do lose that opportunity for whatever reason, the project dies. It's not going to happen. The second part to your question regarding buying more time to look at alternatives for access, again, we've really done everything we could with respect to that. And I just don't see how more time is going to help us. We've already had 2 months since the last June to work on this, and what we've come up with is really the best that we can do. I think the other consideration related to this that the council may not realize is that once you change the primary access, the project description changes. Then you have to recirculate the EIR. You're going to have a new traffic study. And so all of a sudden we have a project that is not just going to be delayed as a result of finding time during the grading phase, but it's going to be delayed possibly for several months. And if that occurs, the project doesn't happen.
I have a few more questions.
Yes, finish your questions, please.
We talked about local priorities, the units for sale. This is only the second subdivision out of about 400 units that we've approved that are actually going to be for sale. So we have to also think about this in our market conditions of our housing workshop that we did earlier this week, and the demand for people that are wanting to find a home, and the number of units that are being constructed, and relieving some of our rental demand, but not meeting or working towards the purchase demand that we do have, and the concern of how do we take care of that when we only have about a dozen units that are actually out there on the market, and the cost to the developer who's probably got a slim margin at this point. And I know that you've had discussion about the other private party that is where Arrington Road is located. So I know that that's been extensive on your end. I've heard it publicly in terms of a number thrown out there. And I don't think there's anything feasible that the city can accommodate to help the purchase to create another park in order for that to actually be an alternative to getting in as a primary road source, because then the city has the burden of maintaining another park that we are probably really stretched pretty thin for parks and covering everything we need to do for keeping the park maintenance together. So putting that burden over on the city to say, okay, well, the city, why don't you come up with the money to help out with a difference on here? I think that that's going to be a big challenge for us to think that the city can come up with the money to help mitigate the situation for this particular option. And the rest of the area is landlocked because you've got the slough all behind it. It's unfortunate that we're down to infill where there is no alternative for any way of getting into these particular parcels. Again, I'm going back over, let's get this disclosure out soon enough so we don't have this at the last minute where if we don't approve this, we have no project at all for something that's actually mitigating something that's going to do a significant improvement on one of the largest pieces of infill that we have available in the city. So we have a lot to work on, and that's relying on and hinging on this particular project. And for you to go out and say, okay, developer, we'll buy the parcel next to it, then we're facing probably about a 5 to 10% increase in cost when these units do go on the market for sale. And we keep talking about what's affordable, getting this started. We've had, again, the comment of 40 people to a 2-bedroom home and garages and the like. So we have to do something about it, and this is an urgent problem, and it's only going to get more stressful as we develop out everything we have for infill, and then what do we do? And we need to have a plan about that. So I think that you've answered and addressed some of the comments and concerns that I've had. I know that there are other comments and concerns that are here as well, and I'll listen to some of the other questions that resulted from the comments.
Councilmember Garcia.
I'd like to make a motion. I really want this project to occur, to succeed. And I think, as somebody else said, having Lisa Lee here we're benefiting from it. She is doing everything she can to make this work. However, as I listened to our residents, I heard many of them say that they really have faith. They really have faith that an alternative route can be found by having some more negotiation with the owner of the property next door. And so they asked for postponement or delay. And I checked with the city manager in terms of the legal requirement for making a decision on this permit, and he says that we actually have until our next meeting in September 11th to do that. So I move to delay the decision to give the residents more opportunity to have further discussions with the owner of the property next door, and to go forth with their faith that another route could be found.
So, Councilmember Garcia, if I may add a few comments to that, based on your first motion, based on the community input tonight and the participation that we've had, as well as following the thought process of the council this evening, I want to propose a couple compromises or options that the council may have. So, Councilmember Garcia, you were mentioning that we have an obligation under the state's Permit Streamlining Act to make a decision once we have a complete application, and that's true. Those in attendance here will know that the council has delayed the decision once already, and that was done at the council's last July meeting, which brought us to today's hearing. And so one option as a compromise this evening would be the council could certify the EIR this evening without approving the project and delay the remaining actions to a date certain. And we could even potentially do that as a special meeting, so we could do it standalone. It would ensure that we're not here at midnight. Would allow all families that wanted to participate to come and speak on behalf of the project, and ensure that it's not getting bogged down with all the other business we have at our regular meetings. So that's another option. That would allow us to at least check one of the boxes this evening, certify the EIR, allow for some additional time for us to work with the developer to, again, show that we are willing to explore all options. And I think that's been said tonight several times, and that's a commitment that that staff has as well. And allow us to still get some progress made this evening. So that would be a compromise that I would propose, and we would try to get that meeting set in the near future.
I would accept that compromise. But we need a second.
I'll second that.
Got a motion by Garcia to certify the EIR. This is this item number 9 on our list, the uncodified ordinance, or is this the item 7, or can we do them both?
Proposal is to approve 7 and defer 8, 9, 10, 11.
Well, it sounds like there's at least 2 votes for that. You know, I'm reminded that I was on.
One second, Mayor.
While the conversation's going on the side, I'm just reminded of when I was here in the 90s and Seaview Ranch didn't exist. Well, it did exist, but it was not Seaview Ranch. In fact, the developer Jay Lohr came to us and wanted to build a bunch of big homes with big yards on it, and that was not dense enough, and he walked away. Many people came to us and said, hey, don't do that. Don't build any homes out there. It's a beautiful view. It's a beautiful cow pasture. The buffaloes would be displaced. Don't build Target. Don't build Greenwich. Don't build Vista Montana. Certainly don't build Stone Creek or any of those Airport Boulevard projects, or even Winding Way or Peace Drive or Hope Drive or dozens of other projects. And so there's always someone that's impacted that kind of likes the idea of the project but really doesn't want the road there. And I would remind the residents that someone had to build a road to your home, and someone probably objected to that. They probably said no, 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 and they probably were right here at one of our meetings saying no. So access is a big problem. We're down to the end of our inventory of land. That's the reason this project is so difficult. And it would be easy to kick it down the road furthermore, or let it die on the vine and just, revert back to a junkyard or some other hostile use. But we see the advantages of money for schools, money for parks, housing for people, affordable housing. It's going to inconvenience someone, but when your home was built, it inconvenienced someone too. So the project's met all the EIR's requirements. It exceeds the affordable housing requirements. It's going to be jobs and revenue. I remember when Home Depot was being built, and people just hated that, and they said, oh, it's terrible. But people did kind of forget about it.
But I think the difference here is that everybody does want this project. They just want a little bit of compromise, a little bit of opportunity.
Right. And I'm really pleased that the residents recognize the importance of affordable housing and the opportunity this would provide. So it meets most of our requirements. It just doesn't meet the approval of the neighbors. I'm the mayor here now, so Colleen, your comments. I've heard everyone's comments. I've read every one of the comments. I understand the pain that you feel, and I understand the fear and the apprehension that you feel. And so some of this stuff we've heard many times before. When your home was built, folks said, oh, it'll ruin Watsonville. Don't do it. Don't do it. And so, we have to make decisions here at some time. We have to move forward. There are people depending upon us to try and build a better community. And I know that might, ruffle your feathers a little bit because it's in your neighborhood, but somebody allowed your neighborhood to be built.
Mayor, if I may, so I've conferred with our city clerk and city attorney. What we would like to propose is that we would, after we take the action, after the council takes the action of certifying the EIR, we would adjourn the meeting to a date certain, which would be September 18th. And again, that would be a standalone meeting on this item only.
What was the item again?
This.
And that'll be items 8 through 11. But taking action on item 7, which is certifying the EIR.
In terms of certifying the EIR, does that have an impact on protecting that the Loma Vista would still be used as the main road, or does it still allow us to consider alternative route?
It allows us to consider alternative
Okay.
routes, and
Okay.
then if council certifies an EIR, then we can go ahead and add addendums and additional research if we find any other alternatives.
Okay, good.
Excuse me, I have to make a comment.
Just a moment, please. My
September
concern
18th,
with
you
that
can-
is that both Felipe and Hernandez and I will not be present on the 18th.
And I wanted to say September 18th, we have the flood zone here. Zone 7 meets here at 7 o'clock.
Also, we're not going to have enough votes because we need 5 votes.
You won't meet quorum.
No, you'll have quorum. You'll have.
No, 3 people gone.
I would suggest we have a special meeting just for this particular item, if we can find a date.
Mayor?
Soon,
I want to make a comment.
please.
I've sat here and I've listened to many people, and I met with Lisa a few times, and I look at Lisa as a developer and say, she went on good faith. She came and got permits with the city and met with the planning commission and has gone forward and done all these things. And a project needs to be built. And I listened to Bobby many times, and I heard you, Colleen, and I heard you too, George. And I thought, you know, and many of you, I heard all of you, and I think, nobody sounds like they're against the project. I don't hear that. I hear people saying, we need housing. I feel even more so that we need it for Watsonville people, and we can't even guarantee that. You know, I would hate to see people from wherever come in and buy these houses, but I guess that's how it works. We can try and keep it local within the county, which is a great thing. And I look and I hear what you're saying is just not our road. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know. But I know that for 2 months now, we did this in July and we postponed it for 2 months, and here we are again. And then George said, but things sometimes happen. Sometimes things can happen. Maybe we don't have enough, we need more input. I don't know what the answer is. For me, if we could wait another week, I'm good. But I also don't want our developer to lose this project. Whatever, I mean, I feel like, you know, we need the housing. We know we need housing. We've got good housing. We've got good things happening here. So we have to be supportive. I don't know if it can be a win-win. I don't know that. But I do know that we need the project that needs to go through. That junkyard is going to be fabulous. I had major concerns about parking myself because I don't think there's ever enough parking. But I've been told that the project, they're going to manage the parking, and they're going to issue permits and guest parking and that whole thing. So it's not like it's going to be within the city to do all of that. So I'm hoping we can find some kind of a solution, like you were talking about, Matt, whether it's a special meeting, something. But in the meantime, that somehow, George, you better come and join us. We've got to find some solutions and see what we can do. I don't know if we can, because I do feel that this project has to go forward. We're there. And if there is another way, well, we can look at it. We can put all these minds together, but there may not be. I don't know. I've looked at the map, and you know, everybody's talked Arrington Road. Well, it's not wide enough. We can't get it wide enough. It's not going to work. So how do we make this work? Got a lot of bright people here, and maybe just one last look in a special meeting. That's what I see.
Felipe, you're next.
I agree with everyone else. There is a definite need for affordable housing. Watsonville is on 6 square miles. I think all the developable land is already been developed. We've got mostly infill development and several LAFCO battles that if we would want to develop would be another 12 years to go through the proceedings to take over the land from the county. I really think that this housing project is for the overall good of the community, for people that live in Watsonville. I did find, and it wasn't in the 90s, it was in 2001, July 2001, I found pictures of the old chambers when folks had the affordable housing signs, when back when the housing was being built behind Target, including Casitas. I remember some of the opposition. I've got pictures of the opposition there at the old chambers. But now, you know, people have housing now here behind Target. I remember soon after that, this was created right here in September. That was July when the housing passed, and September this got passed. This is the 20% affordable housing, one of the first in the country, I think, because everywhere else it was 10%. And you guys, with the community, doubled the affordable housing ordinance here in Watsonville. And it has played well for us, but there isn't a lot of land. Despite this ordinance, there's not a lot of land. There's not a lot of housing being developed. Right now, housing is about 589,000 median in Watsonville, close to 600. And I think the last numbers I looked at, 41,000 was our median income. We simply need affordable housing in Watsonville, ranging between 200 to 400,000, where families that live in Watsonville can afford. 30 units really helps out in this process. But moving folks that from intermediate house or from older housing stock or smaller housing stock, they are going to move into these new houses, these intermediate houses. They're going to be moving into these moderate houses, opens up more affordable housing stock for people in Watsonville, because they're going to open up these older and smaller homes, and they're going to move into this new development, and it creates more affordable housing for us. It's a different way of creating affordable housing. It's not the 30 units, but it's new affordable housing. They got created from people moving into the intermediate and the moderate housing. And so altogether, it goes back to, this is one of the things that is for the overall good of the community. And sometimes those are tough decisions. And that's what we have here before us today. The access road, or, you know, the affordable housing and the housing that we desperately need in Watsonville. We had this housing forum helping people how to access affordable housing, how to access the city's first-time home buyers assistance, how to access the county's new first-time home buyers assistance. And we had some folks from the Real Estate Association put up on the wall all the houses in Powell Valley. There's only a measly like 14 houses available in Watsonville, and we had like 250 people there. It's going to drive the prices up. It's always going to drive the prices up. We need to create affordable housing, but overall we need to create housing to make this work. And I just want to leave that message there.
Well, if I thought that 2 weeks or 10 days or even tomorrow would buy time or change hearts or change minds or change circumstances, I would go for it. But I think we're really at the end of the line here. I think tonight is where we make the decision. But if you want to try and, you know, find some miracle out there that's probably really not there, and you want to walk it down the road some more, we can. But I think, you know, I don't think it's going to get any better. I'm sorry. Councilmember Bilicic.
I'd like to make a motion to.
Wait a minute. I think, yeah, we already have a motion in a second.
What is it?
Yeah, and we're working on a compromise.
We're to adopt the EIR and to delay.
Well, let's put a date in there. Let's put a date that we have a date of September 20th to have our next meeting.
Right, so Mayor and Council, we would propose September 20th. We believe that the full council is in town at that point. And to clarify, the motion would then be to certify the EIR this evening and adjourn the hearing to a date certain, which would be September 20th.
Okay, yeah. I'll accept that.
After 5 p.m.
So,
Councilmember Kaufman Gomez.
what changes can we anticipate in the time between now and the 20th that we haven't already gone through the process between the July and today's date?
I think, Councilmember Kaufman Gomez, to be very fair for all those that are in attendance here, and again, reiterating comments made by both staff and developer and other community members, what we're proposing is going to be a significant challenge, and I want to be very clear with that. Our commitment would be that we are willing to engage all of the parties involved and the adjacent property owners to have a conversation to explore any feasibility of those alternative access sites. Some of those conversations have already been had with the adjacent property owners without much success, so I want to be very clear because I don't want to create any false hope. There's always a possibility, so this would create an opportunity for that to again approach the adjacent property owners and look at the feasibility, both the structural and site constraints, along with the reality of whether or not the adjacent property owner is willing to part with their property. And so that is a tall order, but we would be committed to exploring that as part of this next 2 weeks before bringing it back to the council on the 20th.
I mean, I don't want to mention eminent domain for the city to get involved in any way, but I don't know. You know, my concern is the timing of what you need in terms of where the schedule is for weather conditions and what you're doing that.
Well, yeah.
The mic.
The mic.
Oh, just make sure it's on.
Okay.
There we go.
Well, there are certain things I think I want to make this very clear, and we didn't never tell in public is. Within 2 years, we finally got a work plan approved by Santa Cruz County for the contamination, and that has to be done by December 16th, and that is the deadline. We need 3 months to 4 months to complete this task. If we're going forward September 20th, that means we're going to the bid, and we lost the period, and that means we just, for 2 years work plan getting approved, we failed again. That's the first thing. That's the first challenge. Second challenge is if we lose the season before the rain season, if we lose the season to do the contamination remediation, that means we need to moving possibly to next year sometimes. And as a developer, we just cannot afford to the capital cost dragging along for that long. There's no way, because we cannot pencil out this project already. We don't know how to drag it along for another 6 months and waiting in the raining season. There's no way we can pencil out this project anymore. So there's a lot of constraints on the financial side. We just don't know how to deal with that if we're keeping dragging on. And additionally, we have explored the possibility to, on the Arrington Road. That's not successful, and I don't know what can be changed from now on to the next meeting.
Let me add to that, and I'm at the risk of repeating myself, this is a serious decision that's going to have perhaps grave consequences for this project. Now, it may seem like, okay, let's just kick the can down the road for another few weeks and see if we can find faith that this is going to somehow solve itself. But really, Lisa and I, and along with city staff, have already done just about every possible thing that we could do to make Arrington work. And what it boils down to is very simple. We don't have the room. Where Arrington hits Ohlone, it's 30 feet wide. That's not a two-lane street. That's not a city standard two-lane street. Nothing's going to change that. There's development, there's houses on either side of that. Nothing's going to change that unless you buy those houses and tear them down. That's what we're looking at. If you do that, the project is still dead because the EIR then has to be recirculated. The project description changes. We're talking months.
I have a question on your comment. You're stating that the Arrington Road isn't wide enough. How are you going to handle when you have the hauling trucks coming at you continuously? I mean, one coming in and one going out. What's your plan on mitigating that portion of?
Right now, Arrington.
So you just stated that you don't have the space for two vehicles.
That's what we've been hearing from.
So that might be incorrect, right? That statement.
No, that's what we've been. We actually requested that city staff talk to Public Works about reducing this, and it was not possible. They said that in order to meet city standards, we had to have the 50-foot right-of-way.
No. Yeah, but what you just stated though was that as Arrington is now currently, that you cannot fit two vehicles down Arrington. My question to you is, how are you going to mitigate when you have the trucks that are hauling out the contaminated dirt coming down that, under your conditions, a one-lane vehicle?
It's possible the trucks could squeeze through 30 feet. I'm sure they can. But the question here is whether that is a legal road width. And that's what we're required to submit as an application.
So the city would have the control of it if we make that a legal roadway without adding the sidewalks.
And we've already investigated that.
The city has concluded that wouldn't be viable because there would be no sidewalks. 30 feet wouldn't be enough, and then it's the type of easement.
It's the fact that it's not a fully developed street at that point. You need to have sidewalks. The city has a standard for a landscape strip. You've got to have street lights, utilities to feed the street lights. So all of those things usually come into place when you have a city right-of-way. Right now we have an easement. And our attorney tells us that the only thing you can do with an access easement is pave it, put AC and base rock, and that's it. And that's all we can do right now.
The other thing is once it makes that turn and goes, you know, the other
slope.
side of Arrington, that's already got development on either side. It's 30 feet.
This is a landlocked parcel.
Yeah, it doesn't have space to do curb gutter and sidewalk either. We can't extend it, so we can't make Arrington Road a feasible public street as main access to the project site.
Even if they had the money to purchase what part of that, it still would take even more effort because of houses that are already built and families that are living in those homes there.
Correct.
It's a landlocked parcel. Loma Vista, whether you like it or not, is the road that was planned. That's the road that it has to go through, whether we like it or not. I wish there was some other alternative. I've heard everyone here very clearly. I don't think that there's going to be any change, and it's kind of a false hope to throw out there to say that 10 days, 2 weeks is going to be some game changer.
No, but I did ask the developer, because he did bring up a good point of not having be able to access two vehicles at the same time and making that turn. And I asked him, how is he going to mitigate that? What kind of traffic control is he going to have to only have one vehicle going down all Arrington Lane and make sure that it's a consistent?
It's a big challenge of construction, I'm sure.
The environmental impact report was prepared prior to Arrington even being considered as either a primary or secondary access. And in the traffic section of the EIR, there is a requirement for a flagger. And so we would probably have this is all new, because the whole idea of using Arrington as either a primary or secondary came after the EIR. But we can certainly modify and put in a condition that a flagger can be over there to control the traffic.
We have a first and a second, and
we do have a motion on the floor.
So are we going to take this in segments and we're only voting on the first, or are we voting, or is this the measure that we say yes to 7, and how would we postpone if that's not even feasible realistically to postpone?
So to clarify, the motion on the floor is to do both. So it would certify the EIR this evening, and it would adjourn the hearing to a date certain of September 20th. That's the motion on the floor.
And so the concern that we have is that time that the developer would need based on the permits that they've already received from the county that took them over 2 years to get.
Can we change this September 20th date earlier?
I think we can pick any date that people want to pick, but there again.
Why couldn't we do it at our next meeting on the 11th?
Too late is what they're saying.
Works for me.
Does it work for the developer?
Well, for me, I don't know that there's any more new testimony that's going to come beyond this evening than what we've not already heard and listened to. And, you know, we've absorbed the concerns. We've heard everything that's going on. I think that there was better clarity given what the community were having a conversation about is, well, even if we had $4 or $5 million for Arrington, and we decided that the city had the money and we could do something with it, we physically couldn't do anything with it. So 2 more weeks is not going to change anything from, you know, basically sucking it up and finishing a vote tonight.
That's my conclusion.
Is that the city manager's conclusion?
To clarify, Mayor and Council, I'm providing just one option to the council, and so it's your discretion and decision tonight as to whether that's the action you want to take, or if a council member wants to propose an alternative.
Is it viable, I'm saying?
I think we're talking about a limited time to figure out a very complex answer. that staff and the developer have spent a significant time already exploring.
So you're trying to say no?
But having said that, if it's the council's direction for staff to give it another go, we will do that.
What about next week?
The September 11th, the next meeting is an option.
What
And
about
again,
the 4th?
We have a motion, we have a second. Can we just go and for the question without a date? I mean,
No, because he wants a date.
we have
Right now, the date is September 20th.
So can we go ahead and ask the question and?
I think the 20th is too late.
20th is too late, so we need to change it.
Well,
I guess what I'm getting at. I guess what I'm getting at. I know we're working at this, and we're trying to look at all our options. And like we said, we all want this development. We're not against this development. We appreciate Lisa Lee doing what we're doing, and I think we're doing our due diligence as most we can. But right now, we're already at that point where we have a motion, we have a second, we have a date, and I think it just has to be brought to question. I mean, if it doesn't pass, then we have to come up with another motion and move forward.
Well, I earlier wanted to amend my motion to choose the date as September the 11th, which saves quite a few. 4th? Well, even, well, I don't know about the 4th.
Well, I'm just
4th is
thinking of the
planning
developer.
commission.
Yeah, I'm sensitive to the nature of how much time this has taken for the redo and the amount of mitigation that they need to do before the weather hits and the expiration of that permit. That's my concern, and I don't see that we're going to have any change in a miracle between now and another round of conversation over this matter, having physically heard that there are houses sitting here. It isn't an empty lot that somebody can just drop a $4.5 million on. These are houses that would have to be torn out in order to even think about it, and then having to go back and do the whole circulation of an EIR. I don't see that there's going to be any change at all to even postpone this for a date.
And Council, if I may, I appreciate the sense of urgency. However, September 4th would be too soon.
Well, I'm
Can we
concerned
make
that
it
any date in the future is going to be too soon for some.
So can I amend my motion to make it on the 11th? And then we will vote for it. And it'll pass or it won't pass.
Yes, you can motion to amend your motion, get a second, vote on it, and then vote on the amended motion.
For the 11th?
I second the first time. Yeah, I'll second it the second time.
So, question, if it's a no, then we're not approving the EIR? Or if it's a no, then we go back and make a brand new motion?
Yes.
You're not if it's a no, you're not approving the EIR, and you're not adjourning the meeting.
So then we can go back and propose another motion that puts it together.
Well, you can postpone the inevitable forever, but I think that we ought to deal with this evening.
Can I ask another question while you're going through this? The EIR requires the 5. Do the other items that are in this require 5 or majority?
EIR does not require 5. The
Okay.
PD overlay requires 5.
So B, let's see, 8, 9, 10, and 11 require 5?
No, the only one requires 5 is 9. Uncodified PD overlay.
Should they be taken separately with the others being a majority and this one being a supermajority?
Well, we're not there yet.
Okay. I'm
Right.
I'm at 1 o'clock ahead of you.
The motion on the floor has the actions combined. So depending upon what happens, the council could take the EIRs, certify the EIR separately, and then make the decision as to whether or not you want to take action on the remaining items tonight or not.
Is September 11th too late for them?
I'm at League of Cities, so
Not the 11th.
We leave the 12th.
Yeah, if the developer can answer the question on the September 11th.
What's I guess what Lisa and I are trying to figure out is what is the game plan here? What is the end game? I mean, if there is any somehow potential or faith that this little window of time is going to change the project in such a way where we have, by miracle of God, an access road that's not Loma Vista, what that does essentially for us, it kills the project. I've been saying this. The recirculation of the EIR would be triggered because now the project description is different. They would know how many weeks that's going to take. We won't be able to get the environmental cleanup done by the end of this year. The project is dead. I've been saying that, and it's not getting through.
Well, I understand everybody wants the miracle happen. I just want to reinforce again, from the beginning to now, we spent over 2 years on this project. Each small component we have considered already, especially from the neighborhood concern. We redo all the research and every possible way to get what they want or get to better the project. It's not happening. We don't have any miracle. We'll change anything from now on to whatever the date you guys want to propose. There's nothing can be changed. And with delaying to hope the miracle going to happen, it's just going to kill the project because we lose the time to do the remediation. We're going to fail on the date from the Santa Cruz County Department. We're going to recirculating the whole EIR. That's going to be 45 days plus all those work. That's another 3 or 4 months. It just simply killed the project. That's it. So that's all I want to say. So hopefully you can take a developer putting risk money over $10 million until now without any local funding. And because I heard before, wasn't want to entrepreneur come to do their business, but I already spent over $10 million on this project now, and there's no miracle gonna happen. And you're thinking about it delaying, and it's just gonna only kill the project. That's all I want to say.
Well, I'm sure that even though some people, most people like the project, but some of them probably like to secretly kill it as well. So if that's the will of the council, probably not a good idea.
Gotta get through this first.
We're going to call the question?
I guess we're ready for the vote.
What's the motion?
Repeat the motion, please.
To adjourn the meeting to September 11 and to vote on item 7, which is resolution certifying the EIR.
No.
Kaufman Gomez,
No.
Garcia,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Hurst.
No.
The motion fails.
Mr. Hernandez.
For the overall good of the community and so that we have affordable housing, I'm going to make the motion on the entirety of the item.
I'll second the motion.
Motion by Hernandez, second by Kaufman Gomez. I think it's tonight's when we rip the Band-Aid off this scenario.
What a description.
And I'm sorry that the residents are going to be very disappointed about this, but there is no miracle. No Prince Charming is coming to save us. This is it. Any further discussion on the motion? It's a tough one.
Bielisich,
Yes.
Kaufman Gomez,
Yes.
Garcia,
No.
Gonzalez,
As they say, this is always a tough decision, but yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hurst.
Yes, and so ordered.
Motion carries.
Looks like we'll adjourn this meeting. Oh, do we have some other item? We got one more item. Don't go away yet. We're not done.
That's right.
We'll give you a chance to clear the room, I guess.
I still would like to see if George has his solution.
I don't know why it did.
Maybe he'll buy him. He may have some idea.
Oh, yeah, I am.
He may have some idea. I don't know what.
Forgetting what he's doing.
I would never, it's just that there was.
Thank you. I'll debrief tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I was the strongest.
Felipe said he was voting no, he voted yes.
I know.
Felipe.
I want to create also by telling whether to go away and get Graham Morgan to
What are you going to do? Back to order. You know, there are people here who would like to go to bed. Yeah.
No?
Anything else? I guess the brewery's closed by now. Let's move forward. We've got one more item on our agenda this evening, right? What is it? Item D. Item D, ladies and gentlemen, item D, it's consolidation of modifications to the Watsonville Municipal Code to introduce Chapter 14-43, emergency shelters, and that sounds like an emergency. Emergency shelters regarding operational and development standards for emergency shelters, introducing a text amendment to Chapter 14-16, district regulations allowing emergency shelters by right in the institutional and the public facilities zoning districts, and an introduction of the text amendment to Chapter 14-18 regarding emergency shelters, transitional housing, supporting housing, and residential care facilities. We're going to have a staff report, and it ought to be a good one.
Thank you. I'll try and make this as short as possible. Thank you. Councilmember Hurst, members of the council, my name's Susie Merriam. I'm the Community Development Director. Let's see. In 2007, as you know, the state passed Senate Bill 2 to address homeless issues throughout the state. In addition to allowing emergency shelters by right in at least one zoning district as part of SB 2, we also need to amend the definitions in the zoning ordinance to include definitions for supportive housing, transitional housing, emergency shelters, and residential care facilities. Now, non-compliance with SB2 means that a city's housing element is not in compliance with state housing laws. In the past, this wasn't a big deal because the state didn't have really any authority to impose penalties on local governments. This last year, however, the state passed legislation authorizing the Housing and Community Development Department to impose sanctions, including the repeal of a city's housing element, as well as the inability to be competitive for state grant funding. This project was considered by the City Council in 2016, at which time the Council recommended several modifications and continued the item. Since that time, staff has considered Council recommendations and we've revised the ordinance. The proposed text amendments add definitions for emergency shelters, transitional housing, supportive housing, and identify emergency shelters as a principally permitted use in the institutional and public facilities zoning districts, subject to development and operational standards. In the 2017 Homeless Census and Needs Assessment, the countywide count of homeless persons in Santa Cruz identified 463 homeless people in the city of Watsonville, with a total of 2,249 homeless people countywide. Existing emergency shelters and transitional housing facilities in the city provide a total of 122 beds, which can serve only 26% of our homeless population. The proposed new Chapter 1443 has been revised to address council concerns in the following ways. Provision of recreational areas. Emergency shelters that provide full supportive services must provide areas for indoor and outdoor recreation areas and open space. As emergency shelters would be permitted by right, a design review permit would not be required, so there would be no additional fees or process for design review. There is a separation requirement for emergency shelters, so they can't be within 300 feet of any other emergency shelter, and that families with children must be housed separately from other residents and to be provided separate restrooms and shower facilities. Additionally, the revised ordinance includes development standards for vehicular and bicycle parking, intake areas, and shower and toilet facilities in compliance with current city regulations. One key standard that was added is a management and operations plan, which would provide a security plan, procedures, staff ratio to clients served, and a good neighbor communication plan. The management and operational plan is to be reviewed and approved by the zoning administrator as well as the chief of police prior to issuance of a permit. Again, SB2 requires that we identify at least one zoning district, and we're proposing to allow emergency shelters by right in the institutional and public facilities zoning district with the with an administrative review permit. Currently, emergency shelters are not allowed in the institutional zoning district and allowed with a use permit in the public facilities district. Allowing emergency shelters in these two districts would take advantage of potential sites being in close proximity to services and transportation options, such as the metro station and supportive services. This zoning district supports uses that are available to the general public, including churches and other institutional facilities, as well as city and county government facilities. The total acreage in these two zoning districts, not including the Watsonville Airport, is 416 acres. And you can see institutional is the blue spaces, parcels, and the public facilities are the tan parcels on your screen. And then again, we went through and added new definitions for emergency shelters, residential care facilities, supportive housing, definition for target population, as well as transitional housing. Just to go through these really quick, emergency shelter is a housing with minimal supportive services for homeless persons. It's limited in time to 6 months or less by a homeless person. and that no individual or household may be denied emergency shelter because of the inability to pay. Residential care facility is any family home, group care facility, or similar facility determined by the state that's maintained and operated to provide non-medical residential care services for children's and adults, those with any type of handicap or impairment. These provide 24-hour care to persons in the facility. Supportive housing is housing that does not have a time limit. It's occupied by a target population, is linked to on-site or off-site services that assist the supportive housing residents in retaining the housing, improving his or her health status, and helping with their ability to live independently and when possible, work in the community. And a target population is any adults with low income or have one or more disabilities as listed on the screen. These may, among other populations, include families with children, elderly persons, young adults aging out of the foster care system, those exiting from institutional settings, veterans, or homeless people. And transitional housing is buildings configured as rental housing but operated under program requirements that call for the termination of assistance and recirculation of the unit to another eligible person, which could be 6 months or longer. So with that, the Planning Commission looked at this back in 2016 and recommended approval to the council. Staff is recommending at this point that you introduce a text amendment regarding the permitting of emergency shelters, introduce a text amendment to Chapter 1418 to add the definitions for supportive housing, transitional housing, and emergency shelters, and introduce a new Chapter 1443 developing standards for emergency shelters. And that concludes my presentation.
At this time, we'll have questions from the council. Councilmember Garcia.
I have two questions. The location of shelters would be in NPF zoning, but I didn't see a map to show me where those zones were.
There we go.
Okay.
It's the blue
So-
and tan.
So, okay, the blue is the N, and
Yes.
and the others are, okay. Beach.
Further questions?
Yes, I said I had two. My second question is in terms of the target population, I wasn't clear if the target population was for all the three different ones or specific to one specific type of housing or shelter.
A target population was added in. It really would apply to supportive housing, transitional housing, or emergency
Okay.
shelters.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Other questions? What do you? Go ahead, Dr. Milicic.
This a required thing we have to do?
Yes.
Well, Susie, what do you think the neighbors will say about this?
We might have a couple in the audience.
Good. Are there any further questions from the council? Councilmember Kaufman Gomez.
So, being a really small map to even look this over, the locations institutional means, would these blue dots essentially be where the churches are located, or are they presently used for shelters?
They are institutional or public facilities. There's city facilities, there's county facilities, there's churches.
Schools.
There's also schools.
So, if it's schools, is there any type of setback that we're dealing with in terms of a shelter next to a school, or are we allowing them to be side by side?
Well, again, this is there. Emergency shelters are allowed in other districts. They're just not allowed necessarily by right, which means that there's no conditions on them. They come in, they get zoning approval over the counter. So the only separation requirement that we have right now written for emergency shelters is that they have to be at least 300 feet from another emergency shelter. The reason that we've chosen these two zoning districts is because in the last year we've teamed up with church facilities to house the homeless as emergency shelters, so it makes sense that we allow it in these zoning districts. This doesn't mean that emergency shelter wouldn't be allowed in the neighborhood commercial zoning district or any other zoning district in the city, but that those would require a higher level of review, either administrative or a special use permit.
So let's say there's an emergency shelter, you're doing it administratively, and then the neighbors are complaining for some reason. What is the process for the neighborhoods that discover there's an emergency shelter because they live like down the street from where there's a church?
There's really nothing that we can do, as long as, again, the emergency shelter performance standards include a good neighbor policy and management of the facility, and that's reviewed by community development department as well as the chief of police, so that we can work with the provider to make sure that they are going to be a good neighbor in the neighborhood and not cause any impacts or reduce the impacts to neighbors. But again, realistically, this is going to be going into church facilities where it looks like we're already housing the homeless during the winter time as emergency shelters.
And so emergency, I know that you had the transitional, so emergency is, I want to see an emergency is transitional, or emergency is going to be a different definition in terms of...
Is a different definition. We just had to add the definitions for supportive housing and transitional housing, but the ordinance for emergency shelter is separate for that. Okay. So an emergency shelter is something you would come into, similar to what the Salvation Army is creating or has across on Union Street, where they have supportive services, but someone can go in there and find a bed and have a safe place to sleep at night. They'll be able to do their laundry. Have a safe place to store their belongings.
How is this determined to be like an emergency? Who determines it's an emergency? Who determines that? We're going to use Watsonville High School tomorrow for emergency overnight shelter or whatever.
It would have to be an agreement between the Homeless Action Partnership, whoever is proposing to establish an emergency shelter, and the location, the facility where they're looking to have it. So they couldn't just go in and establish an emergency shelter at Watsonville High School without the high school being a partner in that.
So how did we pick all of these school sites just to determine that? I mean, I know when there was the flood, they went to Watsonville High School. They said they could sleep there and do the whole thing. But for housing for the homeless or whatever, who can turn these facilities into that? Or even our parks, who can?
Well, for city-owned facilities, the city would have to enter into that agreement. For school-owned facilities, it would be the school district. But again, we chose these zoning districts because they include churches and other types of facilities that would allow them. I don't foresee that we're going to be having an emergency shelter going in at the high school or any others of the schools, or an emergency shelter going in at City Hall. But this zoning district does allow for other types of public facilities to establish emergency shelters by right.
Is Callahan Park on this?
Yep.
Where?
No.
No. Yeah, it's
Oh,
tan. Yeah.
The public facility.
Yeah.
That big county?
And just to add to Susie's comments, this ordinance would not allow an emergency shelter without permission of the property owner, right? So if they wanted to go into a high school and PVUSD said no, that's the end of it. And what we found just this past winter was a good example. The churches are the ones that stepped up in partnership with some of the community organizations to offer these shelters. And it's done in partnership. They're monitoring the program. There's performance standards in place. And so this would really be a continuation of that and formalizing it.
And with the public facilities, we would then, take the course of action, because I'm seeing Pinto Lake on here.
Yeah,
and
there's definitely certain properties that we would never have as an emergency shelter, but these are the properties that have that zoning. It's just.
And the fairgrounds, because they're outside of the city, we don't.
The county property.
That's ours, I guess.
That's Pinto Lake.
I would just point out, since we're had a lot of focus on Seaview Ranch this evening, that Landmark School does not appear on this map, nor does that sweet little park, public park on Lighthouse Field. Maybe that's not a public park.
Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
We open the
Seeing any other questions? Seeing no more questions, we'll open the public hearing at this time, and we'll take comments from the public. Take your time. It's early in the morning.
No, I'll make it quick. What all of you don't know about me is I lost both my parents to mental illness. I wish my father had had a shelter to go to when Ronald Reagan closed the state mental hospital in Camarillo in 1967. He wandered the earth for 30 years before we got a notice from the Secretary of the Veterans Affairs that he had died in a VA hospital in Albuquerque, New Mexico in 1997. What this does is address, at least finally to some degree, the problem that I'm encountering every day when I go door to door, talk to voters. Yes, they're all having homeless encounters, and some of them are pretty scary. And I'd say 463, no, I think it's a little over 500. I'm sure your statistics were accurate at 2017, but I think they're a little above that. They're living behind me in the berry fields behind my house. They're under the overpasses. They're in the sloughs. I'm tripping over them when I try to get into Target, or on occasion I have to step over them. They're asleep with their head on the cement. I mean, we know they're living in cars because I'm told by a city employee by the name of Rex Rackley, who does paint all our graffiti, that he's encountered them when he's painting out the graffiti. We have a serious problem here. We have to do this. We just cannot put it off any longer. This is a good first step, but we also need to pass measures G and H, which I hope this council will endorse at a meeting soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other comments from the public? Public hearing is open. This is your chance. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, return it to the council for discussion. Council?
I have a quick question, and then I'll take the motion. Would this provide us with any resources for funding opportunity for allowing any kind of money available for these emergency services?
I'm not involved, unfortunately, in the homeless side of city government. But what I do know is at this point, I'm getting letters from the state asking about the status of this ordinance and threatening to revoke our approval of our housing element. I do know we've already got dinged on one of our public works grant applications because the housing element is considered not in compliance.
I'll move the motion.
Second.
We have closed the public hearing. The city council has had their discussion. There is a motion on the floor and a second. This includes item 5, 6, and 7 on your agenda. Roll call, please.
Villalobos?
Yes.
Hoffman Gomez?
Yes.
Dutra?
Yes.
Garcia?
Yes.
Gonzalez?
Yes.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Hurst?
Yes. And so approved. Seeing that we've handled all the emergencies on our agenda this evening, I'll now move for adjournment.
No, we still need to do requests for scheduling future agenda items.
Okay, let's hear your request.
Okay. I'm requesting for one of our September meetings that we have the Santa Cruz County Affordable Housing Solution Bond be brought to the council for possible endorsement.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
Mr. Gonzalez.
And I'm requesting hopefully that we can put this on the agenda. The last time I talked to you, we spoke about noise and parties within the city limits. I'd like to see that on the agenda so we can address those issues that the residents have.
So noted. Other items. Councilmember Kaufman Gomez.
Thank you. I'd like to see us do something with the money raised about the fireworks on the PD, what we've done on that, and also to facilitate some sort of a meeting amongst the 23 vendors that have had the booths for those sale activity.
Staff has that down. Other items.
When's the straws coming?
Question was, when are the plastic straws going away?
It's a state thing.
You know, staff has got a lot of stuff stacked up on their plate. I'll say that. I get to see these agenda previews, and the list is really, really long. And so we're going to have to somehow prioritize what the council deals with and what has to be postponed to a later date.
And so without going into details about the straw ordinance itself, we are working on a new process for future agenda item requests to be able to better prioritize. We do have a long list of items now, and we want to make sure that the staff are working on what's of highest priority to the council. And so the straw ban and the plastic straw ban will be part of that, and I'll be sharing that with the council in the next week.
Hopefully we'll get to everything, but everything can't come at once. Councilmember Hernandez, and then Bilicic.
I talked to Steve about that one, and he says that there's a state one coming up, and I suggested that we just copy the states then and pass it for our, kind of beat them to the punch and copy the state's language so that we don't do it differently. At least so we can pass it symbolically, right? Oh, we can make it a little bit stronger then.
Anything else? Dr. Bilicic.
I'm just going to say that the fireworks, I've asked to have the fireworks on before. I'll just, that's two of us talking about it, maybe more, I don't know. But we need to at least have a report, and the residents are still concerned about, are we going to keep them forever here? So I think that's something we need to address before the 4th of July. And your long list, the fire station has to be rising to the top, as does parking in our community.
It's on there a few times, Councilman Bilicic.
And residential parking.
A long list, that's for sure. And speaking of fire, you know, there was I've made some information available to Dr. Bilicic, and anybody else can access it as well. LAFCO did meet yesterday with Central Fire and Aptos Fire, and there is discussion about, I won't use the word consolidation, but some kind of mutual agreements. Councilman Hernandez.
I want to thank our the public of 3 people that are here at 1:30 in the morning. Thank you, guys. Probably a record of public people
Thank
here.
you. Let's thank staff, too, for their tireless efforts and performance this evening. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.